Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Billionaire's Reckless Marriage by Tamie Dearen, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Chapter 1. Girl, you are crazy as a bat. There's no way you're going to get this job. The ink's not even dry on your diploma. Laurie's mental dialogue continued to rant, as it had since Branson Knight invited her to interview for the job at Limitless, a charity organization that benefited disabled kids. She'd been attempting to read a book to keep her nerves at bay while waiting her turn to step through the imposing doors, but she failed to comprehend a word. By unspoken consent, none of the applicants had chatted during their interminable wait. If only they had, she wouldn't have to listen to herself. I think I have a good chance. I have awesome grades, she retorted, waiting for the negative response inside her head. All the other candidates probably have real experience. What is it they say? You're not crazy just because you talk to yourself, only if you answer back. Yes, that proves it. You're certifiable. Her hands smoothed her hair in a vain attempt to calm the tight black curls that reached to her shoulders, a gift of her mixed heritage. She jumped at the sound of the door opening. The previous applicant strode out, her pleased expression broadcasting a successful interview. In the doorway stood the woman who'd been calling each person into the room. Laurie wondered if she was a board member helping with the interviews or part of the support staff. Sporting an "I didn't get my morning coffee" scowl, she called out, "Calvin Earhart!" and looked questioningly at the two of them. Do I look like my name is Calvin? 3 chairs away, the only other remaining applicant, who must have been Calvin, rubbed his hands on his pants as he rose to his feet. He squared his shoulders and marched across the lobby, exuding the type of confidence Laurie hoped to feign when it was her turn. Laurie checked the time. Almost noon. They'd been at it for 2.5 hours. Some were quick interviews. Others took 2 or 3 times as long. She assumed a longer interview meant the candidate had a better chance. Why not casually mention your father's name? That ought to get you hired. No way! I'm not going to blow my cover now. I'd starve to death before I admit we're related. Hey, girlfriend! Stephanie Knight strode into the reception area. I dropped in to bring Branson a package and thought I'd check to see if you were still here. Are you the last one? Yes, I think he's prolonging the torture on purpose. Laurie stood to embrace her, but then remembered she might be contagious. Don't come too close. She warded Steph off with a raised hand. Too bad. She could have used a hug. Mom called me this morning and told me she thought she might be coming down with a cold. I was there 2 days ago. Steph froze in her tracks, her bright expression fading. Since her daughter, Ellie, had cystic fibrosis, she didn't dare take a chance on exposing her to a respiratory infection. I hope you're not sick. I'm counting on you for dinner Saturday night. I have it on my calendar. I'll probably be perfectly fine. Steph blew a piece of hair out of her face. You have to come. Ellie misses you even more than I do. I miss you guys too. Laurie blinked hard, her eyes stinging. Now was not the time to get choked up and emotional. But you know I couldn't stay there and be your nanny forever. I finished my degree. I had to move on and make something out of myself. I know, but I still don't see why you had to move out of your apartment. Stephanie started the familiar argument. We've been through this. That place is worth thousands a month. I can't afford it, and I refuse to take charity. The money is nothing to Bran. The apartment is sitting empty, while you and your stupid pride squeeze into a tiny apartment with 3 other people. It's all I can afford in New York City. Laurie heard a noise and glanced toward the interview room, but the door remained closed. Anyway, it's fine. All I do is sleep there. My roommates are students who work or study all the time. They're never home. After you get this job, you can move back in. Bran will let you pay some rent if that makes you happy. Steph's statement rubbed Lori the wrong way. Is there something you aren't telling me? I hope Branson didn't inform Jarrett he had to hire me just because we're friends. You know I'd be humiliated. I swear, that pride of yours is going to get you in trouble. Stephanie's eyes rotated toward the ceiling in exasperation. Why can't you be reasonable about this? Yes, we're friends. But you also worked for us as our nanny. Branson knows you, and he knows your work ethic. Of course he wants Jarrett to hire you, if the job is a good fit. Lori saw hurt in her friend's downturned expression, but she still felt uncomfortable. I'm sorry I'm so stubborn about this. I can't get my dad's voice out of my head. He said I'd never make it on my own. Steph shook her head as she rifled through her purse and retrieved her ringing cell phone. None of us can make it without help. That's what friends are for. You helped me for years. I don't see why it's so wrong for me to return the favor. Holding up an apologetic finger, she answered the call. Hello? Yes, this is Stephanie Knight. Lori sank back into her chair, using the short reprieve to think of a proper retort. But nothing came to mind. Steph was right about her. She had way too much pride. Of course, Bran and Stephanie were nothing like her father, and Lori had to learn how to accept help from people who loved and cared about her. Steph ended her call and tucked the phone away. Gotta run. I need to pick up Ellie's meds from the pharmacy and deliver them to the school nurse. Okay, hope to see you Saturday. Steph waved as she scurried toward the elevator. The interview door popped open, and the male applicant departed, looking despondent. His had been the shortest interview yet. Lori's heart pounded in her ears, knowing she had to be next. She willed herself to calm down, as her inner voice spewed more doubts at her. Don't get your hopes up. There were 7 other applicants. Even with Branson Knight as your friend, you probably won't get this job. I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm doing this interview for experience. You are so lying. You're counting on this job already. You got 3 new leads yesterday, and you didn't follow up on any of them. Shut up! And if you get the job, what are you going to do about you-know-who? Double shut up! Jarrett will be my boss if I get the job. He's the head of the Limitless Division. I won't have to deal with Finn at all. Lori had been working hard not to think about Finn Anderson, the hunky billionaire who, like Branson, was one of the 4 kingpins of Phantom Enterprises, the multi-billion-dollar technology company that developed electronics hardware and software and video games, among other innovations. You can't avoid Finn forever. He works in this building. What's going to happen when you run into him? That mouth of yours is like a loose cannon. I'm a professional. I'll smile and say, Good morning, Mr. Anderson. How are you today? I won't engage, no in-depth conversations, no discussions about anything weightier than the weather. Ms. Grumpy Face appeared, her eyes settling on Lori. Lori Fields? Lori steeled her nerves and pasted a cool, collected smile on her face. She stood, tugged her skirt into place, and began the long walk across the lobby, her wobbly legs protesting like she was moving toward the death chamber. What'll happen when Finn presses your buttons? You're not going to lose your temper? You're not going to tell him off in front of everyone and get yourself fired? Her brain flooded with memories of heated, sarcastic exchanges between her and Finn. It seemed they couldn't agree on anything, or maybe he was purposefully contrary. She pictured herself delivering a satisfying response to put the man in his place. Then she tried to imagine herself biting her tongue when he goaded her with some chauvinistic comment. Impossible. The problem with Finn was he knew exactly how attractive he was. With that blonde hair and strong jaw and sizzling blue eyes, he probably thought he was a gift to women. A tinge of an English accent made him even more charming. No, not charming. Arrogant. Every conversation they'd ever had ended with Finn making some remark that infuriated Lori so much she lost control. I'll have to avoid Finn at all costs. That's my only hope. Gripping her portfolio to stop her hands from trembling, she followed the woman into the office. At the end of a long conference table sat all 4 Phantom Enterprises partners, including none other than Finn Anderson. Good luck with that avoiding thing. Shut up! Finn's stomach knotted. As Lori walked into the room, he rose to his feet, mostly in response to Cole Miller's prodding elbow, but he kept his eyes glued to the resume on the table in front of him. As much as he would have delighted to see the shock in Lori's eyes when she spotted him in the room, he'd turned over a new leaf as far as she was concerned. In the past, he'd flirted and teased mercilessly, but it was like playing with fire. If Lori got this job, he would see her all too often, and he could easily get burned. Finn could never make the mistake of becoming involved with a woman, knowing the pain he would cause when he left her a young widow. Living with cystic fibrosis meant dealing with certain realities, and one of those was a short life expectancy. At 33, he was only 4 years away from the average age of death from CF in the States. So far, Finn had successfully guarded his heart, and he had to keep his resolve firm.
"Lori, come in and join us,"
said Cole, in his customary Texas drawl.
"I'm sorry you had to wait so long."
Finn glanced up in time to see her deep brown eyes widen before she looked away. He couldn't detect the blush on her golden bronze skin, but he knew it was there. She probably expected him to spar and tease with her, and he was sorely tempted to do it. He could smile for days from the memory of one verbal match. But today, he was going to keep himself under total control. He would be completely solemn, serious, and professional during the interview. And when the meeting was over, he would make certain Lori didn't get the job. It was a selfish thing, but he knew he wouldn't be able to handle seeing her on a daily basis. She was the kind of woman he liked, sharp, witty, and outspoken, and thus the kind of woman he avoided. Maybe he could get her a job at another company, so he wouldn't feel guilty.
"Come down here and take a seat."
Jarrett Alvarez touched the back of the chair beside him. It didn't escape Finn's notice that his buddy was more enthusiastic in greeting Lori than the other 7 candidates. Jarrett continued,
"I don't think I've seen you since Branson's wedding."
Branson responded with a face-splitting smile. He'd been ridiculously blissful ever since he got together with Stephanie, and constantly urged Finn to join the ranks of happily married men. Finn had attempted numerous times to explain why that could never happen, but Branson lost every last vestige of common sense when he fell in love.
"Stephanie says hi. She and Ellie miss you a lot, and so do I."
As usual, Branson turned his head and appeared to be looking straight at Lori, even though both of his eyes were prosthetic. Finn still marveled at his practiced ability. "I talked to Steph a few minutes ago." Lori walked about halfway down the length of the conference table and stopped, shifting from one foot to the other like she wasn't sure what to do. "I'm not avoiding you guys, Bran. I'm just super busy, working 2 part-time jobs. Gotta pay the rent." Bran's head shook from side to side as his brows furrowed.
"You know you could live in the apartment free."
"This isn't the time, Mr. Knight." Her lips pursed in disapproval, and she folded her arms, still standing at a distance. Finn knew from conversations with Branson that Lori had moved out when she finished her degree. Yet she was still close friends with Bran and his wife and family, so Finn wondered why she stood so far away.
"Well, I hope you're coming to dinner on Saturday,"
Branson insisted, his jaw jutting forward stubbornly. "I'd love that, but I'll have to see how I'm feeling in a day or 2. A trembling hand darted up to push her hair behind her ear. I just came back from visiting Mom, and she called today to tell me she could have a cold. I wouldn't want to put Ellie at risk. Nervous dread swirled in Finn's stomach as he fought the urge to flee the room. This time, it wasn't his attraction that put his body on alert, but the knowledge that cystic fibrosis made him so susceptible to lung infections that a common cold could be life-threatening. I didn't realize Mr. Anderson would be here, or I would have warned you. Her eyes locked with his, full of sympathy and regret. Of course, having been the nanny for Branson's stepdaughter, who was also afflicted with CF, Lori was hyper-aware of the dangers of infection. Should I go?
Stay.
The word popped out before Finn could stop it. What was he thinking? With a sharp nod, she slid into the chair where she was standing. I'll sit back here, just in case. As they all sat back down, Cole quickly moved down the table to a chair beside Lori.
I'll join you, if that's okay.
Though the man was simply being thoughtful, seeing them sitting side by side put Finn in an even fouler mood, and he mumbled a remark that, unfortunately, carried across the room.
Let's get this over with.
With the slightest arch of a single brow, Jarrett told Finn exactly what he thought about his comment, and the tone with which it was delivered. Finn gritted his teeth.
I only meant I'm sure Ms. Fields is tired after waiting for so long. I bet she'd like to get down to business.
I'm sure Mr. Anderson has my best interest at heart. She displayed a gracious smile that somehow reminded Finn of a shark. I'll admit, my stomach started growling 20 minutes ago.
Let me treat you to lunch when the interview is over, said Cole. I owe you anyway. If I'm not mistaken, I lost a bet at the reception when you correctly predicted the garter would bounce off Finn's chest and fall to the floor unclaimed.
Normally, Cole's jest would have been amusing, but not today. When his hand slid over and covered hers where it rested on the table, she pulled it away and tucked her hands in her lap. Finn felt a strong urge to protect her, though his common sense told him she didn't need it.
As potential employers, should we be going to lunch with one of our applicants?
Cole shrugged.
Lori, if you're not comfortable, Branson and Steph can come along. That's no better, Finn sputtered. Don't you think we should keep our relationships on a professional level, at least until we've made a decision about her employment? Lori is already our friend, and that's not going to change.
Bran knitted his eyebrows.
We don't have to pretend we don't know each other to be professional about this hiring decision.
Finn's sympathy spun 180 degrees, his emotions flipping so fast he was getting dizzy.
You honestly expect me to believe that?
He let exasperation creep into his voice.
She's fresh out of grad school with no experience. We all know why she caught this interview.
I think that's my cue to leave. Lori's chair scraped the floor as she stood abruptly, but Cole caught her hand and held it.
Don't pay attention to Finn.
Cole slashed his eyes toward Finn and scrunched his face in an exaggerated wink.
He's rather moody today. I'm not moody.
Finn pushed away from the table and stood, his legs shaking underneath him.
I'm being sensible, which is more than I can say for the rest of you.
Jarrett coughed softly into his shirt sleeve.
That's enough, Finn.
Bran's voice grew deadly calm, as always when fury boiled below the surface.
Cole, would you mind stepping outside with Lori while Jarrett and I have a private word with Finn?
That won't be necessary. I can see I'm not wanted. Lori tilted a bold chin, but Finn spotted a telltale quiver on her lips.
Now I've hurt her feelings. Why do I lose control around her?
Finn sank back into his seat and let his face fall into his hands.
We'll be right outside.
Cole spoke in quiet, reassuring tones as he ushered her through the door and shut it behind him with a soft click.
You know I'm right.
Dropping his hands, Finn spat his defense before his partners could start in on him.
She's not qualified for this job. But none of the other candidates passed the motivation test.
Jarrett folded his hands and leaned his elbows on the table.
It's a trick question,
Finn grumbled. Branson leaned back and crossed his arms.
Says the man who invented it. I could have been wrong. Maybe it's a stupid question.
Finn pushed his hands through his hair.
Anyway, Laurie hasn't answered it either. But chances are she'll give a good answer.
Jarrett picked up his water glass from the table and downed the last of it.
We all agreed potential is more important than experience. It's how we've hired every employee at Limitless for the past 5 years, and it hasn't failed us yet. If they care about our cause, we can teach them anything. If this is just a job, they'll never give it their all.
Finn didn't want to hear it.
Who's going to ask her the question? I can see one of you stating it so she knows exactly what to say. I'll ask, Bran said. I'll read it verbatim, straight from my Braille sense.
Finn knew Laurie would give the right response. He felt the steel doors closing, trapping him inside a cave of his own making. His pulse raced like he was running from a rabid dog. I can't work with her. Why not? Asked Jarrett. You said the two of you don't get along, but you never explained why. What am I supposed to say? She's sharp and sassy and beautiful, and she makes me wish for things I can never have. She just drives me crazy. She's not respectful. At least not to me. Jarrett's head tilted. That's so weird. She's always been courteous and polite whenever we spoke. Maybe it's just a personality thing. I guess we could try to keep the two of you from working together if it's that bad. The only glitch will be the New York fundraiser. You'll have to coordinate some on that event, but it won't happen for another 8 months. Branson leaned forward, a serious expression on his face. Don't you think you'll get along better in a professional setting, Finn? I don't ask favors very often, but I really want you to give her a try. You, of all people, should appreciate her heart for children with cystic fibrosis. I've seen her working with Ellie firsthand. You haven't actually seen it, Finn teased, trying to lighten the mood. I've witnessed it. Bran gave a crooked smile. He was usually the one who joked about commonly used sight terms. You can't train compassion into someone. She's got the MBA to prove she can learn whatever she needs to know. She may be green, but one day she'll be a great asset to Limitless. I'm sure of it. Finn slammed his fist on the table. I don't even know why we bothered with these interviews. You already had your minds made up. Bran shrugged his shoulders. You guys don't have to hire her just because of me. The truth is, if we don't give her the position at Limitless, I plan to offer her a job in my branch of Phantom Enterprises. But I think her love for children will be wasted, working for a purely monetary goal. Passionate employees can accomplish great things, you know? Finn's entire body sagged in his chair. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to avoid Laurie. If Branson hired her, Finn would see her just as often at Phantom Enterprises, maybe even more. He'd be better off with her at Limitless, where they only had to interact once a year for about a month. I'm sorry, I won't protest anymore, but she still has to answer the question. Fair enough. Jarrett rose and rubbed his hands briskly together. I'll go get Laurie and Cole. Bran's hand bumped Finn's back and slid up to rest on his shoulder. Listen, Finn, I'll speak to Laurie if you want. I'll insist she treat you with respect. I think the two of you got off on the wrong foot, but don't say anything to her. Finn cut him off. The last thing he wanted was for Branson to talk to Laurie about him. It's not Laurie, it's both of us. I'm as much at fault, maybe even more. You know how I can be with women. Yep, I do. In truth, the blame was his alone. Finn had provoked Laurie at every opportunity. No deep feelings could develop when a woman was imagining various ways to murder him. His customary ploy had worked for years, successfully keeping women at arm's length. Except this particular woman had Finn wondering what it would be like to have her inside his arms instead. Jarrett threw the door open and laughter filtered inside. Cole had obviously been keeping Laurie entertained. She glided across the floor, her eyes bright with humor, a wide smile on her face. In all his interactions with Laurie, Finn had never produced such an expression. Usually, Laurie's eyes aimed poison darts at him, her eyebrows knitted into frowns that threatened to leave permanent wrinkles behind. It was what he wanted, wasn't it? Why did Cole's flirtations bother him so much? In fact, if Laurie and Cole started dating, she wouldn't be a temptation to Finn. In a flash, he realized the solution to his problem with Laurie. Cole would be in town the next 2 weeks as he and Jarrett prepared for the Phantom Enterprises fiscal year report. He and Laurie were obviously compatible. All Finn had to do was push them together. He ignored the sharp pang in his chest.
Yes, this is going to work.
Laurie watched the office door from the corner of her eye. During the wait, Cole had kept her entertained, telling one tale after another of his exploits in Texas, the last involving a rather unfortunate attempt on his part to ride a rodeo bull.
The moral of the story is,
Cole had stated, breathless with laughter,
just because you can afford it doesn't mean you should do it.
But though his stories were entertaining, part of her mind kept spinning, processing what had just happened in the interview room. One thing was absolutely certain. She couldn't possibly work at Limitless or Phantom Enterprises, or anywhere within a 5-block radius of Finn Anderson. One look at those mesmerizing blue eyes, and every bit of her insides melted, including her brain. She hadn't even been able to come up with a single snappy comeback. Not that she liked him, beyond that physical spark. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He got under her skin in an irritating way, like a splinter. As the door cracked open, Jarrett's face appeared, his white teeth shining against tanned skin.
We're ready for you.
She followed him inside with lead feet, wishing there was some way to avoid another confrontation. There was little hope of that with Finn around. To salvage the last of her dignity, she needed to withdraw her application. Finn was right. Though his calloused comment hurt her feelings, he'd merely stated the obvious. She lacked the qualifications for the job. She had to admit she wouldn't have made it to the interview stage except for her relationship with Branson's wife and daughter. "Gentlemen," she said, stopping well short of her previous place at the table, "I appreciate your efforts, but I think we all know this is a waste of time. I think I should be going."
Please don't leave, Laurie. I apologize for what I said earlier. I was completely wrong.
Was that really Finn talking? Either he was a fantastic actor, or he was actually contrite. He was turning into a regular Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute he wanted her there, the next he didn't. "No need to apologize, Mr. Anderson. You're absolutely right. I don't have the qualifications for this position, being fresh out of school. I need to find some sort of entry-level job."
We have an important question for you.
Jarrett pushed his dark hair out of his face with one hand, motioning her forward with the other. Cole herded her down the table and held her chair out, staring pointedly until she took a seat, though she made her reluctance obvious.
We have an issue right now, and we're trying to work out a solution. It involves your potential position, so we wanted your feedback.
Branson's expression was serious, and Laurie couldn't help feeling flattered that they would ask her opinion. A glance at Finn gave her the shock of her life, as his lips curved into an encouraging smile, accompanied by a nod of his head. Maybe he's happy because he thinks I'm going to give a stupid answer. Bran continued.
We're actually underfunded for this particular position right now, so we're debating how to handle it. We're considering several alternatives. For instance, We could take some more money out of the endowment to pay your salary, in hopes that we could pay it back with the next big fundraiser. The problem is we've done that the past couple of years and the endowment is dwindling. Another thought is to decrease the amount that goes to research or children's camps and leave the endowment alone. But we're open to suggestions, and we thought you might have some ideas. The problem is we need someone doing this job, or we'll lose even more funding and all the programs will suffer.
Lori opened her eyes wide. You're telling me Limitless is in financial trouble? And the four of you can't come up with enough money to keep it funded?
The amount of money we're talking about is huge.
Jared avoided her gaze, his hand rubbing the back of his head.
We can't do it on our own, not without the fundraising arm of Limitless. Which one of those solutions seems better to you?
None of them! She pushed back from the table, ready to stand up and stomp out. I'm not going to get this job, so I might as well speak my mind. You can't take more money out of the endowment, and you can't cut back on the programs. How could you even suggest it? We're talking about people's lives here. Incredulous, she glanced from one blank face to the other. No one met her eyes. Her jaw clenched down so hard she had to talk between her teeth. I have to say, I'm really disappointed. I thought Limitless was the whole reason Phantom Enterprises existed. But here you sit in this luxurious building, wearing expensive clothes and talking about cutting programs. No one responded. Is this program really about to fall apart? Is that why they're so desperate they're willing to consider me for the position? Because they can't afford to pay their employees anymore? She swallowed, making up her mind in an instant. I'd be willing to take this job on a volunteer basis, but I can only afford to do that until my savings is depleted. We might be able to turn things around, but I expect the four of you to tighten your belts and pour some money back into Limitless. She closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and sat back in her chair, her chest heaving with anger. She'd thought so highly of Branson and these men who'd supposedly devoted themselves to helping others who had disabilities like their own. From Branson's blindness and Finn's cystic fibrosis to Cole's missing arm and the cancer that took Jarrett's leg, the four were well aware of the battles fought by those with special physical challenges. Something must have changed to make them lose sight of their purpose. Perhaps, if she worked the position without pay, it would shame them into re-examining their priorities. But how am I going to make my rent? Maybe I could keep my temporary job at the diner but switch to evening and weekend shifts.
Lori?
It was Cole's voice, but she opened her eyes to find huge, unrepentant grins on the faces of all four men, including Finn. What? She snapped.
You're hired,
Jarrett said, rising to his feet and walking forward with his hand outstretched. Her gut constricted as reality set in. Maybe this was as good as it got. Were there really any altruistic organizations out there? The whole reason Limitless had such a great rating was that 100% of funds raised supposedly went back to the causes it supported. All costs and salaries were reportedly covered by Phantom Enterprises. Now she knew that was all a lie. She stood and backed away a few steps, blindly bumping into chairs as she kept her eyes fastened on Jarrett's threatening hand. Honestly, I may have misspoken. I'm not even sure I want to work here anymore, and it has nothing to do with not being paid. Jarrett froze, his hand in midair, a grimace marring his swarthy features. He turned his head.
Branson, can you help me out here? Clarify things? Lori, I have to confess, I wasn't telling you the truth.
Branson's mouth twisted to the side, his lids blinking fast over his beautiful but sightless eyes.
We don't actually have a funding problem for Limitless, although we do want you in charge of the annual fundraiser events. Phantom Enterprises covers all the overhead of Limitless.
You didn't take money out of the endowment fund?
We never have, and we never will.
Finn's smug smile was accompanied by two swoon-worthy dimples, almost hidden in the scruff of his beard.
We only ask that question to weed out employees who don't share our passion and commitment to the cause."
"You mean you lied to me?" She hated the way her voice sounded, shrill and out of control. "Do you think that's funny?"
"No."
Finn's smile faltered.
"It was only a test. No harm, no foul."
"It totally harmed me. You probably took a year off my life. My faith is destroyed, and I'm not sure I can get it back. Whose bright idea was it to ask that question?"
That would be me."
Finn lifted his hand, his expression the picture of sheepishness. "Well, that explains it," she snapped. His head dipped down, his shoulders lifting to form a protective barrier, as if he thought she might run down to the end of the table and smack him. She might have done it if she wasn't afraid of being contagious. She wanted to knock some sense into him, not kill him.
"Forget Finn."
In a motion incredibly smooth for someone wearing cowboy boots, Cole was standing beside her, tucking her hand into the crook of his prosthetic arm, a bright green mechanical hand extending from his sleeve.
"Let me take you to lunch and convince you we're still the good guys. Limitless has expanded their research and development department. You can't believe what we're doing with prosthetics now. You're going to love working here."
Only his first words stuck in her mind. Forget Finn. Could she do that? She was at the door before she realized they were moving. She halted and looked over her shoulder. With a thumbs-up gesture, Jarrett nodded.
"I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
He turned his head away and coughed politely into his elbow. Laurie hoped it was only a tickle in his throat, since he was sitting so close to Finn.
"Congratulations, Laurie."
Branson gave a thumbs up, his face relaxing into a grin. Finn, however, exhibited a pained expression, with knitted brows, as his mouth made several feeble attempts to smile. For an instant, their gazes linked, and he held her captive, like a cobra hypnotizing its prey. The breath left her body and the hair stood up on the back of her neck. A tug on her arm broke the spell.
"Are you ready?"
Cole asked. "I don't think that's possible," Laurie mumbled under her breath. Chapter 2. Finn's alarm blared at 4 a.m., his usual wake-up time. But today he was sorely tempted to turn it off and go back to sleep. Hours of tossing and turning will do that to a guy. When Laurie and Cole walked out the door to get lunch together, he'd done his level best to be happy about it. After all, hadn't he decided having the two of them date would solve all his problems with her? Later that night, Cole's enthusiastic report about his lunch had Finn clenching his fists behind his back. Part of him wished he'd told Cole to stay at a hotel instead of offering one of several guest suites in his penthouse apartment. But another part of him longed to hear all about the conversation that had passed between Cole and Laurie, hoping Cole hadn't thrown him under the bus when she criticized their interview technique. What he hadn't been prepared to hear was that the two never discussed anything related to the interview or work, but instead had chatted about her childhood growing up in Miami. Cole had discovered more personal details about her in a single lunch than Finn had learned in the year since they first met. She'd even revealed some secret so intimate Cole had sworn to keep it to himself. Finn seriously considered whether Cole might break under certain interrogation techniques. Perhaps electric shock would do the trick. All this had led to his sleepless night, which left him in a foul mood as he began his morning cystic fibrosis routine, a process that took 90 minutes and included a large number of drugs, oral and inhaled. His phone vibrated with an incoming message. Only Branson would be awake at this hour. Branson.
"Want to meet up this morning?"
The two often met at the gym before work, as it also gave them a chance to discuss their ongoing business dealings. It was one of Finn's favorite perks since Branson moved to the city with his family, only spending summers at his estate near Chicago. Finn.
"Sure. 6:15?
Branson.
"Yep."
For Bran, this would be the second workout of the day, as he exercised every morning before dawn for at least an hour. He claimed the discipline of exercise made him feel he was in control of his life. For Finn, a systematic cardio workout added days to his life. It kept him healthier and better able to function with his decreased lung capacity. Plus, it made him feel like a normal person. His phone vibrated again. Branson.
Bring Cole with you. I'll make Jarrett come.
A smile slid onto Finn's face, the first one of the day. Though Cole might be able to outlift him in a weight challenge, Finn was almost invincible on an endurance run. Beating Cole would be a satisfying way to start the day. As he fastened his vibrating vest, designed to loosen the mucus caused by CF, images of Lori edged into his brain. He wondered what might have happened between the two of them if he'd been an ordinary, healthy guy.
Nothing. We can't even be in the same room without fighting.
Of course, provoking Lori was part of the plan to ward off all women. For 33 years, he'd lived a happy life, content with the idea that he would never get married or even fall in love. How did Lori push her way around that barrier and invade his thoughts? Whatever the cause, he needed to shove her out. He could do it. All he needed was a bit of self-control. An intense workout, especially in competition with his buddies, would soothe his nerves and get him on firm footing. By the time his workday started, he'd be back to normal. Lori slung the strap of her gym bag over her shoulder and stepped off the elevator. Inside the ladies' locker room, she stowed her bag with her work clothes and checked the time. She only had 40 minutes to exercise before heading to the showers. She didn't want to be late for her first day on the job. Jarrett usually worked from the Denver office, but always came to New York at this time of year to help with the stockholder report and coordinate on the Los Angeles fundraiser. Lori planned to absorb as much as possible from him now, so she wouldn't need as much help when the time came to work on the New York fundraiser with Finn. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach just thinking of him. But it wasn't an attraction. It was more of an annoyance, like a low-level electrical charge that intensified the closer he came. He simply rubbed her the wrong way every time they were together, and she was fairly certain he did it on purpose. She wasn't sure what she'd done to make him dislike her so much, but she wasn't going to let him ruin this job opportunity. Once Cole explained the reasoning behind the deceitful interview tactic, her anger had abated. She had to admit it was a clever way to discern a candidate's motivation. Now that the job was hers, she had to prove herself worthy. The whir of exercise equipment and the clang of weights reached her ears before she pushed her way through the heavy doors. The air was cool and well-circulated in the expansive gym, such that she could barely detect the smell of sweat as she marched toward the treadmills and ellipticals. In her experience with gyms, the most fit people worked out front and center to be admired by all, so she chose an empty machine as far to the right as possible. She'd forgotten her earbuds today, but about 20 television screens hung above the mirrored wall facing the exercise machines. At least she would have something to watch, even if she couldn't hear the show. She wasn't in great shape right now. To be honest, she'd never been in great shape. She'd started an exercise program at least a dozen times, but had never been able to stick to it. The longest one had lasted about a month, and that was only because a personal trainer had shamed her into showing up each day. The first week, she'd barely been able to move. Even lifting her coffee cup had been painful. But the second week, her muscles weren't as horribly sore, and she didn't dread the exercise quite as much. By the end of the fourth week, she began to see a difference when she looked in the mirror, and she thought she'd started a new lifestyle. But then her month of free personal training stopped, and with it her motivation. Like every other time, she couldn't find enough reason to work out on a regular basis, and she fell back into her old sedentary routine. She hoped this time would be different. A new job, a new purpose, a new start on life. This time she would be disciplined, crack the proverbial whip and get in shape. She yawned, wishing she'd had a few more hours of sleep. Nervous insomnia gave her a restless night, and she'd slammed her hand on the alarm clock when it blared rudely at an obnoxiously early time that morning. Fixated on following the setup instructions for her treadmill, it wasn't until after she'd started her timer and began a 35-minute run that she glanced at the mirror. With her dark curls pulled into a messy ponytail and her makeup-free face, she looked like she'd just rolled out of bed. Luckily, her creamy bronze complexion camouflaged the dark circles under her eyes. On her right, a blonde woman trotted effortlessly, not a hair out of place, no perspiration marring her perfectly applied makeup. Good grief! This girl looks like she's ready for a photo shoot. I need to teach her to relax a little. She's making me look bad. The machine to her left was occupied by a woman who sweated and jiggled with each heavy stride. That's more like it. This girl and I are going to be best friends. I'd introduced myself, but I'm already out of breath. Lori pushed the arrow to slow the machine a bit. She was already counting down the time. 3 minutes down, 32 to go. Desperate for distraction, she scanned the row of televisions, searching for something she could understand without the audio. A game show provided 60 seconds of diversion before it switched to a commercial. As her gaze wandered to the mirrored reflections of the treadmills on the far end, she felt the stab of a pair of piercing blue eyes. Jumping Jehoshaphat! It's Finn! She stumbled, hanging onto the handles for dear life until she regained her balance. When she glanced his way again, she saw exactly what she expected. Peeking out of his scruffy beard, Finn's dimples danced as he laughed at her, humor twinkling in his deadly eyes. He should be required to have a license, walking around with eyes like those. She jutted her chin forward and sent back a challenging glare. But her jaw went slack when her gaze dropped to his shirtless torso, sweat glistening over rippling muscles, not an ounce of fat. Why is it so much easier for men to keep the weight off? It's not fair. Then she noticed what most observers would think was a wide blue sweatband on Finn's arm. Lori recognized it for what it was, a PICC line cover. The stretchy fabric band hid a peripherally inserted central catheter, inserted into a vein for direct delivery of antibiotics. The cover served as a solemn reminder of his cystic fibrosis, which had somehow slipped her mind. She felt about an inch tall for begrudging him his lack of fat. He must have worked incredibly hard to gain that muscle mass, since CF prevents a person from absorbing a lot of the nutrients from food. It wasn't until Finn turned his head to his left and spoke to someone that she noticed he wasn't alone. Cole, Jarrett, and Branson were running on adjacent treadmills, the sweat dripping from them an indication they had been exercising for a while. How had she missed them when she walked in? She must have still been half asleep. A quick glance around the gym told her she wasn't the only woman currently enjoying the view of the well-muscled men. Their obvious levels of fitness spoke to their grit and determination, despite the handicaps each faced. On the far end, Branson ran with the fingers of one hand resting on the treadmill, presumably to keep him oriented without the benefit of sight. He didn't even appear winded as he laughed and chatted with Jarrett, who ran beside him. Wearing an artificial leg that looked like a weird piece of bent metal, Jarrett's running stride was smooth, without the slight limp he customarily displayed when walking. Jarrett's face, however, showed strain from what must have been an extended run. Similarly, Cole's red face and ragged breathing testified to his fatigue, though it didn't stop him from sending a weak, fleeting smile to Lori. Though all four were fit and attractive, Lori preferred Finn's lean physique, muscular without looking like he spent hours lifting weights. She had no doubt he could pick her up with those powerful arms. He probably wouldn't even strain himself, despite the fact she wasn't exactly scrawny. He would simply hold her against the hard planes of his chest, then flash a devastating smile and make some teasing remark in that charming English accent of his. Not that she was wishing he would sweep her off her feet. She was simply using her weight as a measure of his strength. Yet imagining herself in his arms wasn't unpleasant. What am I doing? Looking him over like a piece of meat? I'd be furious if he was doing that to me. A rush of heat had her pressing the fan button on her treadmill. But what woman wouldn't feel hot when she was racing 20 miles an hour on a treadmill? Okay, I admit I'm only jogging 5 miles an hour, but it feels like 20. She forced her eyes away from Finn's delicious form, trying to read the treadmill stats, blurred from the sweat that dripped into her eyes. When she dared another glance at Finn, his gaze was focused on one of the televisions. Thank goodness. Gasping for oxygen in air that felt as thin as a mountaintop, she gripped the arms of the treadmill to keep her feet from stumbling. She had to be professional about encountering Finn, not fall apart just because he was in the gym. She would simply ignore him for the rest of her run and hope he didn't cross her path during the workday. But if he did, she wouldn't let herself remember how he looked without a shirt on. He would probably make the task easy by saying something to make her blood boil. She didn't know if his antagonizing tendencies were limited to her or extended to all women. But either way, his sharp tongue ensured she could never be attracted to him beyond his physical appeal, though she had to admire him for his determination. As her lungs burned with effort, Lori turned her attention to the numbers indicating her heart rate. She'd read about working out in the green and yellow zones, with 5-minute bursts into orange. But she'd popped straight into the red zone. She stabbed at the down button, slowing to a fast walk. Why did she let herself get so out of shape? She was still fairly young, only 28. It had only been 4 years or so since she'd dropped her gym membership, right after she changed her name. Being a nanny to Ellie and taking online classes for her MBA didn't allow spare time for working out. But she felt guilty for being so lazy when she'd been blessed with good health. If Finn Anderson could be in amazing physical condition while handicapped with cystic fibrosis, Lori had no excuse. She swore to exercise every day until she beat her flabby heart into shape.
I'm guessing it's been a while since you worked out.
Startled, Lori looked up into Cole's laughing eyes. He leaned his elbow on the front of her treadmill, swiping a towel across his forehead. We all have to start somewhere, she chuckled, between panting breaths. Even walking kept her winded. At least I'm trying. He held up his palms. To be accurate, one was a mechanical palm.
I'm in no place to criticize. Finn brought me here to humiliate me with his ridiculous endurance. I had to stop before I passed out.
He waved at Finn, still loping along at a breakneck pace.
He's the one who sent me over here.
He told you to come make fun of me?
I believe he used the words, give her a little encouragement.
Cole winked and added,
But we both know what Finn's version of encouragement entails.
Growling, she furrowed her brows and sent Finn a glower that should have made him cower with fear. Instead, his lips stretched in a smile that showed his sparkling white teeth. As he watched with surreptitious glances while Lori kept a fast walking pace on the treadmill, despite her obvious fatigue, Finn couldn't help admiring her resolve. If there was one thing he could relate to, it was pushing through the pain to improve your cardiovascular fitness. He even considered giving her some pointers, though he suspected she wouldn't want his advice. Spending more time with her would be disastrous. In fact, if he cared the least bit for Lori, he needed to stop thinking about her altogether. And what better opportunity than now to push her into Cole's arms, where she'd truly be out of reach. When he suggested Cole cut his runoff early in order to give Lori some encouragement, Cole hadn't needed any prodding. He'd slapped the off button and jolted to a stop, his gaping mouth sucking in air as he bent over with his hands on his knees.
I'm on it.
His winded speech came in short bursts.
But this doesn't mean you won the contest. I'm doing you a favor. I already know you could outlift me in a heartbeat, Finn had responded. You can say you won, whatever. Just go talk to her.
But now, as Finn watched their easy exchange, a lump formed in his throat. Cole's grin, her unaffected laugh. In contrast, the look she sent Finn's direction could have sliced him open. Knowing it was more of a challenge than anger, he almost stuck out his tongue, but thought better of it. Cole must have said he thought she needed encouragement, and she probably took that as an insult. Hoping to put her at ease, Finn mustered up a benign smile. Her brows knitted deeper, but perhaps she was simply in pain from exercising. Cole said something else, coaxing a reluctant grin from her lips. Then he stretched his arms over his head, one of his signature moves designed to show off his muscles. Yet her eyes didn't bug out the way most women did in response to Cole's deliberate display. Finn hoped she wasn't immune to Cole's charms. If the two were to hit it off, Cole would treat her like a treasure, despite the fact he currently changed women as often as he changed his socks. Cole wasn't a bad guy. It wasn't his fault he'd been betrayed by the one woman who mattered most. It was high time Cole learned to trust a woman, and he couldn't do better than Lori. Her eyes continued to shoot daggers at Finn. No doubt she assumed he would tease her after her workout, and had this happened yesterday, that's exactly what he would have done. But not now. From this moment on, he would make every effort to avoid her and let nature take its course with Cole.
But if Cole doesn't cooperate, I'm willing to give Mother Nature a little help.
Chapter 3. After the workout, Finn settled at his desk, ready to face a daunting number of unanswered emails. After reading the same line 3 times with zero comprehension, he gave up and closed his laptop. His mind drifted to his conversation with Cole a few months ago. Though Finn had pushed them together, he found himself worrying whether Cole and Lori would be a good match after all. Cole had never had a long-term relationship. He'd once joked in his Texas drawl, "Some cowboys have too much tumbleweed in their blood to settle down." Finn had criticized him. "Cole, you're not even a real cowboy. You live in a mansion in Houston." "Shh." Cole had put a finger to his lips that curved upwards. "Don't tell anybody. The women don't know I've never ridden a horse." Finn had the idea that Lori would help Cole settle down. But what if he broke her heart instead? Was Cole the type who'd lead a woman on and then dump her if things turned serious? Finn didn't want to be responsible for Lori getting hurt. His office door opened, startling him out of his musing. He relaxed when Jarrett's face appeared. That is, until he saw his friend's grave expression. "Jarrett?" Finn was on his feet, moving toward him. "What is it? Did something happen to Lori?" "Don't come close." Jarrett waved him off, pacing in front of the row of windows that looked out over the city. "I have a cough. Sort of." "Are you sick?" Finn leaned against his desk, a respectful distance away, worried the cough meant he had a respiratory infection. Shaking his head, Jarrett grimaced. "I don't think so. I've had a little cough for about a week with no other symptoms. But today, on the treadmill, my chest started hurting and it hasn't stopped. And the coughing has picked up." "Which means?" Finn's heart stopped beating. He had to ask, though he was afraid of the answer. "It doesn't necessarily mean anything." Jarrett pushed his hand through his short, dark hair. "But if the cancer ever came back, the lungs are the most common place." "So maybe it's nothing." "Right, maybe it's nothing. But I need to get it checked." His face twisted, and Finn read the worry in his eyes. The osteosarcoma that took his leg as a 12-year-old wasn't to be trifled with. He could have lost his life. "You have to go." Finn tried to sound buoyant. "It's probably nothing, but you can't take any chances." Jarrett's throat convulsed as he swallowed. "I don't dare waste any time.
I have to get to my oncologist right away.
Finn nodded as the lump in his throat fell into his gut.
Of course, go. We'll take care of things here. Have you told Branson and Cole? Yes, they both know. The problem is the LA fundraiser. I'd ask Cole to do it, but he's going to have his hands full with the fiscal year report, at least for the next 2 weeks. Will you take it over?
And be stuck working with Laurie? The blood drained from his face.
Why not Branson? Bran doesn't know my donors in LA. I don't know all of them either, but you know most of them.
As Jarrett flattened his hand across his chest, his jaw muscles flexed.
I've already done most of the groundwork. I don't think you'll have any trouble.
As his friend's eyes squeezed shut, a band tightened around Finn's chest. He couldn't worry about himself when Jarrett's life was at risk.
Of course, I'll do it. Just go and don't worry about anything.
Jarrett stood and took a few steps toward the door, his limp somehow more apparent, as if he'd lost confidence. He stopped, spearing Finn with the intensity of his gaze.
Listen, I really appreciate this. I know it means you'll have to spend time with Laurie, but I could be back in a few days. I bet you will be. If not, Cole can take over when the fiscal report is done.
Finn walked toward Jarrett, who backed away with his hands up.
You'd better keep your distance. If this is some kind of respiratory infection, it could kill you.
The tremble in Jarrett's voice testified to his genuine fear. Ignoring his protest, Finn moved to embrace his friend, hoping this scare would be a false alarm like the one from 3 years prior. With an encouraging clap on the back, he said,
Some things are worth the risk.
Laurie tried not to panic when Jarrett gave her the news. He was so sweet about it, she couldn't even be angry. He'd said something vague about a medical issue and needing to run a few tests. But even with his swarthy Latino complexion, he looked pale, and Laurie could tell it was a serious matter. "Don't worry about me. I'm sure I can figure things out," she told him. But inside she was screaming, "Please don't leave me. I'm going to screw everything up."
Dara was fantastic, and she left meticulous notes on everything she did.
Jarrett clicked on a folder labeled LA Fundraiser on Laurie's computer screen.
If you read through this file about last year's event, you can practically train yourself. See? Here's all the vendor contacts. You can find the reservations she made, but of course they'll have to be confirmed. And someone always cancels at the last minute. But Dara has a backup vendor list, too. Everything's summarized on this Excel spreadsheet.
Next, you'll tell me she walked on water. Laurie wondered about her job stability if they'd fired this perfect employee.
No, but she did heal a few lepers,
he answered with what she was beginning to recognize as a dry sense of humor. What happened to her?
She left to have a baby.
His hand moved to rest on his chest, and his lips pressed together in a tight white line. Her instinct was to ask if he was okay, to see if she could do anything to help. But he'd been so cryptic about his medical problems she could tell he valued his privacy. He coughed, using his elbow as a barrier.
Dara has juvenile diabetes. Was actually a student at one of the Limitless camps when she was a teenager. She had a difficult pregnancy and got put on bed rest 2 weeks ago. That's why we had to hire someone at the last minute and don't have anyone to train you.
Jarrett took a long drink from his water bottle. What happens when she comes back? Laurie probed.
Don't worry, you won't lose your job. Dara wants a position where she isn't flying around the country all the time.
Flying all the time? Laurie's heart began to pound in her chest. They're not getting me onto one of those air death machines.
We have events all over the country.
His eyebrows lifted.
Didn't you see it in the job description?
She gulped air. How had she missed that? I intend to implement some cost-saving measures. I may be traveling by train and rental car.
Saving money is good. More goes to the kids.
Jarrett shrugged.
LA may be too far away for ground travel, but I'll let you figure that out with Finn.
Finn? Her mouth went Sahara dry.
He'll be handling my part of the LA fundraiser, at least until Cole and Branson finish the shareholders' report for Phantom.
His dark eyes pinned her in place, eyebrows furrowing.
Is that going to be a problem? You're not getting sick, are you? I know you were worried you'd been exposed to something.
No, I'm fine. She croaked the words Jarrett needed to hear. Whatever he was dealing with was more important than her hang-ups with Finn.
Good,
Jarrett said, as he snatched his vibrating phone from his pocket. He frowned at the screen.
Excuse me, I need to take this.
With long strides, he exited the room, his cell phone to his ear.
This is Jarrett Alvarez. Yes, I'm flying back tonight. CT scan. Right.
Lori watched his retreating figure as acid swirled in her stomach. After seeing Finn during her workout that morning, any interaction would be doubly awkward. I can handle it. I just need to go home tonight and psych myself up. Her computer dinged as a message flashed onto her screen. Finn Anderson.
As we will need to interact during Jarrett's absence, we should meet to work out a few details. Are you available during lunch?
She rubbed her temples in a fruitless effort to stop her head from pounding. This day needs a reboot button. Lori could hear a baby crying in the background when Stephanie answered the phone. Hey, I can't talk long, Steph said. How's your first day going? I'd rate it somewhere between stubbing the same toe twice and a bad stomach virus. It can't be that bad. What happened? The baby's cry turned into a soft coo with a few gurgles. For some reason, Lori had never told Steph about her problems with Finn, so she decided to leave his part out of the rundown. For starters, I went to the gym this morning and discovered my heart is about as healthy as a Twinkie. Steph chuckled. I'm in the same boat, but at least you went to the gym. You're doing better than I am. Then, just as I was trying to get oriented, Jarrett comes in and announces he's leaving New York to take care of some medical issues. Oh no, he didn't say what was wrong? No, and I didn't ask him, but that's not the worst. There's more? They expect me to fly in an airplane. That's better than flapping your arms, Steph said sarcastically. You know I'm afraid to fly. Somehow I missed it on the job description. It's too late to tell them I have a phobia about flying. I should have told them that before they hired me. I bet you'll get used to it after a few trips. It'll be even better when you're on a private jet. You can get up and move around. You don't understand. I'm not just a little nervous. I can't fly. I tried. I even bought a ticket and checked my luggage in once. But when the time came to board the plane, I hid in the bathroom, hyperventilating until it was long gone. Hang on a second. Let me put you on speaker so I can change a diaper. After a few seconds, Steph's voice returned. Listen, we'll figure something out. Maybe therapy or hypnosis. Or you could take a sedative. I don't think so. I'm lightheaded just thinking about it. Then you'll have to travel some other way. Suddenly, Steph yelped, and a baby's giggles filtered through the phone. What happened? Lori asked. I didn't get the new diaper on fast enough. Ford just peed everywhere, and he thinks it's really funny. Sorry, gotta go. Call me later. Lori disconnected, thinking she'd rather clean up gallons of baby urine than fly on a plane. Her phone dinged to remind her about her lunch meeting. She pushed away from her desk and forced her body into a standing position. With her head swirling and heart thumping, she walked toward the door, moving like a zombie in a B-rated movie. I think I'd rather die on an airplane than face Finn Anderson.
I really don't have time for lunch today.
Cole's eyes remained glued to the computer screen as his fingers flew across the keys.
I was planning to order food and keep working. With Jarrett gone, I've got even more to do. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how research and development blew through $2 million without completing a single project. I swear heads are gonna roll on this one. But Laurie's going to be there.
Finn had been counting on Cole's presence at the meeting to diffuse their toxic interaction.
That's great,
Cole mumbled, scribbling with a pencil on a yellow legal pad.
Lunch would probably go a lot smoother if you were there. You guys need to get over yourselves so you can work together,
Cole said absently, pausing to frown at something he'd scribbled.
I think it's already too late. I've already made her hate me. You made your proverbial bed, now you can lie in it.
Cole's gaze traced back and forth on his computer screen, his eyebrows twisting in a knot.
Put on your big boy pants and fix the mess you made. You don't need my help.
Realizing Cole was truly turning him down, Finn went into panic mode. He never would have proposed a lunch meeting if he'd known he'd be on his own with her.
I thought you'd enjoy having lunch with Laurie. Don't you like her? Yeah, she's awesome.
Cole tapped the pencil against the desk.
But we already had dinner together. I don't do repeats. You mean you never take a girl out more than once? That's right,
he mumbled as he dropped the pencil and started typing on the keyboard.
How will you ever have a serious relationship if you don't have more than one date with a girl? Asks the man who doesn't date at all.
Cole finally looked up from his work, only to roll his eyes in exaggerated fashion, before returning to the Excel spreadsheet on his computer screen. An image of Cole invaded Finn's head, that of a lonely old man with no family to care for him.
Listen, Cole, you need to open yourself up. You can't cut off every woman on earth just because your mother... Don't even go there.
The glare that met Finn's eyes made him swallow the rest of his sentence. But he wasn't ready to give up. He resolved to find a way to broach the subject again when Cole was in a better frame of mind. Finn cleared his throat.
Ahem. I guess this means you aren't going to lunch with me. Yep.
Like a true Texan, Cole stretched the word into several syllables. And with that one word, he effectively slammed the lid on Finn's coffin. The spicy aroma of oregano and garlic assaulted Laurie's nose. Though she'd been starving before, she'd totally lost her appetite in the presence of Finn Anderson. Now, the pungent smell of Italian food was nauseating. She'd been ready to argue and fight and stand up for women all over the globe. But Finn had done something that caught her completely off guard. He'd been nice. This was a completely different Finn Anderson, polite, respectful, encouraging, and she had no idea how to deal with him. Groping for the anger she needed to clear her head, she glanced up at him. Big mistake. Those piercing blue eyes, that strong jaw, covered with stubble that begged to be touched, his stern but full lips. What would it feel like to kiss those lips? She reprimanded herself. Why would she even dream about kissing a man like Finn? He was a Neanderthal, for starters, and he demonstrated repeatedly how much he disliked her. She knew from experience what it was like when a relationship was based solely on physical attraction. It was something she had no desire to repeat. "Yes, Mr. Anderson," she responded to something he said, pushing her uneaten lettuce around on her salad plate. As she studied a piece of cucumber, she wished she'd recorded the entire meeting to play back at a later time when she wasn't so distracted.
You can call me Finn.
I prefer Mr. Anderson, she said tersely. He jammed a large piece of meat into his mouth and chewed, his eyes narrowing.
Ms. Fields, I believe I've been nothing but courteous today, yet you remain sullen.
A bit of her frustration leaked out. I'm not sullen, Mr. Anderson. I'm confused. You haven't hurled a single insult toward the female race since we got here. I'm waiting for the real you to jump out from under a nearby table and yell, "Boo!"
He nodded his head, patting his lips with his napkin, his expression grim. But that's where you're wrong. You see, the real me would never get down on this nasty floor. I would hide somewhere much cleaner.
So I should be keeping my eye on that potted fern? Laurie jerked her chin to her left as she tried to keep the corners of her lips from curling upwards.
He squinted at the huge plant. For sure. I expect any second Finn's face will appear between the fronds.
She coughed to stifle a chuckle. Since right now I have you instead of Finn, perhaps I could list a few pointers about not being a chauvinistic pig. You could share with him later.
Plenty of women have tried to tell me how I ought to behave, but none have succeeded.
Are you saying you only listen to advice from men? Rising to the occasion, Laurie's once skittish nerves now hummed from the challenge. She forked a cucumber and chewed with vigor.
Branson would tell you I simply don't listen to advice from anyone.
Sounds about right. Now ravenous, she broke off a piece of bread and dipped it in ground garlic and olive oil, savoring the flavor. That almost sounds like the old Finn Anderson.
Sorry about that,
he said, without an ounce of remorse. Laurie speared a cherry tomato and pointed it at him. At least with the real you, I know what to expect. I think it's easier than having you switch back and forth.
I hardly feel sorry for you, Ms. Fields. You give as well as you take.
Her pride swelled. Though he might despise her in other ways, at least he respected her ability to fight back. I can usually hold my own. A single eyebrow arched, throwing down the gauntlet.
A decent effort. Pretty good for a woman.
How Neanderthal of you. Welcome back, Mr. Anderson.
Would you feel more comfortable if I said I had hoped we would hire a man for your position?
He grinned, his eyes twinkling like deep, sparkling water. As a matter of fact, yes. Her lip twitched, but she forced it back to a straight line.
What if I said the main reason we hired you was to fulfill our quota for minority and female employees?
I'd believe that of you, but not the other three. His nostrils flared, and his grin vanished. For a brief instant, she thought she saw a hurt expression on his face, but then it was gone. He put down his fork and pushed his plate forward, folding his hands on the table.
Ms. Fields, I don't like this situation any more than you. We have a job to do, and I'm trying to make you happy. That seems to be a difficult task.
Mr. Anderson, you're wrong about me. It doesn't take anything special to make me happy. All I need is to be treated the same as any of your male employees. His mouth stretched into a lazy smile, his smoldering eyes half-lidded.
I'd enjoy that very much. We could continue this conversation in the men's steam room after lunch, without the encumbrance of...
As his voice trailed off, his gaze left her eyes and dropped down, perusing her form like he could see through the table between them. She felt heat rising in her cheeks as she resisted the urge to cross her arms over her chest. She swallowed hard, trying not to picture him sitting in a steam room with only a white towel tucked around his hips. His seductive eyes perused their way back to lock with hers. His next word was barely above a whisper.
Hunger.
Hunger? Her question came out as a squeak.
Yes, hunger.
His gaze dropped, and he pulled his plate back to cut another piece of steak, continuing in a casual voice.
Without the encumbrance of hunger. I think better with a full stomach.
The spell broken, Laurie discovered her hands were clenched around the wadded-up napkin in her lap. She glared at him. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
His eyes widened as he took another bite of steak. You're trying to make me quit. His face blanched.
No, don't quit,
he said around a full mouth, waving his hand as he chewed and swallowed. He prattled on in a panic.
Please, don't quit. I don't know why I say these things. I don't work with women, at least not attractive ones.
Did he just call me attractive? He slammed his palm into his forehead.
I did it again, didn't I? What's wrong with me? I guess I really am a Neanderthal. I told them we couldn't work together. Of course you want to quit. I don't know what we're going to do. Cole and Branson are both busy. I tried to get Cole to come today, but he's got some stupid one-date rule.
His words turned into mumbling, with something about dropping the LA fundraiser.
Finn. I know.
With his eyelids closed, his fingers massaged his temples in concentric circles.
I'll tell Branson we tried, but you can't work with me. He'll have to understand. If Jarrett doesn't come back... Finn!
He stopped talking and stared at her, blinking like someone had taken a flash picture.
What?
We can make it work. His head was already shaking back and forth.
I don't think so. That earlier conversation, that was me trying really hard not to be offensive, and you saw how long it lasted.
Yeah, but it'll be okay.
How can you believe that after all the things I said?
What answer could she give him? She didn't even understand it herself. She just had the feeling she ought to give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll figure it out. Either we learn to get along, or we cancel the LA fundraiser. Neither of us wants that to happen.
It's not going to work.
Laurie watched the muscles working along his jaw, his brow furrowing deeper. His eyes held an emotion she recognized. Fear. She took a drink of water and sat back, crossing her arms. I'll agree to treat you with respect because you're my boss, but I'm not going to back down. Anytime you make an inappropriate remark, I'll blast you off your feet.
I'm always inappropriate. I'm probably the most inappropriate man you know.
She considered his claim. Only her father had been more offensive than Finn Anderson. But unlike her father, Finn didn't seem intent on bullying everyone around him just because he had money and fame. Finn's remarks seemed to have the singular purpose of driving people away, rather than controlling them. Then we'll butt heads, she said. A lot. We'll have headaches.
I'm not going to change.
Huh, me neither.
A temporary truce?
More like a lull in the battle. Twin dimples flashed for an instant. It felt like a victory. His response was so soft she couldn't understand most of his words, but she picked up two.
Bad idea.
Chapter 4.
I was kind of hoping I might be able to get rid of this pick line.
Finn gave Dr. Reed his most devastating smile. She showed no sign she'd heard him as she continued to listen to his lungs through her stethoscope. Deep breath, please. Again. Again.
Did I mention how much I like your new hairstyle?
That won't work with me, Finn.
What?
He asked in an innocent tone. Other women may fall at your feet, but you'll find I'm not swayed by your flirtations.
I know. That's why you're my doctor. But I really am doing well. Maybe it's time to scale back the meds a bit.
Her expression serious, she took the stethoscope out of her ears to hang it around her neck. Finn, I agree you're doing well. Your weight is stable, your lungs sound better than I hoped after that last bad infection. That's why I'm recommending we keep everything the same for now. I'll run some tests in 3 months at your next appointment. We can move the line if it gets irritated.
3 months?
His stomach fell. I know it's hard, Finn, but I don't want to rock the boat when we have a routine that's working. She put a comforting hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry.
It's okay,
he said glumly. Finn hadn't told anyone at work about his doctor's visit. As was his custom, he made an excuse for being away from the office. He hated mentioning his disease because of the inevitable pitying expressions and futile questions that followed. How was he supposed to respond when someone asked him how he was feeling? The truth was, no one really expected or wanted him to answer that question honestly. If he talked about it, he'd soon be feeling sorry for himself. You need to remind yourself how lucky you are to be alive and as healthy as you are, she mumbled, flipping through the screens on the computer and peering at a bunch of numbers, presumably his lab reports.
"That's what my mother always says," he responded.
"Maybe it's time you gave her a call and got a pep talk," said Dr. Reed, with a wry grin. "I can't imagine you could be depressed after talking to that woman. She's something else."
"You remember meeting my mother?"
"Who could possibly forget her?" Dr. Reed typed on the keyboard, even as she spoke. "I met her a few years ago when you were in the hospital. She's like a living, breathing whirlpool. Everything and everybody in hearing distance is drawn to her, and no one gets away without a bone-crushing hug."
"Wow,"
he chuckled.
"You described her to a T. My father was there too, but he stays in the background. He's the total opposite. Quiet and introverted. But he has a big heart."
"It's funny. Your accent is stronger when you're talking about her."
"That's how powerful her personality is."
"Where do they live?"
"My folks are in central Michigan. I usually fly up to see them fairly often, but I've been avoiding Mum lately. You see, I'm the only kid who isn't married, so she's been pressuring me to get a girlfriend. I tried to reason with her, but she won't listen. I wish you'd explain it to her."
"Explain what?" Dr. Reed looked up from the computer.
"Explain why I can't get married and have kids."
She typed something into the computer and closed it. "Why can't you?"
"You know why,"
he said, with a little more force than needed.
"I only have a few years to live, and it'll be bad at the end."
With a heavy sigh, she shook her head. "You don't know how long you'll live. For someone with CF, you're in excellent health right now."
"Right now I am, but that could change any moment. All it takes is one bad lung infection."
"Finn, if you loved someone and she loved you back, she wouldn't let that stop her. She'd want to be with you for however much time you have and make the most of it." Finn knew better. He'd only had one serious girlfriend, and that experience taught him all he needed to know. Frustrated that even the doctor was arguing with him, he pushed his point.
"If I really loved a woman, I'd want what's best for her. If she married me, she'd be stuck with a man who, sooner or later, is going to get really sick and die. Not to mention putting up with the inconvenience of hours of CF treatments every day. The coughing alone would be enough to drive most people crazy. How could that ever be what's best for someone I love?"
"If she loves you, none of that stuff will bother her. You just need to find the right woman."
"Where am I going to find this supernatural woman who wants to sign up for this life?"
He swept his arm around the room.
"And doesn't care that she'll never have children of her own?"
"Infertility isn't a big deal these days. You could adopt or use artificial insemination. Anyway, you can't decide whether it's worth it for a woman to be with you or not. That's her decision. Just give nature a chance to work." She waved her hands in the air, as if wiping away his objections. "I really don't understand you, Finn. None of my other CF patients are so fatalistic and self-denying."
"I can only tell you what's right for me."
He jutted his chin forward and crossed his arms, daring her to disagree. From her stiff-lipped expression, he suspected she had a lot more to say but was holding back. He was glad. He was in no mood to be lectured today. "We're finished for today," she said. "You can get down." He wondered why Dr. Reed couldn't see the truth of his situation when it was so obvious. She seemed to romanticize the reality of CF, just like his mother and sisters. Only his father took his side, saying he didn't have to get married if he didn't want to. But he'd only tell him so privately.
"Now, keep this between us. I don't want to upset your mother." "You're as bad as my mother,"
Finn said to the doctor, while climbing off the exam table and buttoning his shirt.
"I don't see why I need anyone. I'm perfectly happy living alone."
"Maybe you should listen to her."
Why didn't I keep my mouth shut and let this argument die? I'm 33, kind of late to start listening to Mum.
What would it hurt to try going out on a few dates? Think of it this way. At least it would get your mother off your back.
I found a better way to get her off my back. I told her I'm dating someone."
"You lied to her?" She leaned against the wall, folding her arms over her chest. "That's such a bad idea."
"I've thought it through," he said smugly. "All I have to do is break up with my imaginary girlfriend sometime before Christmas when the family gets together."
"What happens if your mom comes here?"
"No danger. I've got a sister in Jersey who just had a baby. If Mum comes this far, she won't give up time with her grandbaby to visit me in the city. She'll order me to come see her in Jersey," he explained, proud of having worked out every possible complication. "And sadly, my girlfriend won't be able to get away." Dr. Reed tisked her disapproval. "Another option would be to have a real relationship so you wouldn't have to lie. With your money and looks, don't tell me there aren't women falling all over you. Isn't there anyone you wouldn't mind dating?" "No," he answered her question with a tone of finality. "There's no one." Despite his declaration, an image of Laurie pushed into his head, complete with that adorable pout she wore when she was disgruntled. He loved the way she fanned herself when he made her angry. She was so open and guileless, every emotion written on her face for all to see. And unlike most women, she spoke her mind rather than being deferential. Yesterday afternoon, he'd stayed at her office for several hours to get her oriented on the fundraiser. He felt bad that Jarrett had been forced to abandon her on the first day of work, but she showed her true grit. She never once complained about the turn of events, only asking 1,000 questions and taking meticulous notes, as if she wanted to be certain she never had to ask him for anything again. The way she argued with him, she almost felt like one of his sisters, except he'd had a few very unbrotherly thoughts about her. Like how good it would feel to hold her in his arms and kiss those plump lips. He'd quickly squelched those musings, but now he began to wonder again. Could Dr. Reed be right? Was it possible things could be different with Laurie? No, a relationship would only lead to disaster. Even if Laurie had the ability to commit to a man like him, despite the dark realities of cystic fibrosis, he'd be setting her up to be a young, heartbroken widow. "See what's happening? After only a few hours with Laurie, I'm wishing for the impossible." This settled it. Finn had to find a way to escape this trap, to crush these feelings before they had time to take root. He had to pass off this work assignment. It was the only way out. Yesterday, he'd let her talk him into staying on the project, despite his misgivings. What woman had ever been able to influence him in such a skillful manner? That alone should have set off the warning bells. Surely Branson could handle the LA fundraiser, especially if Finn was willing to make a few phone calls on the side. He simply needed to convince Laurie it was the best option, and she would talk Bran into it. And Finn knew exactly how to convince her. Laurie's commitment to a daily workout lasted exactly 1 day. The probability of seeing Finn in the gym provided the perfect excuse to sleep in an extra hour. And she needed it after her restless night, replaying the previous day's conversations with Finn. He was so exasperating and stubborn. Yet, occasionally, he would say something that sounded suspiciously tender and thoughtful, as if he actually cared about anyone besides himself. And who could sleep with visions of Finn Anderson in their head? Certainly not her. Why doesn't my brain have an off button? Working with Finn after lunch yesterday had been like riding a roller coaster. 1 minute he was spewing some insulting comment that made her want to stomp on his foot. Then he would make a funny quip that had her laughing in spite of her anger. Either way, it was hard to concentrate on work, and she was glad when he left her alone. Kind of. If she was honest with herself, the room had felt cold and empty without him there, as it did this morning. He'd informed her he'd be out of the office until noon, providing a phony-sounding explanation, something about a friend with medical issues. No doubt he made up the story to avoid being with her any more than absolutely necessary. Already she had tons of questions and no one to ask but Finn.
She'd tried to get answers from other employees in the Limitless division, but the ones who'd previously worked with Dara had only participated in the actual event, rather than help with the planning. Determined to see how much she could get done on her own, she began to plow through the donor list. An entire morning of work left her totally frustrated, as she wasn't able to speak to a single donor. She had a feeling she needed to send donuts to their efficient personal assistants, a sure way to curry favor with these powerful gatekeepers. She was actually looking up donut shops in Los Angeles when her door burst open and Finn's head appeared.
Hey, got a minute?
She put a hand over her heart, trying to slow it down. Gracious! Didn't your mother teach you any manners? You could at least knock.
Sorry.
He tromped into the room, seeming more impatient than sorry.
How much have you gotten done?
A little coffee sloshed out as he slapped his mug down on her desk. Ack! You spilled on my desk! What are you doing? Pick that up! She grabbed a tissue from the box on her desk and wiped the liquid, sending him a condemning glare, which he ignored.
What's this?
Bending across the desk, he pointed to the computer screen. It's a spreadsheet of everyone who donated last year. I've been trying to go through and contact them, but I haven't made much headway. His head shook slowly from side to side. What does mean?
It means I thought you'd be farther along than this.
Farther along? I just started this morning. She clenched and unclenched her fists, trying to stay calm in the face of his unfair criticism.
Technically, it was yesterday afternoon.
I wasted most of yesterday afternoon talking to you, she fumed. You were gone all morning. It's time for you to step in and make a few phone calls. These people won't talk to me.
No can do. I don't have the time.
He straightened, dusting his hands together.
Cole discovered a pressing issue in research and development, and his deadline is in 2 weeks. He needs my help, but I'm sure Branson would be willing to work with you if you asked him.
Was he really deserting her? I don't know what you're trying to pull, Finn Anderson, but you can't just bow out. She was proud that she kept her tone even, though the blood pounded in her ears. If you do, you're setting me up to fail. Not only will I lose my job, but the LA fundraiser won't happen and Limitless will lose all those donations.
Don't be so dramatic.
Finn rolled his eyes, and Laurie was tempted to gouge them out of his head.
Just call Bran and tell him we can't work together. He'll jump in and take my place.
So furious she could barely see straight, she ground her teeth together. You know what? You're going to get your wish. I'm going to call Bran, because I know he would never let me down like this. Yesterday, I thought I saw a different side of you, one with decency and integrity, but I should have known better. She felt a bit of satisfaction when he flinched, thinking she'd struck a guilty chord. But then his features morphed into an indifferent expression.
I didn't try to make you believe better of me. That was all you're doing. Your wishful thinking.
Yeah, I guess I was wrong. She groped in her desk drawer until she located her cell phone, snatching it out so fast she bumped her knuckles, though she refused to wince. I just have one question. I can't understand how you can be nice one minute and despicable the next. I figure you're either really a Class A jerk, or else you despise me so much you want me to fail, even if it means ruining the LA fundraiser. Which one is it? He averted his gaze, muscles convulsing in his throat, as he answered in a strained voice.
Call me whatever you like. This is who I am, and I don't need your judgment.
What happened to the Finn Anderson I saw yesterday? The one who was at least trying not to be offensive? She stared at those crystal eyes that wouldn't quite meet hers, still finding his self-assessment hard to accept, even after everything he'd done. She waited for him to crack, to admit he was playing some bizarre game. She didn't even break her gaze when the office door creaked open behind her, and a cheery female voice called out in an English accent, "Finn, there you are, love!" His head snapped toward the voice, his blue eyes opening wide. filled with something akin to terror.
Mum!
Chapter 5. Laurie turned to face the woman who'd inspired such fear on Finn's face. A mane of red hair, though not a color found in nature, surrounded plump, rosy cheeks. With a build similar to Laurie's father, a professional football player, she would have been daunting if it weren't for the rapturous smile on her face. Her intense blue eyes were an exact match to Finn's, and they were focused on Laurie. "Oh!" Finn's mother exclaimed, in an accent much stronger than Finn's, motioning toward Laurie. "Is this her?" Laurie shook her head, knowing she couldn't possibly be the her Finn would have mentioned to his mother.
Mum, this isn't a good time,"
Finn began.
"Why ever not? Did I interrupt something?"
She strode across the room toward Laurie's desk, her imposing form balancing on tottering heels that made her taller than her son. Her hand jutted forward, and Laurie reluctantly offered her own, fearing the grip might break her fingers. Luckily, the woman showed mercy and only squeezed tight enough to cause minor discomfort.
"Susan Anderson, at your service. And you are?" "Very busy."
Finn clamped an arm around his mother's shoulder and wrenched her around until she faced the opposite direction. He walked with her, pushing her toward the door as she twisted to gape over her shoulder.
"Laurie's working right now."
"Laurie? Is that her name? Aren't you going to introduce us?"
In a stage whisper, she added,
"Is this your girlfriend?"
"Come on, Mum."
He shoved her toward the door.
"We're in the middle of an important project."
"But why can't I meet her?"
Susan protested, as he forced her out the door and shut it behind them. Laurie stared at the door, listening to the rise and fall of the muffled voices outside. She wondered why Finn hadn't simply corrected his mother as to his girlfriend's identity. Laurie deduced the mystery woman must work somewhere at Phantom Enterprises or Limitless for Susan to assume it might be Laurie. Maybe Finn didn't want to say the girl's name in front of her, though it wouldn't have mattered. She hardly knew any of the other employees. The door opened again and Finn slid through, shutting it behind him quickly to lean against it, white-faced, like he'd escaped from a deranged assailant. In 3 strides, he was at Laurie's desk, kneeling beside her chair, his hands together in supplication.
"You have to help me, please."
His wild eyes darted from side to side.
"What are you talking about?"
He sat back on his heels and pushed both hands through his hair, leaving the strands poking in haphazard directions like straw.
"You have to pretend we're dating."
"What?"
She stood up and backed away, sending her desk chair rolling.
"Please, I'm desperate."
"I can't pretend I'm dating you. I don't even like you."
"I understand."
He held out both palms, still kneeling.
"You don't have to like me. I told her we were having a bit of a spat."
"You told her what?"
"I had to tell her something. She heard us arguing before she came in the door."
"Are you crazy?"
Laurie flung her arms around.
"Why didn't you tell her the truth? Why not introduce her to your real girlfriend?
Are you dating some chick who's afraid to meet your mother?" Laurie thought she might sympathize with her. Susan was a bit intimidating, even though she seemed nice.
"There is no girlfriend. Mum kept insisting that I needed to start dating, so I made up a relationship."
"You lied to your mother?"
"I just wanted to make her happy."
Finn climbed off his knees and flopped into her desk chair, covering his face with both hands.
"Look, Finn, I'd like to help you, but—"
"Yes, please."
He dropped his hands, folding them under his chin, his imploring blue eyes pinning her in place.
"Just until tonight. Then you can break up with me."
"I don't know. I don't like to lie."
"You don't have to."
He jumped to his feet, his voice rising with excitement.
"You can say we haven't been dating long."
He nodded his head, tapping a finger to his brow.
"Which is technically true, right? If she asks how we met, be honest. We met through Bran and Steph."
Don't you think she's going to notice we don't get along?
No worries. I'll be so nice you won't think I'm the same person. And since she heard us arguing, she won't be surprised if we're a little stiff.
Or you could come clean and tell her the truth. The blood drained from his face, his entire demeanor wilting.
That's not a good idea.
Why did you lie in the first place? You're a grown man. Your mom can't make you do anything you don't want to do. His fingers massaged his temples.
Listen, I'm not in the habit of deceiving my family, but Mum, she means well, but she worries about me. I think it's because of the CF. Maybe she feels guilty or something, I don't know. She's determined. I need someone else in my life or I'm going to be lonely and miserable.
He let out a long, slow breath.
All I wanted to do was make her happy.
How long has she been nagging you? He shrugged, scratching the back of his neck.
I don't know. Maybe 10 years.
10 years?! She must have yelled it, because he jumped and stared at her like she might throw something at him. You haven't dated anyone for the last 10 years? Why not? His hands tucked into his pockets as his lower lip pushed forward.
I have my reasons.
So you're saying it's none of my business? Pain flashed in his eyes before he looked away, refusing to answer. I can't believe I'm considering this. What's in it for me? His eyebrows arched high, a grin splitting his face.
Anything.
He lifted his hand like he was swearing an oath.
I'll do anything you want.
You'll be super nice and polite?
Absolutely. He beamed. I'll be the most supportive guy you've ever met.
You probably shouldn't go that far, Lori warned.
Why not?
Because I might be really ticked if I find out you could have done it all along and chose to be a jerk. His head bobbed sharply.
Point taken. Okay, I'll be fairly polite and partially supportive, but I'll still give you a hard time.
Sounds more likely anyway. The corner of his mouth kicked up in a crooked grin. He jutted his hand forward.
Do we have a deal?
Not quite.
The hand fell to his side.
What else do you want?
You agree to call every single one of these donors and make them agree to shell out again this year.
She pointed toward the computer screen.
I'll do it,
he answered without hesitation. Today, she added.
Agreed.
And you'll stay on this project with me until Jarrett comes back or the LA fundraiser is over.
From his expression, you'd think she'd asked him to walk across a bed of hot coals.
But Branson would do just as good of a job, probably better.
Never mind. You can tell your mother the truth.
No, I'll do it. I'll stick with you for as long as it takes.
He reached out like he was going to grab her, but pulled back at the last second. He can't even stand to touch me. He'll never convince his mother we're dating. It'll never work, Finn. She moved back to her desk, careful not to brush against him, and settled into her chair.
Please, Laurie.
Sorry, I can't help you. Refusing to look at him, she scrolled through the donor list. It's for the best. I didn't want to lie to your mother anyway. His earnest face appeared over the top of her computer screen.
What if I make it official so you won't have to lie at all?
How can you make a fake relationship official?
Like this.
He cleared his throat, feet shuffling, hands stuffed in his pockets.
Laurie Fields, would you do me the honor of being my real girlfriend until the end of tonight? I'll treat you like a queen and buy you anything you want. And I promise to be nice and kind and do my part for the fundraiser.
A lump formed in her throat. His words sounded so close to something genuine, except for the temporary disclaimer. Not that she actually wanted to be his girlfriend, but for some reason it felt like a slap in the face for him to specify a one-night relationship.
Why on earth didn't you pick some other woman to use as your pretend girlfriend? Her annoyance came through in her tone. I'm sure most of the other single girls would have jumped at a chance like this.
I don't know why I told her it was you. It just came out. Mum kept peppering me with questions, and the next thing I knew, I was claiming we were dating.
A knot of lines crisscrossed his forehead.
Anyway, the other women around here might get the wrong idea. With you, I won't have to worry you'll want something that lasts longer than a day.
She stared at her coffee cup, the liquid inside cold now. Like my heart. Just dinner tonight?
That's all.
At least if she did it, he'd call all the donors and stay on the job. And presumably he'd be a lot nicer to work with. Okay, I'll do it.
Yes, thank you.
But, she lifted a single finger in the air, I won't lie. If she asks me when we started dating, I'll tell her it's our first date.
Thank you so much.
He backed toward the door, speaking in a low voice.
I'll be back later to call all those donors.
Good.
You won't regret this. Mum is great once you get used to her bear hugs, and you'll love my sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, she came over from Jersey with my mother. Didn't I mention her?
He pulled the door open, holding a warning finger to his lips.
Bye, sweetheart, he said in a sugary tone. I'll see you after lunch.
The door clicked shut behind him. Lori put both elbows on her desk and let her face fall into her hands. What have I done? Chapter 6. As the limousine pulled to the curb outside the apartment, Finn spied Lori standing at the top of the steps, illuminated by a nearby lamppost. Without thinking, he popped the door open and leaped out, rushing up the steps to offer his elbow. And then it happened. She touched his arm and sent a rush of warmth through his veins. With great effort, he managed not to flinch. She didn't react, so she must not have felt the same electric charge. He wanted to tell her how beautiful she looked, to compliment her bold red dress and the way her skin glowed, to say how her hair was fabulous, fastened up with a few enticing curls dangling at her neck. Instead, he commented on her decrepit apartment building.
This place doesn't look safe.
My apartment? Her fingers clenched, her nails biting into his arm through his shirt sleeve. It's perfectly fine.
I don't like it. You need to move.
Well, I like it, and your opinion doesn't matter. Anyway, it's what I can afford.
I'll get you a raise.
I've been working 2 days, Mr. Anderson. I don't need a raise. She released his arm and stopped in her tracks, slamming her hands onto her hips. And if this is your idea of being nice and kind, I'm going right back upstairs.
Wait, I'm sorry.
He was apologizing again. He seemed to be doing that a lot today. She tapped her foot on the worn concrete step, her full lips stretched in a thin red line. He scrambled for the right thing to say, something nice that wouldn't sound like one of his flirtatious lines.
I think you chose the perfect dress for this evening. It's elegant without being overstated.
He sounded pretty suave and self-assured, but he could feel the blood rushing into his face. She glanced down at the form-fitting dress, and he took the opportunity to admire her shapely calves. I'm glad you like it, she said. It's the only cocktail dress I own. Amused at her candor, he offered his elbow again, searching her eyes for forgiveness. When she tucked her fingers into the crook again, the tingle was back, but it felt normal.
Mum will love this dress, but watch out. She'll probably ask where you bought it. Hopefully she won't be able to buy a matching one, so you won't ever be big and small red Twinkies.
No chance of that. I bought it from a resale shop.
I'm sure it looks better on you than the original owner.
A chuckle bubbled from her throat. You're getting better at this, Finn.
There may be hope for you after all.
Good evening.
The driver, who stood by the open limo door as they approached, had eyes only for Laurie.
May I say you look stunning in red?
Yes, you certainly may. Thank you.
She bestowed the most brilliant smile on him, her even white teeth sparkling. He grinned like a schoolboy with a crush, and Finn fought a sudden urge to accidentally plant a sharp elbow in his ribs.
We should get going,
he said crossly.
Don't want to keep Mum waiting.
Inside, on the plush leather seats, Finn was relieved when Laurie scooted away, leaving a generous space between them, allowing him to clear his head. He watched her expressive profile in the soft inner lights of the limousine.
Thanks again for doing this, he said. I don't expect you to act like you're in love with me or anything.
Good thing, she replied.
I need to tell you one more thing before you meet my mum and sister.
I think you already told me more than I could possibly retain this afternoon.
She ticked off facts on her fingers.
Your mother is Susan, your stepdad is Joe. She married him and moved to the States after your dad died in a car accident. You have 2 older sisters, Sarah and Katie, both married with kids. Neither of them has CF. And I don't remember the kids' names.
That's more than I thought you'd remember, but this isn't another factoid. I just wanted to tell you Katie knows the scoop.
You told her the truth?
I didn't have the chance to talk to her alone at lunch, but I called her an hour ago to enlist her help. She knows everything. She'll help deflect my mum's questions.
That sounds good.
Laurie's fingers roamed lazily along her purse strap, and his eyes were mesmerized. He found himself jealous of the strip of leather, caressed by her gentle touch. He tore his eyes away.
Mum, however, will probably grill you about your entire life story.
She'll be bored. I'm not that interesting.
That's what I'm trying to tell you about my mum and my sister. They're really pushy.
Even as he cautioned her, he felt the need to defend them.
Don't get me wrong, I love both of them. My mother would give you the shirt off her back, and my sister would probably invite you to live in her house. But they really like to meddle. To be honest, my whole family is like that. Even me. I think it's genetic.
What are you saying?
I'm warning you, they both really want me to get married, and I'm afraid of what they might do.
But your sister knows the truth, right?
Yes, but I don't trust her. Even after I told her what really happened, the whole fake girlfriend thing, she was asking all kinds of questions about you, like where you were from and how to spell your name.
She sat up, bolt straight, glaring daggers at him.
Did you tell her?
Yes, why wouldn't I? Anyone could guess how to spell Laurie Fields.
I know that, but you told her where I'm from?
Finn could see her blood vessel pulsing on the side of her neck. Why was she so upset?
I didn't tell her your mother's address or anything, but I did mention Tampa Bay.
Her eyes squeezed shut, her hand rising to cover her throat. Her lips moved, but he couldn't hear what she was saying.
Laurie, what's wrong?
The hair stood up on the back of his neck as his fingers balled into tight fists. She gave her head a shake, a forced smile on her face.
Forget it. I'm being paranoid.
About what?
It's nothing, I swear. There's someone from my past I'd prefer never to run into again.
She crossed her arms, tucking her trembling fingers away.
I'm not in danger. He didn't abuse me or anything like that.
As she peered out the window with unfocused eyes, a slew of emotions passed across her face like a slideshow. Finn wondered about the man who'd caused this kind of pain. Was it an ex-boyfriend? She said he hadn't abused her, but Finn was certain he had. After all, abuse comes in many forms besides physical. He wanted to probe deeper, but he knew he hadn't earned the right. Nor had he earned her trust. Something in her called to his soul, stirring up protective feelings deep inside. Yet he didn't dare let himself get closer. Maybe, If he was careful, he and Laurie could establish a bond of friendship, as he had with his partners in Phantom Enterprises, who'd known each other since they were teens at a computer camp for disabled kids.
Yes, I can do this. We can have a platonic relationship, like good friends or even siblings.
Remembering his joy at Branson and Stephanie's marriage, he imagined himself watching from a church pew as Laurie walked down the aisle, in a white satin wedding dress that complemented her creamy, dark skin. When she passed by his pew, on her way to marry her groom, Finn gave her a thumbs up. But then his knuckles blanched, his hands gripping the pew back in front of him, somehow certain her unknown groom wouldn't treat her right. In a panic, he waited for the proper moment to call out his objection, hoping he could prevent this disaster from happening. He jumped as the car door opened, tearing him out of his trance. Concentrating to slow his labored breathing, he forced his clenched fists to relax.
I guess we're here.
Thankfully, Laurie sounded unperturbed that they'd ridden in silence for much of the trip. He followed her out of the car and walked beside her into the restaurant. As he placed a guiding hand on the small of her back, he steeled himself for the spark that came from touching her.
I don't remember it being like this before. It's obviously been way too long since I went on a date.
Laurie was completely annoyed with herself. Her body was sending crazy, charged sensations everywhere, and all Finn had done was touch her back. It wasn't even her bare back, mind you. The zing transferred through the outer dress material, a satin lining, and a spandex thigh and midsection girdle she'd spent 20 minutes squeezing into. His deep voice rumbled.
Reservation for Finn Anderson, party of 4.
The hostess, a 20-something, wearing a too short, in Laurie's opinion, dress, turned a bright shade of pink, gushing. "Yes, Mr. Anderson, right this way. Your table is waiting." Laurie kept a keen eye on Finn's gaze, impressed when it didn't drop down to the girl's swaying hips as she weaved her way through the swanky restaurant. It wasn't the kind of place Laurie frequented. She might have gone with the Knights after Steph married Branson. The Billionaire could easily afford it, but they seldom ate out anywhere. Being blind, Branson felt more comfortable eating at home, where the noise didn't distract from the conversations. As they took their seats, Miss Wigglebutt leaned over Finn to slide a business card into his hand. "I saw you on the cover of Now magazine. I'm your biggest fan, you know. My name and number are on this card, Mr. Anderson. If there's anything you need, tonight or any other time." She fluttered thick fake lashes at him. "Anything at all. Just call me." Laurie waved her fingers in front of the girl's face. "Hello, are you blind or am I invisible? Do you see me sitting right here?" She blinked wide green eyes at Laurie, as if she'd appeared out of nowhere. Her mouth opened and an "Oh!" came out before her fingers covered it. "It's hard to believe you missed all this in a bright red dress." Laurie flitted her hand up and down, indicating her ample body. I'm sorry." Finn's eyes crinkled in the corners as he stifled a laugh. Showing pity for the shaken girl, he read from the card.
Marla, is that your name?
Yes. Marla backed a few steps away from Laurie.
Marla, could you do me one big favor?
What? Her eyes shifted back and forth between Finn and Laurie. That's right. You'd better not be flirting with my boyfriend while I'm sitting at the table. My temporary boyfriend.
Would you bring us an extra chair?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, right away. She scampered away like a mouse surprised by the light. I suppose that's a common hazard of being rich and famous, Laurie said.
Don't forget incredibly good-looking.
Finn laughed, as if his description wasn't accurate.
I'm actually only famous in certain circles. Cole is the real face of Phantom Enterprises, so he attracts most of the attention. I'm more in the background, mostly developing video games, so I'm more likely to have young guys fawning all over me.
You're saying I could take you to a nightclub with me and use you for bait?
Ha! Only if you like nerdy guys who spend all day sitting in front of their computers.
I'll take a nerdy guy over a jock any day. From his narrowed eyes, the note of bitterness that crept into her voice hadn't escaped his attention.
Did you have a bad experience with an athlete? Ex-boyfriend, perhaps?
The man hadn't become a billionaire by accident. He was as sharp as he was irritating. He'd come amazingly close to the truth with a minimum of clues. Nope, she answered honestly, nothing to clue him to the fact that her father was the athlete in question. Before he could follow up with another question, she asked, "Who's the fifth chair for?"
Lucy Felder, the most beautiful girl you've ever laid eyes on.
Admiration swam in his deep blue orbs, and Laurie felt a pang of jealousy. How would it feel to have Finn Anderson think something like that about me? Not that I believe looks are that important, but still. I can't wait to meet her. She did her best to smooth the strangled sound out of her voice.
Here she is.
Finn beamed as he bounced to his feet, his hands outstretched.
Come here, beautiful.
Hiya, Finsta. A tall woman with shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair held a carrier as Finn extracted the baby from it. Don't wake her up. I just fed her, so I'm hoping she'll sleep through dinner. She kissed Finn on the cheek and turned to Laurie. Forgive my brother's rudeness. I'm Katie Felder. Nice to meet you, Katie.
She's already used to my rudeness,
Finn added. Mum's coming. She stopped at the ladies' room. Expecting a handshake, Laurie rose as Katie approached, but got wrapped in a smothering hug instead. Sorry about that, Katie chuckled when Laurie awkwardly patted her back. I'm afraid our family hugs everybody all the time.
Not so.
Finn bent to place a gentle kiss on his niece's forehead, a move that made Laurie's heart swell inside her chest.
I tried to hug you after I ran that marathon a month ago, and you ran away squealing.
Okay, so I draw the line at being drenched in my brother's disgusting sweat. Katie slid into the chair beside Laurie's.
Admit it. You're just a wimpy girl afraid of a little extra salty perspiration.
Finn sat down, cradling Lucy in his arms like a pro. Don't even start with me, Finn. You can't call me wimpy after that backpacking trip I went on with you, where I didn't get to shower for a week. Laurie loved the way the two bickered, like any other siblings. Katie obviously didn't cut him any slack because of his CF, as demonstrated by her non-reaction when he referred to cystic fibrosis increasing the salt content in his sweat. Finn wrinkled his nose at Katie.
Yeah, you were a little ripe.
And you smelled like an entire men's locker room, but I was still willing to hike with you. Katie took a drink from her water glass.
As I recall, you made me stay behind you the second half of the week. Plus, you were 20 at the time. You've gotten a lot wimpier since then.
How did you do your treatments in the wilderness? Laurie wondered aloud. You must have had a ton of stuff to carry. Surely you couldn't run all that equipment on batteries. Katie's gaze riveted on Laurie. How do you know about all that? Finn told me you guys haven't even been on a date. She moved her glare to her brother. What are you trying to pull? Finn lifted his free hand.
You remember I told you about Bran's stepdaughter, Ellie, the one with CF? Laurie was her nanny.
For years, Laurie added in confirmation. I love her like she's my own daughter. Is that so? Katie's expression was a bit too smug for Laurie's comfort. Next you'll be telling me she sings and plays the piano. I do, Laurie answered, wondering why it mattered. When she saw both of them staring at her with slack jaws, she quickly clarified, I have a so-so voice, but I took piano lessons from the time I was 6 years old. I really miss having a piano. I never get to play anymore. Katie was grinning from ear to ear. I'm sure Finn will let you play his Steinway Grand. It was Laurie's turn to stare at Finn. "You have a Steinway?" His mouth moved, but his words seemed to be stuck. Katie answered for him. "He not only has one, but he plays beautifully. He almost majored in music at Juilliard, but decided to go the computer route instead."
"Wow."
Laurie couldn't hide her shock. Of all things, she never would have imagined him being musical. Such an interesting turn of events. Katie drummed her fingers on the table.
"Don't read anything into this, Katie. Like I told you, we're not a thing."
"Uh-huh," Katie said, unconvincingly, as she scanned toward the entrance. "Wonder what's keeping Mum so long. You think she fell in?" Determined to convince Katie of their true relationship, Laurie tapped on her arm. "Really, Finn and I don't even like each other." "I can totally understand why you don't like Finsta."
"Hey!"
he objected, with a laugh. "But," Katie looked pointedly at her brother, "what's not to like about Laurie?" Finn's face turned the color of Laurie's dress.
"Katie, you promised to help."
"Yes, I did." She ran her finger through the moisture on the outside of her water glass. "But that was before I actually met her." "What do you mean?" Laurie's pulse picked up its pace. Was Katie going to blow their cover in front of Finn's mother? Katie reached out to pat her hand. "I'm only teasing Laurie. Believe me, Finn deserves it." Before Laurie could respond, the hostess returned with the extra chair. Katie lifted the empty carrier from the floor and settled it on the chair. "Thank you, Marla." Laurie tried to make up for having intimidated the young girl, who escaped quickly, giving her a wide berth. "There she is." Katie waved toward Susan, who strutted between the tables, draped in a gorgeous dress with a vivid pink and black floral print.
"She loves to make a statement,"
Finn commented, clearly amused by her choice of apparel. Susan waved back and started their direction, but stopped to chat with a couple at another table.
"Who's she talking to?"
asked Finn. Katie shrugged. "Beats me. You know how Mum is. She knows everybody." Susan gave them each a hug before continuing to their table in the back. "Laurie!" She moved around the table, and Laurie stood to greet her. Before she could speak, Susan's arms wrapped around her, squeezing so hard Laurie felt like a boa constrictor's prey. At last, her death grip loosened and the air rushed back into Laurie's lungs. "I didn't hug you earlier, love," Susan told her, as if it were a heinous crime. "Finn forbids me to hug the employees in his building." Her eyebrows danced a mischievous jig. "But outside the building, they're fair game." Balancing the baby in one arm, Finn stood to receive his hug.
"No need to break my neck, Mum. We've only been apart for a few hours."
"Sorry I was gone so long, but that loo was the bee's knees." "What did she say?" Laurie asked. "She means it was the best bathroom ever," Katie explained. "So many soaps and lotions to choose from, I had to try them all." Susan stretched her wrist under Katie's nose. "This one has a lovely ginger and mint flavor." "Nice," said Katie. Susan eyed Laurie. "Your dress is simply smashing. I love red." "Thank you," Laurie replied, thinking it was a similar shade to Susan's hair. "Who was that couple you were talking to?" asked Katie. "Bill and Kelly Moore," said Susan. "We only just met. Had to stop and admire his lovely bow tie. It came from a shop near here. Isn't that jolly lucky? I'm going to pick one up for your father tomorrow."
"Does Dad need another bow tie?"
Finn asked. "Maybe not, but a man can never have too many ties, like a woman can't have too much chocolate." Susan didn't slow her diatribe when the waiter arrived to pass out the menus, simply working him into the ongoing conversation. He struggled to give his description of the daily specials, finally jumping on a brief lull when Susan took a breath. Laurie enjoyed the rapid, friendly banter, grateful none of the attention was aimed at her. But after giving their dinner orders, Susan soothed her throat, which must have been getting raw from overuse, with a swallow of water, then set her glass down and gazed expectantly at Laurie.
"I'm so glad to finally meet you, love. We want you to know you're a welcome addition to our family." "Please excuse my mother, Laurie. She's insane." Finn narrowed his eyes at Susan. "This is why I didn't want to introduce Laurie to my family. I told you we just started dating."
"It's true, Mum," Katie affirmed. "They don't even know each other well. For instance, Finn didn't realize Laurie was an accomplished pianist until tonight."
"Katie!"
Finn growled a warning. Susan gasped, her face alight with pleasure.
"A pianist! How marvelous!"
"I'm not that great," Laurie corrected, embarrassed after learning how talented Finn was.
"I'm sure you're being modest, Laurie."
Susan clapped her hands together and let a dreamy expression wash over her face.
"How perfect! I bet you love playing his Steinway."
"She's never played it," Katie asserted. "He hasn't even invited her to his place." Susan's mouth dropped open and she gaped at her son.
"Why ever not?"
Finn shot Katie a dirty look before answering his mother.
"We haven't had the opportunity yet." "We'll go tonight,"
Susan announced with an air of finality.
"It's a shame for that beautiful piano to sit unused." "I still play," Finn defended, though his mother ignored him.
Laurie was quite certain she wouldn't be able to swallow a bite of food if she was expected to play the piano after dinner. She'd had terrible stage fright at all her recitals.
"I think I'd rather hear Finn play."
"Then it's settled," said Katie. "We'll all head over to Finn's as soon as we finish eating, and he can serenade us." She quickly grabbed her water glass and lifted it to her lips, but didn't succeed in camouflaging her grin.
"My dear sister,"
Finn's voice dripped sarcasm.
"I believe there's a phrase about payback you should keep in mind."
His rebellious sister added, "And did Finn mention that Laurie was the nanny for Branson Knight's stepdaughter, the one with CF?" Susan gasped.
"Are you having a laugh?"
"No, Mum, it's true."
"I can't believe it."
Susan blinked her suddenly watery eyes at Laurie.
"You're like a dream come true."
Finn looked like he wanted to crawl under the table, and Laurie was ready to join him. With his mother and sister ganging up on him, he didn't stand a chance. Not only did Laurie find herself feeling sorry for him, but she also realized her fate for the night hung in the balance. She had to help Finn prove they weren't compatible, or before the night was over, someone might be proposing. His mother. Dinner was served, and Finn reluctantly allowed Katie to tuck Lucy into her carrier, teasing that she was taking his favorite niece away. "She's also his only niece," Katie explained to Laurie. "I've got 2 boys, and my sister has 3.
"But maybe Finn will have daughters someday,"
his mum hinted, as she tasted her salmon and made an "I've died and gone to heaven" face.
"Oh, this is delicious."
He had to put a stop to her meddling. And, as he feared, his sister was hurting his cause rather than helping as she'd promised. He was surprised Laurie hadn't already run screaming from the restaurant.
"Let me state, once again, for the record, what I've repeatedly told everyone in the family."
He scrunched the napkin in his lap, hating to be this open in front of Laurie.
"I'm never getting married, and I'm not having children."
"Mum, would you pass the salt?" Katie's gaze never left her plate.
"I mean it,"
Finn said, frustrated when they ignored him. "I'm sure you do," Katie remarked as she sliced a piece of sirloin. "But you could change your mind."
"I won't," he growled. "I can't."
"Why can't you?" Laurie's infinite brown eyes searched his, their sadness almost too much to bear.
"It's no big deal."
Careful to pretend it wasn't a raw subject, he hurried to explain.
It's just the CF. I've always known I'd be infertile.
There are ways around it. Katie buttered a dinner roll and took a bite.
Expensive ways, and they don't always work, Finn countered.
I'm guessing you don't really want to have kids, Laurie said, as she pushed her food around on her plate. As demonstrated at lunch the previous day, she didn't eat much when she was anxious. He had to find some way to turn this evening around so she could at least enjoy the food. He owed her that much.
Excellent guess,
he replied, since it would be a lie to claim he had no such desire. He simply didn't believe it was a good idea.
You see, Mum? Laurie and I barely know each other, and she already understands me better than my own family.
Katie's only comment was to lift her gaze to the ceiling, but his mother's downturned lips told him he'd struck a chord with her.
That's what I thought, Laurie said. Otherwise, you'd be considering adoption.
I suggested adoption. Katie pointed an accusing fork at him. He was ready to detail all the reasons he couldn't adopt, to explain why he would never saddle a woman he loved with a future as a widow and a single mother, when Laurie spoke again.
There are so many kids out there with no one to love them. I plan to adopt as soon as I can. I'll probably adopt kids with special needs. I've checked into it, and in some cases they'll let a single mom adopt, especially with older kids.
That's awesome, Laurie. Katie had mastered the art of looking innocent, though she could be quite diabolical. So you're saying you want to adopt kids and raise them, even if you don't have a husband to help you?
Obviously, it would be easier with a husband, but I doubt I'll ever meet a guy who feels like I do. Most guys are like Finn. They either want their own flesh and blood kids or none at all.
Katie's lips twitched at the corners, her eyes crinkling in suppressed merriment.
That's really interesting, isn't it, Finn? It's like I always told you. Some women are strong enough to handle being a single mom.
He tried to kick her under the table, but his shin found a table leg instead.
Ouch!
His mother piled on for added impact.
Finn loves children with special needs. He'd be quids in to adopt kids.
With the conversation taking a turn for the worse, Laurie's brows bent with determination. She put her fork down and cleared her throat.
Ahem. Susan? Katie? I need to say something.
Cripes, she's going to tell Mum we aren't dating. He couldn't blame her. It wasn't surprising she was ready to throw in the towel after 30 minutes with his mother and Katie. He'd had 33 years to get used to them, and they still drove him crazy. Her right hand reached over and found his. She lifted their joined hands to the corner of the table, having attained the rapt attention of his mum and sister. He could only stare at their interlaced fingers, amazed at how natural it felt.
If you want any chance of this working between Finn and me, you need to back off.
Katie's eyes grew so large they looked like they might pop out of her head, but she kept her mouth shut. Laurie's chin had a barely perceptible tremble as she spoke.
I don't think you treat Finn with the respect he deserves. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation and a charity organization that's changed countless lives. You shouldn't offer your opinions about his life choices unless he asks for them.
Finn expected a sarcastic response, but it never came. Evidently encouraged by their silence, Laurie spoke again.
And something else.
Her fingers squeezed as if she was drumming up her courage.
I think your meddling may be part of the reason Finn doesn't want to get married. What woman would want to marry a grown man whose family treats him like a child?
Bottomless brown eyes peered at him in question.
Am I right?
His throat too constricted to speak. He could only nod. Her words were nothing new. He'd expressed the same sentiments 1,000 times, to no avail. But this time, something was different. It wasn't important whether or not his family listened. It only mattered that Laurie had spoken out in his defense. Katie's brows lifted. Of course, she wasn't fooled by Laurie's speech. She knew, as he did, it was all for show. Yet he couldn't help the warm feeling that spread inside. Laurie had gone out on a limb for him, as only a true friend would. His mother sat back in her chair, lines deepening on her forehead. Laurie's hand tugged, but he held on, wanting to present a unified front. If his mother or sister uttered one word of criticism about Laurie, he was ready to walk out of the restaurant. Susan leveled a challenging gaze at Laurie, which she returned, lifting her chin. "That's not the first time I've been told to wind my neck in," Susan remarked. "But it could be the most thorough job of it. Brilliant, really. Don't you think, Katie?" His sister nodded cheerily as she forked a bite of quinoa into her mouth. "True, a thorough flogging, and well-deserved." Finn let out the breath he'd been holding. World War III wasn't coming after all. His mom went back to her salmon. "I suppose we thought it was all in good fun. Didn't know we had you wound up over it."
It gets old. I've asked you to leave it alone about 1,000 times.
Reluctantly, Finn let Laurie's fingers slip away so she could return to her dinner. He was pleased to see her appetite had picked up. He owed her big time. She'd accomplished in 5 minutes what he'd failed to do over the last decade or more. In his head, he rehearsed how he would express his gratitude without making her feel awkward. He was pretty sure he knew just what to say. Laurie's jaw hurt. She'd never laughed so much in her life. The evening continued as before, except for the conspicuous absence of conversation about Finn's desperate need for a spouse and children. Now their nonstop banter had no bite in it, and their witty exchanges kept her in stitches. She was actually sad when the evening was over. For one thing, she'd now seen yet another side of Finn Anderson. Thoughtful, sweet, and funny. As Susan would say, she rather fancied this new Finn. No one made mention of having her play the piano after dinner, so the pressure was off. Though she was dying to play it, she'd prefer not to have an audience for her rusty performance. Even more enticing was the thought of having Finn perform a personal concert, and a small part of her hoped he might suggest it when he drove her home. Earlier, he'd held her hand longer than necessary. What did that mean? Was it possible he felt a bit of attraction? Surely not. What would a man like Finn Anderson, one of Now magazine's most eligible U.S. bachelors, ever see in her? Thank goodness she wasn't attracted to him. Okay, I admit I think he's good-looking, but who doesn't? That doesn't mean I like the man. I'm not going to fall all over him just because he managed to be charming for one evening. They might have stayed for hours, laughing and chatting over decaf coffee, but Lucy woke up and decided she was ready to eat. As they made a hasty exit before the baby's wails caused any further disruption, Laurie received another round of enthusiastic hugs. Exiting the restaurant, Katie pulled Laurie away from the other two and murmured, "You know, that speech you gave about Finn was awfully passionate." "I'm sorry about that, but somebody had to take up for him." No, I'm not upset about it." Katie shifted the baby carrier to the other arm so she could lean closer and whisper, "But I wondered where all that passion came from." Laurie winced. Controlling her temper was one of her weak points. "That's the way I am about everything, I guess. I get worked up pretty easy, and sometimes I lose it." "Is that all it was?" Katie's lips curved into a mischievous expression Laurie had begun to recognize. "Because one would almost think you had feelings for my brother. Something beyond that of an employee for her boss." Before Laurie could think of a reply, Katie was headed down the steps toward the taxi, her tinkling laughter floating behind her.
Ready to go?
Finn gestured toward the waiting limo. Negotiating the steps in her heels, she was grateful to have his arm for support. "And that's the only reason I like holding his arm," It has nothing to do with me having feelings for him." "Yeah, right," she mumbled her inner argument aloud.
"What did you say?"
Finn asked. His deadly blue eyes sought hers, shining with an emotion resembling genuine concern. "Stop looking at me like that." She shook her head. "Nothing, just talking to myself." Inside the limo, he gave the chauffeur orders to drive to her apartment. He didn't suggest stopping by his place to see his Steinway, and she didn't have the nerve to mention it. Halfway to her place, she heard a click, and a dim light filled the passenger's compartment.
"I have to tell you something, and I wanted us to be able to see each other,"
Finn explained. Her heart sped up, wondering what he might say. It must be something serious, or something special. In the warm glow, his eyes drew her into their web. She couldn't look away. "Okay." Her voice came out breathy, so she covered by pretending to cough. "I'm listening."
"What you did tonight, defending me to my mum and my sister, that was amazing."
Maybe I should have minded my own business.
"No, I'm glad you did it. It was brave and selfless."
His frank admiration shot a thrill through her system. "What I don't understand is why you put up with them in the first place. Why don't you cut them off when they act like that?"
"Believe me, we've had this discussion more times than you can imagine. But don't judge them too harshly."
His fingers pushed his hair into an attractive disarray.
"All that fussing is how they show love. My family is great, 99.9% of the time."
"I can see that," she said, a bit jealously.
"I put you in this awkward position tonight, making you pretend to be my girlfriend, and yet you defended me to my family. I didn't ask for it. You did it on your own."
He shook his head as if he still couldn't believe she'd stood up for him.
"Those things you said, it made me feel something I've never felt with a woman before."
"Okay." She could barely hear him for the blood pounding in her ears. Oh my goodness, he's going to tell me he likes me.
"I can't believe I'm saying this, but Laurie, I think we can be real friends."
Chapter 7. Finn stretched out on the couch in Branson's office like a patient in a psychiatrist's office.
"I don't know what else to do, Bran. I've tried everything to get along with her. Really, I have. Somehow you have to make it work."
Bran locked his fingers together and extended his hands over his head, palms out, cracking his knuckles. He followed it up with a neck-popping head tilt to each side.
"All three of us have taken a share of Jarrett's workload, and after yesterday's news, we all have to do our part." "Yeah, I know."
Jarrett had called to say he was having a biopsy, since the CT scan showed a spot in his lung. How could Finn complain when Jarrett was facing this trial?
"The oncologist isn't wasting any time, is he, scheduling the biopsy on Monday? I'm going, even though Jarrett told us not to. So is Cole. What about you?" "I'll be there, but I can't stay. I'm flying up for the day." "Maybe we can all fly up together then. Leave at the crack of dawn."
Finn was already calculating how early he'd have to get up to complete his CF therapy before they left.
"Sounds good."
Branson sighed.
"Back to the subject at hand. What's Laurie doing that's so terrible?"
Finn wondered how much he could say. After all, Laurie's best friend was married to Bran. He didn't want anything to get back to her.
"Just between the two of us, she barely speaks to me." "She's giving you the silent treatment?" "No, nothing like that. She's perfectly polite, and she'll discuss anything having to do with the fundraiser. But when I bring up any other subject, she shuts the conversation down cold." "I don't see what the problem is. You only started working together on Tuesday, and you swore then the two of you couldn't get along. 3 days later, you're having civil discussions about your work project. I'd say you've made good progress. That's because you weren't there on Wednesday night when we went out to dinner. You went out? On a date?
Laurie must not have discussed their dinner with Stephanie, or else Stephanie hadn't shared the details with Branson.
Not a date, exactly. We went to eat with my mum and Katie. It's a long story, but it went really well. In fact, while we were out, I realized Laurie and I could be friends. At least you're being civil with each other. We can be more than civil. If I handle it right, I think we can be good friends, just like you and me. You plan to interfere in her private life and trick her into marrying someone?
Branson teased, referring to Finn's actions that resulted in his own marriage to Stephanie. Finn chuckled.
I'm talking about the kind of friend who's there for you when you need help.
A ding came from Bran's Braille-enabled smartphone, and he moved his fingers to trace the incoming message.
Nothing important,
Bran commented as he slid the phone into his pocket.
So this big friend revelation happened during dinner with your mom and sister? Right. Laurie and I discussed it on the way home, and she was all for it. When I first mentioned it, she was kind of sarcastic, like, guess I should feel honored you want to be my friend. But then I told her what I meant, how I'd be there for her like she was for me. I could give her some money if she ever needed it, stuff like that. Maybe she was offended you offered her money.
Finn sat up and covered his face with his hands.
You're making it sound bad, but it wasn't. All I did was offer to help her out in a crisis. I've said the same to you, and you weren't offended. I also wasn't offended when you belched the entire alphabet, but that doesn't mean Laurie would like it. I was 14. I'm sure I can come up with more recent examples.
Branson's fingers returned to his keyboard, scanning something from the maze of moving dots.
You're such an expert on women since you've been married for an entire year, Finn jibed. I don't claim to be an expert, but I have to say, you make me look good in comparison.
Bran laughed, and, after resisting for a few seconds, Finn joined in.
You really think that's it? She's mad because I offered to give her money if she was ever hard up? I wasn't trying to insult her. Why do you care anyway? It doesn't matter if you're friends or not as long as you two get the fundraiser done, right? Unless you want to start dating her.
Finn heard the hope in Branson's voice. His friend had been after him to date for years, just like his mom and sisters.
You know exactly why I can't date. Nothing's changed. I don't know, Finn. On Monday, you didn't want to spend a minute with Laurie. Now it's Friday, and you're upset that she won't talk to you about the weather. I'd say something's definitely changed.
Finn's heart plunged into his stomach with a thud. Why hadn't he seen it before? Being friends with Laurie was like a scarecrow playing with fire. He was lucky she'd been resistant to him.
Just think, I was about to invite her over to play the Steinway. You're right. Thanks for the warning, bud. That could have been a disaster. On the other hand, I don't want to discourage you if you're starting to like her. I want you to have what I have. I'm the luckiest man on earth.
Finn watched as Branson opened his thermal coffee container and painstakingly poured some into a mug, using his thumb to feel when the steaming liquid neared the top. In all the years they'd known each other, Branson had never complained about his blindness. But claiming he was the luckiest man on earth was new. Something that started because of Stephanie.
I'm happy for you, Bran. I really am. But I don't need a woman. I have my friends and my family, and that's all I need. That's like me saying I don't need sight because I have ears and I can read Braille.
Bran shook his head.
You and Cole and Jarrett are awesome friends. I wouldn't be where I am without you. But if you think having friends is as good as having a wife who's committed to do life with you, for better or worse, you're blinder than I am.
For a moment, Finn let himself imagine how it would be to have a woman by his side. Someone who would be with him during his lonely hours of cystic fibrosis treatment. Someone who would sit by his side when he had to go into the hospital. Someone who would share his frustration when he had to keep a PICC line in for an extra 3 months. But what did he have to offer such a woman? The inconvenience of hours of CF therapy, constant worry about exposure to respiratory infections, little chance of biological children even with medical intervention, an almost certainty of being left behind as a young widow.
I'm happy for you, Bran, but I'm afraid that's not in my future. Look, I know you're always living your life like you could die tomorrow, but the truth is you're wasting it. If you'd gotten married when you graduated from college, you would have already had 10 wonderful years of marriage. Not if I'd married Jill.
Bran laughed.
I wasn't talking about Jill. No doubt you'd have been divorced by now if you'd married her. She was a piece of work. Probably the most selfish person on the planet. But come on, Finn. Surely you know you can't judge every other woman based on Jill.
As always, thoughts of his past with Jill brought bile into Finn's throat.
Even if you're right, it's too late now. At 23, I had a lot of dreams. Marrying Jill and having kids or adopting them was part of it. I romanticized the whole thing. I was ready to make the most of the time we had together. But I'm 33 now and a lot more mature. I have to face reality.
Branson's phone rang and he plucked it from his pocket, his fingers checking the incoming call.
I'm sorry, Finn. I need to take this. No problem. I've got work to do. I can't avoid Laurie all day.
The phone rang so long, Laurie thought it was going to voicemail. "Hello?" Stephanie answered, breathless. "Are you there?" "Hi, Steph." "I couldn't find my phone. Heard it ringing in the bottom of the diaper bag. Found it inside one of the diapers. At least it was a clean one."
"Huh. Guess that could have been bad."
"What's up? Are you at work?"
"Yes, I'm at work.
But I was calling about tomorrow night. I think I'd better bow out of dinner." "You're not coming? Why? Are you sick?"
"No, I'm fine. Mom's cold turned out to be an allergy attack."
"So why can't you come? Ellie will be so disappointed."
"You have to promise to keep this to yourself."
"My lips are sealed. I won't even tell Bran."
"I especially don't want Bran to hear this."
Laurie paused, working up the nerve to say it out loud.
"I know you're inviting Bran's buddies, and I don't think I can handle being around Finn."
"Oh, things are going that bad, huh? Are you two fighting all the time?"
"No, it's way worse than that. He's being ultra sweet and thoughtful. No man has ever treated me like that, except for Branson. And now, I kind of like him."
Stephanie squealed in her ear. "That's awesome! You and Finn would make a great couple."
"Not awesome! Finn doesn't want to be a couple. He wants to be best buds, like he is with Bran. Yesterday, when I landed a $1 million art donation, he punched my shoulder and said, 'Nice job.' Next time, he'll probably slap me on the butt and yell, 'Good game, Fields!'"
Stephanie's giggles lightened Laurie's mood. It helped to laugh about her situation. It was either that or cry and be depressed. "So he's a little awkward, but it's a big deal that he's being nice to you. Surely it means he wants to be more than friends."
"No, he was very, very clear he only wants to be friends. Believe me, he wasn't being romantic."
Maybe a few weeks or months from now he'll feel differently. You haven't been working together long. Don't you think he might change his mind?"
"Sure, Finn changes his mind every day. He changes so much he's practically schizophrenic. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't like me in a romantic way and never will."
"How can you know that?"
"Because of what he said to me after our date Wednesday night."
A severe coughing fit sounded over the phone.
"You have to warn me before you say something like that," Steph scolded. "I was taking a drink when you casually mentioned you and Finn went on a date. I almost choked to death."
"Well, it wasn't that kind of date, so don't get all worked up. I was pretending to be his girlfriend so his mom would get off his case. I'll have to admit, he needed some help.
Susan's pretty intrusive.
Laurie stared out the window, recalling the ups and downs of the evening. But it was Katie's parting words that really stuck in her head. She wished it wasn't true, but Katie was right. She did have feelings for Finn. What a disaster. You don't like Susan? I loved her when I met her a few months back. Finn had a party at his house. I thought she was hilarious.
Oh, she is. I liked her a lot, but she teases a little too much. Anyway, that's beside the point. I was telling you what Finn said after dinner. He told me we could be friends, like he was bestowing some special gift. And then he told me he could help me out if I needed it. Said he could give me the money to move to a better apartment. Or I might want to buy a new dress. Even talking about the conversation made her fume.
Surely he was kidding you. Finn's like that, you know.
He was dead serious, I promise.
Okay, I admit. That doesn't sound very romantic.
It sounds like he feels sorry for me because I'm poor. I don't even know why I like him when such arrogant things come out of his mouth.
He's really not arrogant. He's just generous with his money and doesn't know he's offending people when he says that sort of thing.
I know, Laurie sighed. That's why I can't stay mad at him even when I want to. And that's why I can't come to dinner tomorrow.
Actually, Finn's not coming tomorrow.
He's not?
No, Ellie wanted to be at dinner to see you, and we have to keep Finn and Ellie from contaminating each other. It really is dangerous.
Finn agreed not to come, so you're still on the hook. That's great. Honestly, I've missed you so much, and I have a lot more to tell you. My mom called, and there's all kinds of drama.
Why don't we have lunch? I could be there in 30 minutes. 45 tops.
You want lunch now? It's only 10 o'clock in the morning.
It is? Huh. I'm conditioning my hair with mayo and I smell like a sandwich. I guess it's making me hungry.
I can't go out to lunch anyway. Finn asked me to eat with him and I told him I had so much work to do I was skipping lunch.
You never skip lunch. Steph sounded worried. You're not getting anorexic, are you?
Huh, far from it. I'm a stress eater, you know? I ate my weight in potato chips last night.
Then you should be able to de-stress tomorrow night. Branson's grilling steaks and we're having sweet potato casserole.
I'm looking forward to it. And afterwards, I won't be able to walk, so I'll just roll my stress-free body out the door.
Yeah, but it'll be worth it. See you tomorrow.
A tentative knock sounded on Laurie's door, and Finn stepped halfway inside, like he couldn't decide if he should stay or go.
Hey, thought I'd let you know I brought lunch back so I could work up here.
His voice trailed off, and he looked at the floor.
I'll be next door at the conference table, if you need me.
Darn it. He looked so pitiful, like a little boy with no friends to play with. I know I'm going to regret this.
Want me to come work in there while you eat?
Like round bowls of sky, his eyes grew wide, a smile lighting his face. Why does he have to have those amazing dimples? He looks so innocent when he smiles. His shoulders scrunched together.
If you want to. I brought you a sandwich, just in case.
A loud gurgle from her traitorous stomach reverberated in the room, the pressure of her hands not helping to silence it. The crooked grin he hid behind his hand was adorable, which made her even more wary. But it was too late to turn back. After that rousing chorus of approval from my stomach, I guess I'll accept your offer. She snatched her laptop and followed him next door. For the next 15 minutes, they ate and chatted about nothing of importance. Katie had sent a cute family photo, with the two older boys cradling their baby sister across their laps. His mother had arrived safe at home in Michigan. Then he mentioned he was flying to Colorado on Monday. I know it's none of my business, but does this trip have anything to do with Jarrett? Finn's smile vanished.
Actually, I've been tasked with telling you, but I've been putting it off. He's having a biopsy done on Monday. He could have a reoccurrence of the cancer that took his leg. All 3 of us are going to Denver.
Cancer. Even the word was so scary. She couldn't imagine how Jarrett must feel. I'm so sorry. Jarrett is such a nice guy. I wish he was married so he wouldn't have to do this alone. But I'm glad he has you guys as friends. His brows pushed low over his eyes.
We're always there for him. It's not like he needs a wife.
Yeah, but you can't do everything a wife would do for him. She lifted her hand before he could make a smart comeback. And I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about having someone by your side, no matter what. No matter what people say or think. No matter whether it's convenient or not. No matter if your problem messes up their perfect plans. No matter if it spoils their reputation. You can't shirk your responsibility and just pick the parts that suit you, disappear and then show up and expect to be received with open arms. Some people might forgive and forget, but I don't. Especially not when you hurt someone I love. She took a breath and noticed Finn staring with huge eyes, his sandwich poised in midair.
Was that about why Jarrett should get married? Because I think I got lost somewhere in the middle.
Her face burned all the way to the roots of her hair. How had she gotten off on that tangent? That phone call she'd gotten from her mother must have screwed up her head more than she thought. She couldn't believe her mother was willing to give her father another chance, after all the years of misery and rejection. The worst part was, it sounded like her mother had already forgiven him. If she took him back, Lori might never be able to see her mother again. At least her mother didn't know she'd legally changed her name. Her dad wouldn't be able to track her down, even if her mom gave in to him.
Lori, are you okay?
His expression morphed from surprise to worry.
Is this about that guy? The one you said didn't abuse you?
No. Well, sort of.
Is he bothering you?
The muscles on the outside of his jaw bulged as his eyes narrowed. No, because he doesn't know where I am. His jaw jutted forward.
He's trying to track you down? What if he finds you? We should call the police.
It's not like that. He won't hurt me. Not physically. She stuck 3 potato chips in her mouth, despite having promised herself she would only sample half a chip, just to have a taste.
You think he won't hurt you, but what if you're wrong?
Finn's hand grabbed her arm, sending familiar tingles down her spine.
Please don't take chances with him. I have 2 empty bedrooms besides the one Cole is sleeping in. You can stay at my place as long as you like.
She almost choked on her chips. Coughing, she grabbed her water and gulped it down.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. Your hand is still touching my arm, and you just asked me to move in with you. I'm fine. My potato chip just got stuck.
We should get your things tonight and move you in. I'd feel a lot better.
His hand squeezed.
This is what friends do, Lori. Like you were there for me at dinner the other night.
You're out of your mind. Asking me to move in is not equal to me spouting off at dinner Wednesday night.
It is to me.
He took his hands away to push his fingers through his hair.
I want to help. Why won't you let me?
I'm perfectly safe in my apartment.
Oh.
His nostrils flared and he looked away.
If it helps, my bedroom is soundproofed.
Why on earth would you tell me that? Her voice trembled from shock. He answered with stiff lips and a challenging glare.
I thought it might make a difference if you knew you wouldn't hear me coughing for an hour every morning. It's an awful sound.
She burst out laughing. Thank goodness! I thought you were into some kind of kinky stuff, telling me your bedroom was soundproof.
I didn't. I never...
His face turned redder by the second.
Of course not.
His mortified expression made her laugh even harder. When she finally gained control, she declared, I could care less about hearing you cough in the morning. I lived with Steph and Ellie for 4 years. I helped Ellie with her morning treatments during the week, and on the weekends I could hear her anyway.
Surely it got on your nerves, though.
He had this odd expression, half disbelieving, half hopeful, as if her answer really mattered to him. It took me 2 weeks to get to the point where I could sleep through it, she confessed. But when I learned more about CF, that awful coughing sound was music to my ears. It meant the treatment was working. I loved Ellie, and the only thing that mattered was keeping her healthy.
My sisters said the same thing.
His eyes blinked rapidly as he traced the design on his cup.
I know my family can be nosy and pushy, but they're also really supportive.
Of course they are. They love you. That's how it's supposed to be in a healthy family. Though I wouldn't know from experience.
Then you'll move in, tonight?
If only he knew how it hurts to have him prove his friendship when I'm wishing for something more. Thanks for asking, but I can't move in with you. I don't need to. I promise he can't find me. Even if he did, he's not dangerous. He'd probably just try to make me like him by giving me a bunch of money. Finn frowned.
Is that such a bad thing?
It's not good or bad, really. It's nothing. Money is nothing to him, so the gesture is meaningless. Money's the one thing he was always willing to give up. It shows he doesn't really care about me at all. His mouth twisted to one side, his shoulders lifting.
Or maybe it's all he knows how to do.
Now you're defending him?
I had to.
Finn scowled as he put his trash in the paper sack and wadded it into a ball.
The dude sounds like me, and I think this may be why you haven't been talking to me.
I talked to you, she retorted, though she knew what he meant. She'd avoided any conversations except those needed to get her work done. Finn stood and tossed his sack in the trash, then sat down directly across from her, elbows on the table, head in his hands, and peered at her with sad, sapphire eyes. Now that's cheating.
I'm sorry, Laurie. I don't know how to be friends with a woman. Bran told me I probably offended you with the money thing, but I promise I didn't mean to. I don't want to end up like this guy you hate so much.
First of all, I don't hate him. I just don't respect him, and I wish I never had to deal with him again. And second, he's not like you at all. How could she explain? She'd already said too much about her father. Finn would start putting 2 and 2 together if she wasn't careful. You can be extremely irritating when you want to be, but deep down, you have a good soul. You care about people. You wouldn't be working this hard for Limitless if that wasn't true.
Does that mean we're friends again?
Sure. She forced the word through gritted teeth. Or I could pick up a hammer and pound it on my thumb about 100 times. Either one, equally fun. Chapter 8. Finn felt conspicuous in the waiting room, wearing a mask and gloves. But a person with cystic fibrosis had to take precautions. Hospitals were dangerous places, teeming with bacteria.
I still can't believe he didn't tell us it was more than a biopsy. This is major surgery, removing part of his lung.
Cole returned to his seat, handing Finn one of the coffee cups in his hands. Finn stowed his mask in his pocket and took a sip, wincing at the harsh flavor. But he wouldn't complain. He needed the caffeine to stay awake. He'd only slept for 3 hours before rising to complete his cystic fibrosis treatment in order to be at the airport for a 5 a.m. flight. Even in a private jet, they had to arrive 45 minutes early.
He didn't want us to come and make a big deal about it.
Finn understood. He would have done the same. He often kept his hospital stays on the down low. It was almost as if having his friends there made him admit it was actually happening. If he was alone, he could pretend he was simply living in a dream world, waiting to return to real life.
The good news is it was only in one lung, and they think they got it all.
Bran was only repeating what they'd all heard when the surgeon gave his report, but it was worth repeating. The conversation died as each sat, lost in his own thoughts and worries. After a few minutes, Finn asked Branson the question that had been on his mind all weekend.
How was the dinner party Saturday night? Great. You missed some good steaks. That's it. Rub it in. First you invite me, then you uninvite me. Then you torture me by describing the food I missed.
Cole piped in.
I already told you the food was good.
Branson managed a hint of a smile.
Ellie was excited to be there and see Laurie. I appreciate you giving up your spot for her. Did she say anything about me? Nope. Nothing at all? She didn't even mention you. At least, not to me. Okay.
Finn couldn't decide if that was good or bad. At least she didn't complain about him.
I'm kind of surprised.
Cole lifted his hand.
Excuse me. Did I miss something? Is there some reason Laurie should be talking about you? Did you give her such a hard time she wants to quit? No, we're fine.
Finn took another sip of coffee, shuddering as he swallowed. Finn thought he'd closed the subject, but Cole persisted.
I'm set to finish the shareholders report by Wednesday, and I could take over the LA fundraiser. I wasn't planning to stay in New York past Friday, but this?
His gaze shifted around the stark waiting room.
This changes everything. Are you sure you'll be able to clear your schedule?
Branson asked.
I will. This is my priority.
Finn made a quick decision. He had the Laurie thing under control, now that they'd defined their friend relationship. For some reason, he no longer wanted Cole to take his place. He must be feeling possessive about the job.
I'll stay on the fundraiser. You can cover Jarrett's other projects. What about R&D? Don't you have a new game release in a month?
Cole lifted the coffee to his lips and drank, pursing his lips.
I'll get it done. It's not like I have a social life. That's true.
Cole chuckled. Then his smile faded as the room got quiet again. The sound of a dinging elevator echoed down the corridor.
Can I just ask, is anyone besides me scared? I am,
Finn confirmed.
I won't let Jarrett know,
Branson said.
But yes, I'm scared. I've looked at the stats and wish I hadn't. All we can do is pray.
Finn took a large gulp of his bitter brew, as if he were somehow sharing in Jarrett's suffering.
Jarrett's mother is coming to stay with him.
Bran stretched and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand.
Maybe he'd rather have one of his buddies with him,
Cole suggested.
Of the three of us, I'm probably the most nurturing,
Bran remarked.
And I'm not all that impressive. I think he's better off with his mother. Isn't she old, though?
Cole took another sip from his cup, his face contorting.
I think she's in her 60s.
Bran checked the time on his braille watch, prompting Finn to look at the clock on the wall. 3:25 p.m. According to the surgeon who'd just given them a report, Jarrett was in recovery and would be in a room by 4 o'clock.
Same age as my mum,
Finn commented.
Jarrett says she lifts weights and runs marathons. I guess she can handle it. Wonder why she isn't here now,
Cole mumbled.
Probably because Jarrett told her it was only a biopsy.
Finn tried gulping the coffee, hoping to skip over the taste buds that detected bitterness on the back of his tongue. It didn't work.
He said she's flying in today.
Bran rubbed his eyes.
Cole, I think I've changed my mind. If you don't mind getting another one, I do want a cup of coffee. No, you don't,
Finn and Cole said, in unison. Exhausted, Finn and Cole arrived back in New York, walking into the penthouse apartment like zombies. Finn set his alarm an hour later than usual, opting to skip his morning workout. But when morning came, he barely dragged himself out of bed to start his morning therapy. His coughing had woken him up all during the night, and after an hour of treatment to loosen the mucus, it seemed he couldn't manage to clear his chest. He continued his morning routine, still coughing, and an hour later found Cole at the breakfast table, practically asleep over a bowl of cereal.
"Morning."
Cole's first word of the day set off another coughing fit.
"Sorry,"
he managed between coughs.
"You had a rough night, huh? You could hear me coughing?"
Finn pushed the button to make a fresh cup of coffee.
"Only when I went down the hall to get a drink of water. Believe me, I fell right back asleep." "Yeah, I don't feel too good. Not surprising after yesterday." "You're not getting sick, are you?" "I shouldn't be. I wore my mask the whole time we were at the hospital."
Finn sat down at the table, sipping his brew. He lifted his mug toward Cole.
"Nice to have a decent cup of coffee." "Amen, brother. I promise never to take good coffee for granted again."
Cole took a sip from his own cup with an expression of ecstasy.
"You're not just having coffee for breakfast, are you?" "No. I usually push about 1,200 calories or more at breakfast. Bacon, sausage, eggs, and such. You want something besides cereal?" "Too early for me to eat like that." "I guess I'd better eat fast. It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get to work, especially since we aren't early enough to miss rush hour traffic."
Finn fell into yet another round of bone-shattering coughs.
"Maybe you should stay home today,"
Cole suggested.
"You know I can't do that with Jarrett out."
Finn grabbed some juice from the refrigerator and poured a tall glass.
"I'll be fine. I'm just a little tired." "Okay, you know your body by now."
He did, and that's why he was worried. Her mother was crying. As Lori walked toward the metro station Tuesday morning, she held the phone away from her ear so her mother's sobs wouldn't hurt her eardrums. She was tempted to hand her phone to the homeless man with the empty cup and a sign that read, "Vietnam Veteran," and walk away. Lori couldn't remember a time when her mother didn't cry all the time. She did everything in her power to make her mom happy. She thought if she could grow taller, or be thinner, or do well enough in school, then her mother wouldn't be so sad. Nothing worked. Only prescription medication made the crying stop. She also stopped laughing. And Lori knew exactly who was to blame. Her father. "I can't believe you want anything to do with him, Mom. I'm not coming to visit if Tyrone's going to be there." "Your father is a good man," she sobbed. "He made some mistakes. You need to give him a chance to make it up to you. Everyone makes mistakes." "I know Tyrone made mistakes. I'm one of them." "He never called you a mistake." Carmen sniffed a few times. "I promise he didn't." "I think the fact he paid you hush money every month so he could deny my existence means he considered me a mistake." She wailed anew. "It wasn't hush money. It was child support." Lori had heard this argument before. "Are you kidding me? We had 1,000 rules to follow to get that money. I'm surprised I didn't have to live in a monastery overseas so no one would discover the great Tyrone Shields had an illegitimate daughter from an illicit affair." "You can't blame this all on Tyrone." Carmen's voice grew a bit stronger, and Lori wondered if she was faking the tears. "I'm the one who slept with him, knowing he was married." "Mom, you were 17. It was statutory rape." "It was 3 days before my birthday, and I lied about my age." "And that stupid lawyer told you not to press charges because you could never make it stick. But the truth was he wanted his cut of the hush money." Lori paused at the top of the metro station escalator, knowing she'd lose her phone signal underground. Her mother's voice was rock steady. "The truth was I loved him. I loved him then, and I love him now." "I know you loved him." Lori's voice cracked as she swiped tears off her face with her sleeve. A man coming out of the subway station gave her a sympathetic glance, and she glared at him until he blanched, hurrying away with his eyes averted. "No matter what he did, you always loved him." "I know that, Mom, but I don't love him. I never will. He's not my father, he's a sperm donor." "Why can't you give him a chance?" "I'm not discussing this anymore. If you love him so much, you can have him. I hope you're very happy. I really do. But I don't want to see him. I don't want to talk to him, and I sure don't want his money." "But, Lori, he's a changed man. He knows he was wrong, and he only wants to make it up to you." "He's a changed man, all right. He used to be a big-time pro football player with a proper wife and a perfect family. You and I were his dirty little secret. Even after he blew his knee and retired from football, he still wouldn't acknowledge I existed. Then his wife left him, no doubt because he couldn't keep his pants on. He has nobody left, so he's come back to you as a last resort." When Carmen responded in a shaky voice, Lori knew her tears were the real thing. Her words had injured her mother's pride. "I prefer to think he came back to me because he realized he loved me. You can't believe it because you don't think I'm good enough for him." "No, Mom, I don't think he's good enough for you." "If you won't come here, I'll come see you. Tell me where you're living now." "I'm going to be late for work. Talk to you later." Lori disconnected before her mother could object. She wiped her face on her sleeve again, noting the black marks from smeared mascara. "Great. I've got raccoon eyes. I'll wipe it all off when I get to work before anyone sees me." When Finn spied Lori shuffling across the lobby with her head down, he knew something was wrong. Usually proud and confident, Lori strode with her head held high everywhere she went. To see her ducking her face from onlookers set off all kinds of alarms.
"Lori!"
Yelling her name made him cough, of course, but it got her attention. She waited for him as he jogged toward her, weaving between teeming employees. By the time he reached her, he was short of breath like he'd spent an hour on the treadmill. Wheezing, he tried to come up with an excuse for chasing her down.
"I thought we might ride up together. I'll catch you up on Jarrett."
"I'll be upstairs in a minute. I was headed to the ladies' room. Gotta fix my hair." She pointed to her dark curls draped across her face. As she turned to go, the hair shifted, revealing black under her eye.
That's why she was going to the ladies' room, to hide a black eye.
He grabbed her arm before she could escape.
"Wait, Lori."
He leaned close to whisper so no one would overhear.
"Who did this to you? Did that guy find you?"
"Stop it. Nobody did anything to me."
"I saw your black eye,"
he insisted. "Let me go!" She whipped around, covering her face with her hand, tugging against his grasp. "I smeared my makeup, that's all."
"I don't believe you."
Another set of coughs racked his body, and he felt dozens of curious eyes. He wanted to slip away before he attracted any more attention, but he was too worried about Lori. As he was coughing, she wrenched out of his weakened grip. She was getting away from him, but there was nothing he could do. When his coughs finally subsided, he was surprised to find her standing in the same place. "Are you sick?" Lori asked from behind the hand covering her eyes.
"I'm fine."
He grabbed his thermos and drank, soothing his raw throat.
"Tell me what happened to you."
"Good grief, Finn! You're so stubborn!" She pushed her hair away from her face and pointed to her eyes, encircled in smeared mascara. "Satisfied?" He could only think of one thing.
"Why were you crying?"
"It was nothing. An emotional phone call with my mother."
"Oh."
His face burned. He'd made a fool of himself.
"Okay. Well, if you need someone to talk to, I'm here for you."
Her huge almond-shaped eyes appeared even larger, accentuated with smeared mascara. She made a point of rolling them around a few times. "Seriously, Finn, you've got to give this up. You are not one of my girlfriends.
I'm not going to call you up and tell you my troubles while we bake cookies and eat an entire half-gallon of mint chocolate chip ice cream. She let her hair fall back across her face.
I'm game for that.
With great effort, Finn fought the desire to reach up and tuck her hair behind her ear.
Maybe women do it right. Advice probably goes down a lot easier with ice cream.
We don't give advice. With her eyes hidden, he found himself hypnotized by her lips, his gaze glued to their every movement. He made it a game, scoring points if they curved into a smile.
No advice?
Usually, we talk about how awful things are, cry together, and pig out on comfort food.
Sounds depressing. How does that solve anything?
That's the problem with men, trying to solve everything. You can't solve life's problems, Finn. You have to deal with them.
Eating ice cream? That's how you deal?
He scored big with that one, as her lips spread in a huge grin. Works 9 times out of 10. She adjusted her purse strap on her shoulder and turned toward the ladies' room. Now, please, let me get my face cleaned up so I can go to work. I've got a ton on my plate today.
Sure.
Finn coughed, the deep sound reverberating in the lobby, which was now almost empty. Laurie turned around to face him, her hair pushed back to expose deeply furrowed brows. What's going on with this cough, Finn? It doesn't sound good. Her finger wagged in his face. And don't tell me it's nothing. You've got dark circles under your eyes, and you can't blame it on mascara. He hated looking fragile in front of his employees. For some reason, it was even worse for Laurie to see him that way.
It's no big deal. I'm just tired from flying to Denver and back and waiting in the hospital.
He skillfully shifted the focus.
Jarrett's biopsy turned out to be major surgery. The next step is chemotherapy.
Oh no! How is he? When does chemo start?
It'll take some time to recover. I'm guessing they'll start the chemo as soon as possible.
Just then, heavy coughing overcame him, continuing for 20 seconds or more before he gained control again. Her eyes squeezed into narrow slits, like slivers of black onyx. I'm telling you, as your good buddy, I think you're getting sick. I've seen it before, you know.
That's my normal morning cough. I feel great, and I can prove it.
He bent his arm, pointing his fingers to the bicep that bulged through his shirt.
Want to feel?
Her hands went to her hips. Is this the way men deal with problems? You make a joke and pretend nothing is wrong?
Has anyone ever told you that you worry too much?
She shot back. None that lived to tell about it.
You remind me of my mum right now.
She pressed her lips together, as if she were holding back a sharp retort. You're right. You're a grown man. I won't say any more about it. He gave her his best impish grin. What's so funny?
It's hard to take you seriously with all that mascara smeared around your eyes.
Laurie groaned and stomped off to the bathroom. When the door closed behind her, Finn let his body sag. Feeling weaker by the minute, he knew he was coming down with some sort of infection. Though Laurie had guessed correctly, he didn't want her to find out. His personal assistant covered every home or hospital stay with an appropriate story to explain his absence. Bran and Cole could know the truth, but no one else. Especially Laurie Fields. Chapter 9. I can't believe it! When the memo came in right before lunch, Laurie had marched up to Finn's office to confront him, but his PA informed her he was already gone. Where did he go?
I'm not allowed to give the details, Ms. Fields. We must respect his privacy.
He couldn't have taken the time to tell me himself?
Ms. Fields.
Frederick's condescending expression pressed on her last nerve.
This opportunity rose suddenly. He called it the chance of a lifetime. He couldn't waste time running all over the building to tell everyone he was leaving. You should feel honored that he sent a personal note.
I got a memo on my computer. You call that a personal note?
As opposed to a group email? Yes, I do.
He crossed his arms, drumming his fingers on his starched white shirt. He shouldn't be going anywhere, least of all on some exotic vacation. He's on the verge of getting sick already. Didn't you notice how pale he looked? How much he was coughing?
I would never presume to give Mr. Anderson advice concerning his health, Ms. Fields.
He may be right, but he's still a presumptuous turd. What am I supposed to do about the LA fundraiser? First Mr. Alvarez, now Mr. Anderson? I'm beginning to think they want me to fail at this job.
I believe Mr. Miller or Mr. Knight will be stepping in to provide assistance.
He lifted his chin and looked down his nose.
Mr. Anderson also suggested he might call you each day, in case he could help out from wherever he is, via phone or email.
Frederick's glare told her he disapproved of the plan, but Laurie assumed Finn was doing it to assuage his guilt. She imagined him, wearing sunglasses as he lounged in a hammock on the beach. He spoke into his cell phone between sips from his fancy drink with a pineapple flag.
Can you talk a little louder, Laurie? I can't hear you over the sound of the ocean waves crashing on the beach.
Still fuming, she returned to her office and called Stephanie to unload all the frustrations of her morning. Steph answered on the first ring. Laurie, I'm so glad you called. I just got off the phone with Branson, so I heard all about Finn. I'm sure you're freaking out. I am, and you don't know the half of it. My morning started off with a phone call from Mom. She swallowed, barely holding her tears in. She did it, Steph. She got back with Tyrone, just like we thought she would. She begged me to talk to him. I hope you told her no. I did, but you can guess how that went over. It's a good thing I never told Mom I changed my name. I think she'd do anything for that man, even betray her own daughter. How can she trust him after all those years when he treated the two of you like dirt? Of course, I'll have to call her tonight and apologize. Laurie sighed. It's so pitiful that she's ready to forget everything he's done and run back to him. Maybe he'll be different this time. Maybe he'll treat her like he should have all along. I hope so. Nothing would make me happier than to eat my words about him. Poor Mom. She deserves a little happiness, but I'm certainly not holding my breath. Yeah, a sure way to suffocate, Steph said. You've had a terrible day. You started off with Tyrone, now the bad news about Finn, and of course we just found out Jarrett's cancer is back. What bad news about Finn? Had she missed something? She probed for information, attempting to sound as if she knew what Steph was talking about. Yeah, it's bad. Finn told me about Jarrett this morning. You saw Finn today? Were you at the hospital? Hospital? Every drop of saliva disappeared from her mouth. He was at the office first thing this morning, Laurie answered vaguely. Wow, I can't believe they admitted him that fast. I guess it's pretty bad. Yeah, I was really surprised when I found out. She didn't mention that moment was a few seconds ago. Maybe you heard more details than I did. Branson only said his temperature was 104 when he checked in. Stephanie lowered her voice, as if someone might be eavesdropping. You know not to tell anyone he's sick, right? Because Finn doesn't want all the employees to know about it. I wouldn't tell a soul. Laurie moved on wooden legs to her desk chair, trying to keep her tone light. Not only am I not a gossip, but I've hardly met anyone at work. Haven't had time to make friends. Well, you certainly have a friend in Finn Anderson. I know you don't want to be his buddy, but at least he cares about you. He called from the hospital and spent 30 minutes on the phone telling Branson what he had to do to help you with your project. Laurie felt about 3 inches tall, maybe 2. Of course Finn wouldn't desert their work to go on some extravagant trip. How could she have believed such a far-fetched story? "He needs to concentrate on getting well," Laurie said. "I hope Bran told him not to worry about me and the fundraiser." "He did. He told Finn that he and Cole could handle it. But Finn can be as stubborn as Branson. I know he feels extra guilty since Jared is out too." "But it's not his fault. No matter how hard he tries to prevent it, he'll get sick sometimes. That's the reality of CF." "I know that, but Bran says he's always been like this. I don't understand it either." "It's like he's determined never to let his cystic fibrosis disturb anyone else in any way. He's more worried about protecting other people from the effect of CF than protecting himself." "I wonder who made him feel that way," Steph mused. "Guilty about something he has no control over." "I don't know." Laurie chewed on her bottom lip. "But I sure hope I didn't contribute to it. And if I did, I'm going to find a way to make it up to him, like any good friend would." "Time to get some blood from you." The perky lab tech woke Finn up from a dead sleep. He felt like he'd been run over by a truck.
"What time is it?"
he croaked, rubbing his eyes. "It's 4:15. She rolled her noisy cart beside his bed and set up for a blood draw. With a freckled forehead and her hair in a ponytail, she looked all of 12 years old, though she had to be at least 18.
4:15 in the morning?
He swam through the fog in his head. How long had he been here? 4:15 in the afternoon. Want me to open the blinds before I go? Let the sun in? She wrapped a rubber tie around his arm.
No.
He was so tired he knew he'd fall back to sleep as soon as she left. But wait, he needed to stay awake so he could call Laurie. She was bound to be furious with him, considering his cover story.
I changed my mind. I think I'd like the blinds open after all. I'm sorry, I missed your name.
It's Mallory. He watched her push the needle through his skin and into his vein.
Mallory, how did you decide to become a vampire?
She giggled as she released the band and blood flowed into the waiting tube. I guess I was inspired by reading vampire romance novels. Don't worry, they were clean romances.
Clean romance? Didn't know there was such a thing.
She pulled the needle out and secured a pad in its place with a piece of stretchy gauze around his arm. His cough started up again and wouldn't stop. Over and over, the violent cough tore at his raw throat. Mallory took a few steps backward, probably grateful she was wearing a face mask. When it finally subsided, he sent an apologetic look her way, but she was already rolling her cart out the door, having forgotten her promise to open the blinds. He found the control and lifted the head of his bed, all too familiar with the procedure from all his hospital stays. After drinking water to soothe his irritated throat, he practiced speaking, intent on hiding his hoarseness. 2 more rounds of drinking and practicing followed, and then he dialed Laurie's cell number. The phone rang for a while before she answered, her voice tentative. Hello?
Hey, I thought I'd check in while I had cell phone reception.
He steeled himself against the angry retort he knew was coming. She'd had hours to rehearse, so it would probably fillet him with precision. But he deserved it. Though he hadn't escaped on an overseas vacation as he'd claimed, he'd nonetheless let Laurie down. Not only her, but also Branson, Cole, Jarrett, and his whole R&D team. He would undoubtedly lose a minimum of a week at work, lying around sick and useless. Finn? How are you? She made a throat-clearing noise. I mean, how is your trip?
Good, so far.
Where was her sharp temper? Why was she holding back?
I know you're angry at me, but
I'm not upset at all. I mean, I was at first, but now I've got everything under control. I have an appointment with Branson in the morning to sort things out, and Cole's helping me starting Thursday.
Excuse me a second,
he rasped, stuffing the phone under his pillow to stifle the sound of his violent coughing. He sipped some water before he picked up the phone again.
Listen, Laurie, you don't have to pretend you aren't mad. But I think I can help you, even though I'm not there.
Honestly, I'm making great progress on my own. I got 2 more physical checks in the mail today. Hard to believe these wealthy people are still doing checks the old-fashioned way. A sinking feeling swirled in his gut. Something wasn't right.
You know, don't you?
I have no idea what you're talking about. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have been angry. As it was, he didn't have the energy to care.
You're a terrible liar. Might as well admit it.
Why does it matter if I know?
Because I don't want your pity.
Good thing, buddy, because you aren't getting it. He imagined her lifting her chin and making that cute, sassy face, pushing her plump lips into a pout.
Who told you? Was it Frederick?
Are you kidding me? That man wouldn't reveal the color of your hair if I stuck him with live electrical wires. He laughed, which made him cough once again. As it subsided, he heard Laurie asking, "The real question is why didn't you tell me? I thought we were good friends."
Just a second.
Feeling cold, Finn spread out his extra blanket, huddling under the covers while conjuring an answer.
I guess I get tired of being defined by CF. I don't want to be that guy you can't depend on because he's sick all the time, even if it's true.
Her voice came back, gentle and soothing. No one thinks that, Finn. No one but you. He wanted to believe her, but he knew better.
You sound like my sister.
I'll take that as a compliment.
That's how I meant it.
A sudden chill had him shivering, and he pulled his blanket tighter. How long will you be in the hospital?
Hope they let me out soon. I have this PICC line so I can keep up the IV antibiotics when I leave the hospital.
His lids blinked shut over scratchy eyes. Finn? Are you there? Her voice jolted him awake.
I'm here, resting my eyes.
Can I come visit you in the hospital? Should he say yes? He'd told his best friends to stay away. If he let Laurie come, she might read something into it. She might believe they were more than friends. Even more dangerous, he might believe it.
No offense, Laurie, but I'd rather you didn't.
Okay. Her voice sounded small, uncertain, disappointed. Against his better judgment, he added,
But I'll call you.
You will? Tonight? Pride swelled inside. She had a smile in her voice now, and he'd put it there.
Tonight,
he mumbled, as he fell into a dead sleep. Chapter 10. After tossing and turning all night, Laurie finally gave up on sleep at 3 a.m. Aware of Bran's sleep schedule, she bided her time until 4:30 before calling him. From his rapid breathing, she could tell he'd already started his morning workout.
Laurie, what's wrong?
He correctly guessed she wasn't calling for a casual chat about work. It's Finn. I need to know where he is. Branson made a frustrated growl.
I'm sorry, Laurie. I gave my word I wouldn't tell anyone.
Yes, but I know where he is already. I just don't know where. She shook her head, attempting to clear it. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep last night, so my mind is kind of like soggy cereal. I'm trying to tell you I know he's in the hospital.
How did you find out?
Bran's voice had an edge. Laurie couldn't get Steph in trouble for accidentally spilling the beans, so she avoided the question. We talked on the phone yesterday afternoon. You know, Finn and I are friends now.
He called you?
Bran sounded more curious than shocked. He promised to call me back last night, but he never did. She did another deft sidestep.
It doesn't mean anything. Maybe he was sleeping and didn't wake up until it was too late to call.
Bran's heavy sigh said it all. He thought she was overreacting, but Lori had an anxious feeling she couldn't ignore. I don't think so. I sent a half-dozen texts and he didn't respond.
Last time he was kind of out of it the first couple of days.
Please, Branson, just tell me where he is so I can check on him. She was too tired to hide her desperation. Let Branson think what he wanted.
You won't be able to find out anything unless he put your name on the list.
Then I'll march up to his room and break the door down. Bran chuckled.
You don't even know his room number, do you?
No, she admitted sullenly. But I have this terrible feeling something's happened. You have to help me. If I'm wrong, I'll never question you again. And I'll... What could she use as a bargaining chip with a billionaire who had everything he wanted? I'll come over and cook my special fried shrimp Saturday night.
Tempting. I do love your fried shrimp,
he teased.
But I feel bad taking this bet. He probably just forgot. Or maybe his cell phone died. There's a dozen reasons he might not have called.
He's right. It's probably all in my head, and Finn will be so ticked when he finds out I made a fuss. Yet the knot in her stomach persisted. Chances are I'm wrong, and I'm making a big deal out of nothing, but I'll gladly spend a couple of hours cooking shrimp just for the peace of mind.
If you're that worried, I'll get online and check his patient portal, though I doubt it's been updated yet.
Thank you. And if there's no update, will you call the hospital?
Fine. I'll keep pushing until I get confirmation everything's okay. I have to say, I'm glad your, friendship has progressed to this point. Last week, Cole and I were taking bets on how long it would be before the two of you had a knockdown drag-out.
If he doesn't have a darned good excuse for not calling me or returning my texts, that could still happen. Finn tried to open his eyes, but they were glued shut. Something was pressing on his face, and he thought to push it away. But he felt a hand tighten around his wrist and force his arm back to the bed.
Leave that alone. It's an oxygen mask.
A man spoke in quiet tones, and Finn didn't have the strength to resist. He knew that voice.
Branson.
His attempt to speak with a thick, dry tongue produced more of a
brrrf. Are you finally awake?
Bran asked.
Water.
Finn's throat felt like someone had been rubbing it with sandpaper.
Hang on, there's a cup here somewhere.
First, the scrape of a chair on the floor, and then shuffling noises came from somewhere near Finn's head. Then Bran spoke again.
Here's some water, but I can't get it to your mouth. You're going to have to sit up and loosen your mask a bit.
Finn pried his eyelids open, his blurry vision gradually coming into focus. He found the bed control and tilted the head up before taking the cup from Bran's hand. Lifting the bottom of the mask, he wedged the straw into his mouth and sipped the soothing water.
Why are you here?
He rasped, his voice so weak Bran leaned in close.
Told you not to come. You had such a high fever you were thrashing around and wouldn't leave your oxygen mask on. We had to come and take turns holding your hands down.
Finn knew the docs used a full oxygen mask when nasal congestion forced him to breathe through his mouth.
Nurses can take care of me,
he replied in a hoarse whisper.
The nurses can't sit in here 24/7, and they aren't allowed to strap you down.
He felt an ache in his chest that wasn't from his lungs. Branson and Cole were true friends. They had sacrificed to sit beside him in the hospital, putting them even further behind at work.
Thank you for this. I owe you guys big time. You don't owe me anything.
Branson's forehead drew into stern lines.
I've always thought your rule was stupid. There's no good reason for us to stay away when you're in the hospital. This just proves it.
Having you here makes it feel too real.
Finn drank some more water and stretched to set the cup down on the rolling table near his head.
I know you like to compartmentalize your life.
Bran sat back down, one hand rising to rub the scruff on his chin.
You do your therapy in the mornings and then go about your day pretending you're just like everyone else who doesn't have cystic fibrosis. Believe me, I understand the appeal. I wish I could do the same thing.
I don't see anything wrong with it. It's worked for 33 years.
It's fine for your general acquaintances, Finn. But your friends and family, we're here for the nitty-gritty of real life. You didn't desert me when I tried to withdraw from the world. We'll be there for Jarrett when he's throwing up from chemo. We all know Cole has his ghosts, and we haven't turned our back on him yet. So it's your turn to accept a little help from your friends.
I appreciate you guys, but I'm fine now. You can head back to the office.
A mocking smile slid onto Bran's face.
It's 8 p.m. A little late to go back to work.
Are you kidding me? I lost a whole day?
He felt guiltier than ever.
Did you stay the entire time or trade off with Cole?
I was at the office all day. I've only been sitting here a few hours. I had to pull the sheet over your arms so I could hear when you were reaching for that mask again.
I'm still sorry you had to do it, even for a few hours.
I had to find some way to give Lori a break. She's been watching you since 5 a.m.
Branson gestured toward the window on the opposite side of the bed.
She had her laptop with her, but I don't think she got much done. She said you fought with that oxygen mask all day long.
Finn turned to look in the direction Bran had pointed. Curled up on the hard love seat, Lori lay with her head askew, propped up on the vinyl-covered arm. She appeared to be sound asleep, though her neck had to be strained.
Why did you bring her here?
Bran shook his head, wearing a rueful grin.
Once she found out your fever was so high you were delirious, I couldn't have kept her away without a set of chains.
Why would she do this?
Finn murmured, as he watched the rise and fall of her gentle breaths.
She claims the two of you are friends now.
Finn could hear Bran's skepticism loud and clear, but he didn't care what Bran thought. He only cared that Lori had given up her whole day for him. Warmth spread inside his chest.
She cares about me.
Then a nervous chill shook him from head to toe. This woman was chipping away at his carefully constructed wall.
That's right. We're friends,
he answered with a firm and confident tone, not so much to convince Branson as himself.
And nothing more.
A loud knocking jarred Lori from her deep sleep. Bright light flooded the room.
Mr. Anderson, it's good to see you awake.
The nurse marched in, his boisterous voice making it impossible for Lori to fade back into dreamland. She swung her feet to the floor and sat up, rubbing her eyes with the backs of her hands. Did he say Finn's awake? Her gaze jerked toward the hospital bed where it connected with Finn's intense stare. His brows pulled together, a deep line forming between them, leaving no doubt he was displeased to find her here. But her relief at seeing him sitting up and in his right mind far outweighed any possible consequence. She sent up a silent prayer of thanks. As he took Finn's vital signs, the nurse chatted.
101.8. That's excellent. We're overdue for a breathing treatment, and we need to get your O2 level up. I'll send PT in right away.
This late at night?
Finn asked. A glance at her watch told Lori it was 8:15. She'd been napping since 6, her only sleep in the past 24 hours. Her body longed to collapse in her bed at home, but should she leave Finn unattended? Branson needed to go home to Steph and the kids, so it only made sense for her to stay.
We have at least one physical therapist on duty at night,
the nurse explained as he took Finn's blood pressure.
But we'll get you back on a normal schedule tomorrow.
The door burst open and Cole strolled in, his cowboy boots clomping on the floor.
Are y'all having a party in here? What are you doing here, Cole? Finn asked, clearly disgruntled at the invasion. I'm here for the night. Cole held up a small duffel bag. Branson's taken Laurie home. I don't think you'll fit on this love seat, she argued. Irritated, the two men had made the decision without her input. She hadn't even had a chance to talk to Finn. No telling what Branson had said about her presence. She deserved a chance to explain why she was there. That couch folds out into a bed, the nurse commented. I can show you how it works. Now you tell me, said Laurie, rubbing the sore muscle on the side of her neck. You can go home, Cole. My fever's gone. With Finn's last word, a coughing fit hit him, deep and scary sounding. I'm already here, so I'm staying. Cole dropped his bag and sat down beside Laurie, locking his fingers behind his head and stretching out his long legs. By the time the nurse had collected his numbers and left the room, Branson was on his feet, white cane in hand, headed toward the door. Have a good night, Finn. Are you ready, Laurie? I'll give you a ride. Frustrated, Laurie stood and slung her purse over her shoulder. She had no excuse to stay with Finn, and the dark expression on his face said he didn't want her there. Bye, Finn, she said glibly. I'm glad you're still with us. Her gaze connected with his, the intensity of his glare shooting a charged bolt through her chest. Whatever emotion lay behind that murderous look had destroyed any progress they'd made in their relationship. He must see her as one more interfering woman in his life. At least he's alive. I don't care what he thinks about me. She tried hard to believe it. Chapter 11. As she feared, Laurie didn't hear from Finn for the rest of the week, though Bran kept her up to date on his condition. Determined to carry her share of the load, Laurie tried her best to work without bothering Branson or Cole. Fortunately, a phone call to Dara had resulted in a wealth of information. Stuck at home on bed rest, she said she was going stir-crazy and happily answered every question Laurie could think of. She made Laurie promise to contact her if she got stuck again, but Laurie didn't want to take advantage of her when she was supposed to be on leave. At noon on Friday, while working through lunch to complete a to-do list about 10 miles long, she got a phone call from her mother. She answered the phone, though she didn't feel up to the inevitable argument. Hi, Mom. I'm pretty busy, so I can't talk long. You're not taking a lunch break? She stayed calm, knowing her mother didn't realize how judgmental she sounded. I'll grab something to eat, but it's not like I couldn't afford to skip one meal. Laurie Tyra Shields, you know that's not healthy. Why did you call, Mom? She asked, impatience creeping into her tone. I wanted to tell you my news. What's that? Please don't let her tell me she's marrying Tyrone. I'm engaged. Ugh. She struggled to control her ragged emotions. She had to put her mother's feelings first. Mom, if this is what you really want, I'm happy for you. And I want you to be my maid of honor. Dread swirled in her gut. Don't you think your sister should be your maid of honor? She deserves it after all she's done for us. Laurie and her mother had lived with Aunt Michaela and Uncle Carlos for as long as Laurie could remember. I want my daughter. Laurie stifled a groan. I'll consider being in the wedding, but only if you have a small, private ceremony. A secret one, with no publicity. Carmen's response was a loud sniff. Tyrone wants me to have the wedding of my dreams. Why shouldn't I get a fancy wedding with a white dress and everything? You don't think I deserve it? Mom, my decision has nothing to do with you. I've worked hard to keep my own identity. So you can have the celebrity life, but I don't want to be known as Tyrone Shields' daughter. I just want to be plain old Laurie She stopped herself before she blurted out her new last name. Laurie from Miami. Tyrone's not really a celebrity anymore.
her mother argued. "He retired from football years ago." "The media still follow him around, especially since Jerome's in the NFL now." Lori referred to her half-brother. "I almost forgot. Jerome's going to be Tyrone's best man, so you have to be my maid of honor." "I can't process this right now." A throb started at the base of her neck and extended to her forehead. "We can talk about it later. I'll call you this weekend." "Are you coming for Christina's quinceañera on Saturday?" "I wish I could," she answered truthfully, knowing her cousin's 15th birthday celebration was a big deal. "I'm too busy with work right now, but I mailed my present 2 weeks ago." Carmen launched into a lengthy description of the party preparations as Lori stared out the window at the gathering storm clouds. Stephanie's incoming phone call saved her from her mother's endless chatter. "Mom, I've got to go. Boss is calling me. Talk to you later." She connected with Stephanie. "Hey, boss." "You don't work for me anymore," Stephanie chuckled. "You sound distraught. Did I catch you at a bad time?" "Kind of. Got some bad news from my mom." "Are she and Tyrone getting married?" "Yup." She popped the P. "Just like I predicted. But that's not all. She wants me to be her maid of honor. And guess who's going to be the best man? Jerome." "Your half-brother? That might be kind of fun, right? You told me you guys got along really well in college." "True. He's nothing like our father. He complained all the time that he couldn't tell people I was his sister." "He seemed super nice that time I met him." "I'd love to see him again. We still keep in touch, but I left out all the big stuff about my life. He doesn't know where I am or that I changed my name or anything like that." "I'm glad he'll be there. Shows a lot of guts, don't you think? His mother can't be very excited about this wedding, even though she's the one who left your father." "It could be a good thing to see Jerome again, except for one tiny detail. The media coverage." "Good gracious! I forgot he's in the NFL now. The sports reporters will be all over this." Stephanie sounded more panicky than Lori. "If you're in that wedding, your cover is blown for sure. You could have changed your last name to Frankenstein and they'd still figure out who you are." "What am I going to do?" A knock sounded and Branson leaned in the doorway. "Hey, Lori, got a minute?" "I'm on the phone with your wife. Do you have a message for her?" "Not one you could repeat out loud," said Bran with a broad grin, coming closer. "Tell him I'll be waiting for him at home in my special outfit." Steph's voice carried through the air and Bran laughed. "Too much information, guys," Lori complained. "Virginal ears, remember?" "Bye, girl. Talk to you later." Stephanie was giggling as she disconnected the call. "Glad you stopped by. I hope you're here to make some follow-up phone calls for me. I'm trying to confirm the final arrangements with each donor who's giving us a physical item for auction." Lori blinked her bloodshot eyes and yawned. 3 nights in a row with hardly any sleep, plus a pounding headache. She hoped she could make it to the end of the day. "Afraid I don't have time to help today, but I do have good news." His grin was so wide she could see every tooth. "Jarrett isn't going to have chemo." "None at all?" "That's right." Branson moved unerringly to the chair in front of her desk and sat down. As always, she was amazed he could remember the furniture placement so well. He released a long breath like he'd been holding it for a year. "It turns out he only had one area of recurrent cancer in his lung and they think they got it all. The doctors say there's no real benefit to chemotherapy in this case. Jarrett's ecstatic. He told me the chemo they use for osteosarcoma is really nasty stuff, and he was dreading it." "That's great! How long before he's back?" Lori wanted to dance around the room. All her problems were almost over. Jarrett would come back, and she wouldn't have to deal with Finn anymore. They could go back to their former antagonistic relationship as if nothing had ever happened. That's because nothing did happen. That little spark you felt was completely one-sided. Branson hesitated. "It'll be several more weeks before he can work again.
They broke his chest open to do that lung surgery, and the recovery takes a while.
Her throat fell into her stomach, but she pretended to be fine with the news. That's okay. I really don't need help since I talked to Dara. She talked to me for hours and even made a few phone calls. Luckily, she had the advertisements scheduled before she left. None of you guys mentioned advertising, she accused.
We didn't tell you because we didn't know. Tara's been handling the details since we started this fundraiser 6 years ago. We're lost without her,
Bran said.
I wish she could have been here to train you like we originally planned.
For now, I think I've got it under control. Dara's been a lifesaver. Will Jarrett be back in time to attend the fundraiser in L.A.? She asked, hoping 3 weeks was enough time for him.
I'm afraid the current plan is for him to work from his Denver office so he can stay close to his doctors. They have to monitor for any other signs of recurrent cancer.
Got it. I'm stuck with Finn, and he hates me again. What other good news awaits? Bran cleared his throat.
Finn's supposed to go home from the hospital tomorrow. He could be back here by the end of the week.
Good. She managed a cheery tone. Glad he's feeling better.
I'm guessing he didn't call today and let you know.
She shrugged. No.
Has he called you since Wednesday?
I could have missed his call, she suggested. Bran's jaw muscles bulged.
I'm sorry, Lori. He ought to know better. Don't worry, though. I'll talk to him.
No! She raised her voice more than she intended. He doesn't need his friends telling him what to do. He already gets that from his mom and sisters.
I don't understand why he's acting like this.
Bran flung an arm in the air.
I've tried to keep my nose out of it, but when it starts affecting our work here, I figure it's my business.
He stood with a determined expression, as if he might be headed to see Finn right that moment. In a panic, Lori whipped around her desk and grasped his arm before he could leave. Please, Branson, don't say anything to him. I'm making good progress on the fundraiser thanks to Dara. Finn's struggling to get well right now. He's not at his best.
Being sick is no excuse for being rude.
It's my own fault, really. She sagged, sitting on the edge of her desk. I've been thinking about this since Wednesday night. I knew Finn didn't allow any women to get close to him. He was finally starting to trust me when I blew it. I should have let you or Cole stay with him at the hospital like you suggested.
Honestly, neither of us could have afforded to miss another day of work.
Branson idly tapped his cane on the floor.
I was so grateful when you volunteered, I jumped on it, even though I knew Finn would have preferred one of us. I guess it was my fault as much as yours.
Then you won't say anything to him, right?
I won't for now.
Branson pursed his lips.
But sometimes a true friend has to be frank, even if it hurts.
Finn stood at the sink, brushing his teeth, his feet ensconced in a pair of blue hospital socks, the kind with sticky rubber nubs on the bottom to keep patients from slipping. He hated the way the rubber bumps felt inside the socks, but he didn't have any of his own.
One more night and I'm out of here.
He rinsed his mouth and checked his teeth in the mirror. Finding them satisfactory, his gaze moved up to lock with a pair of accusing eyes. His own.
What?
He frowned at his reflection, the accusing gaze more menacing with the dark circles under his eyes.
There's a reason I haven't called her yet. I haven't had time. I've been doing therapy almost every minute I was awake since Wednesday.
The face in the mirror appeared unconvinced.
I'm going to call her.
An eyebrow lifted in unspoken question.
Soon. Maybe tomorrow, when I get home from the hospital.
The lips turned down, disapproving.
I can't call now. It's Friday. She's at work.
The eyes aimed at the ceiling.
Okay, I guess I could call while she's working since I'm technically her boss. But I still don't know what to say. There's no good choice. If I thank her for spending all day on Wednesday taking care of me, she'll read more into it than she should. If I complain that she broke my trust coming up to the hospital when I specifically asked her not to,
It might hurt her feelings.
The mirror image refused to offer any advice.
Maybe I'll just ignore it altogether. Act like Wednesday never happened. No need to admit how sick I was. I won't even bring it up. I'll talk about anything. The weather, even.
The lips curved up at the corners. Approval at last.
Yes, that's it. I'll be nice, but avoid any interaction other than what's absolutely necessary to carry out the fundraiser.
He padded across the floor to sit in the chair beside his bed, snatching his phone from the table and drumming up the nerve to make the call. He pressed send, silently praying her voicemail would answer. No such luck. "Hello, Finn?" Her tentative tone made him feel even more guilty.
Hi, it's me, Finn. You know that. I just, very smooth. This from the guy who gives an impromptu television interview without missing a beat.
"Branson told me you're going home tomorrow. I'm glad you're feeling better."
Thank you. Think. Say something nice.
Is there a reason you called? The wheels in his head cranked at high speed.
Yes, I called because...
What could he say?
Because I thought you might enjoy playing the piano.
The Steinway? Gracious! Yes, I'd love to hear it. Do you really mean it? Pride swelled quickly at the joy in her voice. He leaned back and crossed his feet as the tension ebbed from his shoulders. It was a simple thing to give her such pleasure.
You could go over tonight, he said, and play as long as you like.
Oh, good idea. Her words were stiff, all the warmth gone.
Uh-oh, she suspects you're avoiding her. I thought you'd prefer to play without an audience. You'd have the place to yourself. Cole moved over to Branson's.
Sure, I'll have to check my schedule. Her former exuberance had vanished like dust in the wind.
What's wrong? Don't you want to play the Steinway?
I do, but since I found out you almost went to Juilliard as a piano major, I mostly want to hear you play.
Oh.
What if I come tomorrow night? She suggested. Just for a bit? Could you play Chopin and Bach?
Now what? Better make an excuse. I'll probably be too weak to do much of anything.
Finn reached to his right toes, ripped off the annoying sock and tossed it across the room. The other sock followed suit. He refused to think of how many germs were crawling onto his bare feet. "What was I thinking?" she exclaimed. "Of course you won't feel like playing the night you come home from the hospital. You're still sick."
Yes, I'm pretty sick.
It was only a small white lie. In fact, he was much improved, though still on heavy antibiotics. "I know. I'll cook something for you."
A small white lie that blew up in my face. You don't need to do that.
Sweat beaded on his forehead, even though the room was cold. "No, I want to. Honestly, I'm so relieved you're not mad at me. When you didn't call for 2 days, I thought you were avoiding me."
Me? Avoiding you?
He forced a laugh. The phone got quiet. "You are avoiding me, aren't you?"
I promise I'm not avoiding you,
he answered truthfully.
I tried, but the universe is conspiring against me.
Chapter 12. If Laurie's bed had lungs, it would have smothered to death. Every article of clothing she owned had been thrown onto the reject pile, the new function of her queen-sized mattress. "It doesn't matter what I wear," she mumbled for the umpteenth time as she stared into her closet, empty but for a rack of shoes and dozens of desolate hangers. She and Finn were only friends. Or they were friends before she invaded his privacy. Now he was pushing her away, perfectly polite, but buttoned up from bottom to top. Exactly the way he acted around his mother and sister. How should she dress for a casual, attempting to be friends evening? If she dressed up, would he think she was trying to impress him? If she wore something frumpy, he might think she was a slob. She didn't dare wear something tight because he would think she was trying to be sexy, but a loose blouse wouldn't be attractive at all. All this worry about her appearance, and he probably wouldn't even notice her clothes. A true friend wouldn't care. On the other hand, if he was the least bit interested in being more than friends, she wouldn't be offended. Once or twice she'd thought he was attracted to her, but it must have been wishful thinking. I'm not going to act like a silly schoolgirl with a crush on the captain of the football team. Let's be sensible. He doesn't think of me as anything but an employee and possibly a good buddy. He could care less what I wear as long as I cook a nutritious meal for him. So, I'm going to close my eyes, reach onto the bed, and grab the first thing my hand touches. And that's what I'm going to wear, no matter what. Stretching as far as she could reach, her fingers closed on a piece of silky fabric, and she opened her eyes to examine her choice. The lime green shirt with orange horizontal stripes hung in her grasp, mocking her. Why did I ever buy this? With a stiff gait, she moved to the corner of the room where a small trash can was tucked beside a desk. The offending shirt found a new home, and Laurie pulled on a pair of jeans and dug to the bottom of the bed pile to find her favorite black blouse. When the taxi dropped her off at Finn's building, with an armful of groceries, she regretted her clothing decision. She felt way underdressed in the posh lobby, where the concierge greeted her, wearing an expensive-looking suit. He directed her to the elevator and put in a key code that allowed it to go to the penthouse. The concierge must have called upstairs because Finn was standing in his doorway when the elevator opened. She was relieved to find him in jeans and a t-shirt, with the image of a computer and the words, "I hear voices in my head, but they speak Java." Studying him closely, she noted his face was thinner, but a healthy glow had returned to his skin. He might have lost a pound or two, yet she could still see his muscles flexing beneath the thin material covering his chest. A wide black band covered the pick line on his arm. It wasn't until she felt her stomach relax that she realized how worried she'd been. The image of him lying in bed, unresponsive, was forever etched in her mind.
You look nice.
His compliment was hard to believe, since his face turned a deep shade of crimson. Either he was lying or embarrassed from the effort of being polite. Thanks, I just threw something on.
Come on in.
He swept his hand ahead of him.
What are we having for dinner?
Chicken enchiladas. I make them pretty spicy. She forgot what she was saying when her eyes fell on the grand piano, mahogany wood gleaming, centerpiece of the large living area. Standing like a statue, she barely noticed when the grocery bags lifted from her arms.
I'll put this stuff in the kitchen. Go ahead and check it out.
She crept close and slid onto the bench, her fingers reverently brushing the tops of the keys. She played a few notes, relishing the rich sound as it reverberated in the room. Unable to resist, she let her fingers reproduce the only song she could play by memory, for Elise, pleased when she only stumbled a few times. The clapping behind her almost startled her off the seat.
Well done.
She turned with a hot face to glare at his mocking, but his expression was sweet and sincere. I know it's childish and easy compared to what you can play.
Not at all. You play with emotion, and you have a nice touch. You definitely have musical talent.
Really? You're not just saying that? Her chest swelled, though she suspected his evaluation was generous.
It's not the difficulty of the music that makes it beautiful. It's how it's played.
Well, thank you. The piano is amazing. Do you play often? He nodded.
It's my reward for doing my nightly CF treatment.
Will you play for me? I'm dying to hear you. The corner of his mouth kicked up in a crooked smile.
What if I serenade you while you're cooking dinner?
I'm guessing you're hungry. She followed him into the kitchen, where he'd unpacked all her groceries in a neat and orderly fashion. You go play, and I'll get these ready and into the oven. It's my mom's recipe. Hope you like it.
Shall I show you where everything is?
Nope. I think I can find what I need. It'll give me an excuse to poke around in all your drawers and cabinets. His eyes sparkled as he laughed.
I cook all the time. I'll know if anything is missing.
I'd steal this whole kitchen if I could hide it in my purse. Not that it would fit in my current apartment. His eyes narrowed.
Speaking of your apartment, I've done a little research and I think I've found a safer place. It's not too expensive.
Mind your own business, Finn. I've got school loans up to my eyeballs and my place is dirt cheap. She searched until she found a cutting board and knife and started slicing the chicken breasts.
There's a reason it's dirt cheap,
he said sullenly. Hoping to divert his attention, she paused and cocked her head. You have an awful lot of energy for a guy who almost died last week.
I didn't almost die,
he protested. Could have fooled me. She returned her attention to the chicken. But the whole reason I'm here is because you told me you're all weak and feeble.
I never said feeble.
Pretty sure you did. She bit her lips to keep from laughing.
I didn't say feeble. I would never use that word. It sounds like a little old lady.
She dared a glance and spotted his pouting lip. Why don't you go rest that feeble body on the piano bench and play for me?
Okay, you win,
he said with a deep chuckle.
What do you want to hear?
Anything? Everything? For sure play some Chopin and Bach. They're my favorites.
Chopin and Bach. Such opposites.
A glance over her shoulder showed his forehead knotted in a thoughtful frown. I like Chopin because it's got so much feeling in it. And I like Bach because it fits together like a puzzle.
True. Bach is like math for music. How do you feel about Rachmaninoff?
Love it, but I can't play it. She held up a hand and wiggled her fingers. My hands are too small.
True. I've got the reach for it. Guess I'll go play for my dinner.
He wandered out of the kitchen, and moments later the most beautiful strains of a Chopin etude rang out, the hardwood floors carrying the sound into the kitchen. So flawless was the execution, she tiptoed into the living room doorway to be certain it wasn't a recording. She could only see his back, but even so, his body projected the intense emotion of the song. With a sigh of contentment, she went back to her work. I think I owe him the best chicken enchiladas of his life.
Best enchiladas ever,
he declared as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. Her pleased smile was like a reward. It's because I had the most inspiring music to work by.
Now, where's that pie you mentioned?
His mouth was already watering at the thought.
What kind is it?
It's a chocolate pecan pie, but I can't believe you have room for dessert after all the enchiladas you ate. He patted his flat stomach.
If this body has given me one blessing, it's the ability to eat as much as I want without getting fat. Though I haven't exercised in 5 days, and I can already feel the difference.
Not me. I can just look at food and gain weight.
You look good to me.
The words rolled off his tongue before he could stop them, and she ducked her chin.
That sounded like flirting. You're supposed to be buddies, remember?
Fortunately, Laurie lightened the mood. Thanks. You're not too bad either, for an old guy.
An old guy.
She stood and began to gather the dishes from the table. I'm only 28. You're in your 30s, right? That makes you old as far as I'm concerned. Her mouth twitched at the corners.
I'm only 5 years older than you.
He picked up 2 serving dishes and followed her into the kitchen. 5 years can be a lifetime. That's how long it's been since... Her voice trailed off.
Since what? What were you going to say?
Since I graduated from college. He sensed this wasn't the event she was originally referring to, but he didn't push. In a short time, the dishes were done and leftovers put away. "I should be going. I'll leave the pie here for you." She tucked a stray, curly strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze aimed at the floor by her feet. "You need to get your rest." She was right. It was already late, and he hadn't started his nighttime CF routine. Yet he wasn't ready for her to go.
"We should go over a few work details first,"
he said, thinking he could talk her into pie afterwards.
"Let me grab my laptop and we'll sit on the couch."
The ploy worked, and 30 minutes later they were relaxing on the couch, having settled on an order of events for the fundraiser event, only differing slightly from the previous year. They sat side by side, though she carefully preserved a space between them, an invisible wall. Yet the space did nothing to block the intoxicating scent emanating from her skin and hair, fresh and citrusy. Every minute they spent together made him crave more. And tonight, her love and appreciation for piano music had tipped him over the edge.
"I like this woman."
It had happened, as he'd always feared. The smart thing to do was stay far, far away from Laurie Fields. But, like a kid fascinated with fire, he wanted to get closer, despite the risk of being burned.
"By the way,"
he asked,
"have you reserved the company jet for us?"
"The jet?" She blinked rapidly.
Phantom Enterprises owns one. Most of the time it's transporting kids and families across the country for treatment, but we use it from time to time. It may be too late since the event is only 3 weeks away. Sometimes we lease one for a few days at a time.
She studied her fingernails, her hands fidgeting. "I was planning to take the train. Save some money. I figure every little bit we save in expenses helps the kids."
"Oh."
His gut churned. He hated admitting his weakness.
"I try to spend as little time as possible in confined spaces with a lot of people. I can fly commercial and wear a mask, but if people recognize me, I feel like..."
"Gracious, I'm so sorry!" Her right hand came down over his left, a thoughtless gesture that set his heart thudding against his ribs. She babbled on, unaware of his pending cardiac episode. "I wasn't thinking about traveling with CF. Of course it would be better for you."
This moment is yours. Breathe slowly, listen to the gentle music, and let this story continue to accompany you for free.
you to fly on a private jet." He gently laid his right hand on top of her fingers, nodding as she continued her speech, while he concentrated on the incredible soft texture of her skin. "I didn't mean to imply there was anything wrong with you flying in a private jet," she said. "I could still travel by train and save us some money, though."
"If I'm flying in a private jet, it won't cost us any extra for you to fly with me."
He trailed his fingers up the back of her hand, swirling a circle across her tendons. He noted with satisfaction when her eyes blinked closed, opening slowly to half-mast. She snatched her hand away, locking her fingers together in her lap. "But I have to go early. Dara said she goes up about a week before Jarrett does." Her lower lip trembled, and suddenly his eyes were riveted. He imagined how it would feel to press his mouth to hers, to caress those delectable lips. Were they as soft and supple as they looked? It was foolish. He knew better. It could never work. He was only setting both of them up for pain and heartache. He absolutely, positively could not allow himself to kiss her. He had to exercise self-control. Then the tip of her tongue darted out to wet her lips. His self-control flew out the window and crashed to the ground in a heap. Before he knew what was happening, his hand was under her chin, tilting her face toward him. Her lips parted, breaths coming quickly. He searched the depths of her bottomless brown eyes, looking for an answer to his unasked question. He saw nervousness, indecision, passion.
"I'll take that as a yes,"
he murmured, as his fingers drifted along her jawline, down to her neck, and behind her head to tangle in her hair. His other hand stroked the soft skin on the side of her face, while her lids drooped as if he'd drained her essence with his touch. When her palm came up to rest on his chest, his heart pounded, attempting to leap into her hand. He leaned in slowly, drawing out the moment. Her lips were so close he could feel their heat. Then a loud bump sounded behind him, and Laurie sprang away, smoothing her hair in place. Her brows arched high over rounded eyes. "Cole!" Finn whipped around to face Cole, who dropped his suitcase on the floor by the door.
"What are you doing here?"
Finn demanded, as Laurie buried her face in her hands.
"I came back from Bran's place so my poor, sick friend wouldn't be by himself when he just got out of the hospital."
He grinned like a kid at Christmas as he sauntered over to sit on the chair opposite the couch.
"But it looks like you weren't suffering all alone after all." "You couldn't have called first?"
Finn balled his hands into fists.
"It's after 9. You're usually through with your CF treatment and sound asleep by now."
Cole flipped his hand toward them.
"Please don't mind me. Go on with whatever you were doing."
"We weren't doing anything," Laurie protested between the fingers covering her face.
"Look,"
Cole said, leaning forward, elbows on his knees.
"Whatever's going on between the two of you, I think it's great."
Finn growled.
"There's nothing going on between us. Nothing." "That's not what it looked like to me,"
said Cole, waggling his eyebrows. Finn spoke with his jaw clenched.
"Cole Miller, if you breathe a word of this to anyone, so help me, I'll post every picture I have on social media, including the one of you streaking across campus." "Pretty desperate if you're going all the way back to our college days for ammunition."
Cole let out a belly laugh as he rose to his feet.
"I'm going to leave you two lovebirds alone. But Laurie?"
He waited until her hands dropped down far enough to expose her eyes.
"Whatever you did to loosen this guy up, nice job."
Chuckling, Cole maneuvered his artificial arm to stick a mechanical green thumb in the air, before strolling away at an unhurried pace. Finn kept his eyes trained on his ex-friend until he'd retrieved his bag and retreated to his room. "It's late. I need to go." Laurie tried to stand up, but Finn caught her hand.
"Wait, we need to talk about this,"
Finn said. "Talk about what?" She jerked her hand away and scampered to her feet, backing away. "You're the one who said it. There's nothing going on between us."
"Yes, but—"
He rubbed his temples, suddenly throbbing.
"I didn't mean nothing. There's something going on, it's just not something.
"Well, that's crystal clear," she said sarcastically, hugging herself as if a chill wind were blowing. "What exactly is this?" She circled a hand between the two of them. "This something." What should he say? That he was attracted to her? That with her he felt more alive than he had in the last 33 years? That her love for music had lifted their relationship to another plane? That it was all he could do not to take her in his arms and kiss her senseless? And what would that mean for Laurie? His mind jumped forward in time and pictured her, draped in black, tears streaming down her face, alone, heavy responsibilities looming in the future. She'd already experienced some sort of emotional abuse. Though not intentional, wouldn't he be doing the same thing, taking his happiness at her expense?
"I think you're an amazing person."
He swallowed hard, averting his eyes.
"And you're going to make some lucky man incredibly happy."
"I see," she said stiffly. "Some man, but not you."
"Not me."
The words stuck in his throat like dry crackers. "So that kiss that almost happened a minute ago, was that you letting me know you're not interested?" His stomach churned, threatening to expel his dinner. How could he have been so selfish? He darted a glance at her, flinching at the anger and hurt he saw in her eyes.
"I'm sorry. I lost control. I find you physically attractive, and I just couldn't help myself."
"So you like the outside of me, but the rest of me doesn't live up to your standards?" From the corner of his eye, he saw her swipe the back of her hand across her eyes.
"I didn't say that."
He rubbed his fingers on the aching jaw joint in front of his ear.
"There's nothing wrong with you."
"Then what happened?" Her voice cracked.
"It's just—"
He grasped for a reasonable explanation.
"You're my employee. We can't do anything to jeopardize the work at Limitless."
"And we could have a relationship if I didn't work for you? Is it my station that bothers you?"
"You're putting words in my mouth."
Head ducked low, he stared at the leather of the couch.
"It was just a kiss. That's all. Only a kiss. A kiss that didn't even happen."
"You know what? I think I understand now." Her shuddery breath was followed by silence, her glare burning into the back of his head until he was compelled to lift his gaze to meet hers. She stood with her chin held high, eyes swimming in tears. "I think I owe Cole a big thank you for walking in on us, because that kiss that never happened was no big deal to you." Her voice dropped to a whisper, her lips trembling. "But it meant the world to me." Finn dropped his head into his hands. What could he say that would undo the damage he'd done? He was still searching for a response when the front door creaked open, jolting him from his thoughts.
"Wait! Laurie, wait a second!"
He leaped to his feet and hurried to the door, panting for air by the time he covered the short distance. The lung infection had taken more from him than he'd admitted. She stood frozen in the doorway, still facing out. He reached toward her arm, but jerked his hand back at the last second. What would he accomplish by stirring up those feelings again? "What do you want, Finn?" she asked in a flat tone.
I wanted to thank you again, he said to her back. For dinner and for everything.
Her shoulders lifted and dropped. That's what friends are for. She walked away and didn't look back. Chapter 13. When does your train leave for California? Stephanie opened the containers of fried rice, General Tso's chicken, and crab rangoon, arranging them in the middle of the conference table. Tomorrow afternoon at 3. I get there on Saturday, a week early. It's 67 hours. Lori handed Stephanie a napkin and a paper plate. Thanks for bringing lunch up here, by the way. Did you get chopsticks? Right here. Steph passed a pair of disposable chopsticks, still in their paper wrapper. You need to thank my sweet hubby, who's watching the baby while we eat lunch. He's awfully sweet. Lori felt a pang of envy. You're so lucky. I know. Some days I have to pinch myself to be sure it's not a dream. Steph served herself some crab rangoon. All that time sitting on a train? It sounds terrible. I have a seat by the window that turns into a bed at night. It won't be so bad. If you say so. Steph shook her head. Wouldn't it be worth it to fly and save all that time, even if you had to take a sedative? You said you flew somewhere once. You took Valium, right? So I've been told. I was practically catatonic, so I don't remember. Lori dished out a small portion from each container onto her paper plate. They almost wouldn't let me on the plane because they thought I was drunk, like a mother would be traveling with her drunk 16-year-old daughter. But Mom convinced them I'd had an adverse reaction to Dramamine. Steph tilted her head. What about Finn? What about him? You're not traveling to LA together? He's flying up on the company jet the day before the fundraiser. Since he came back to work, he spends as little time as possible around me. Stephanie opened a pack of soy sauce and poured it over her rice. Finn clams up every time Branson talks to him, and you never told me what happened between the two of you. There's nothing to tell. Lori took a drink to flush the knot out of her throat. Our personalities clashed, but we figured out how to work together without killing each other. Tell Branson that Finn's been a perfect gentleman lately. He hasn't made a single disparaging remark about women in the past week. Why do I get the feeling you liked him better when he was rude? Steph grabbed a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, almost dropping it as she ferried it to her mouth. I think you're right about that. He's been so polite I can hardly stand him. It's like he's devoid of personality. Honestly, I don't know what I ever saw in him. He's pretty good looking, Steph remarked. Not as handsome as Bran, of course. It really doesn't matter what I think of him because he has no interest in me. I think he's saving himself for someone who's on the same social plane. Bran said he's only ever dated one girl, his junior and senior years of college. It lasted over a year. He bought a ring. She turned him down. Finn was almost suicidal for a while. Lori's heart clenched. Could she have misjudged him? He told me he hadn't dated anyone in 10 years, but I assumed he meant he hadn't dated anyone seriously. Steph chewed her bite and swallowed. As far as Branson knows, Finn hasn't gone out on a single date since then. It's like he lost hope. I wonder what she said to him. In that case, I'll try not to take it so personally. Lori found herself pushing the food around on her plate rather than eating it. You'll try not to take what so personally? What exactly happened? Let's just say I'm not going to let myself pine over someone when there's no chance we'll ever have a relationship. I learned that lesson watching my mother. Okay. From the look on her face, Stephanie was dying to ask for more details. But like the true friend she was, she didn't push. Speaking of your mom, how are the wedding plans coming? Ugh, don't mention it. She's making arrangements for me to be her maid of honor, even though I told her I wouldn't be in it unless it was a private affair." Steph stopped with a piece of chicken balanced on her chopsticks in midair. "What's going to happen if you're not there?" "It'll be horribly embarrassing, I guess. I think she's counting on me caving in. She says the reporters will be a lot more interested in the daughter who makes a scene because she doesn't show up at her mother's wedding than the girl who happens to be the maid of honor." Lori shoved a bite of fried rice into her mouth. "She's probably right," Steph said. "Your mom's always been so good at manipulation." "Tell me about it." Lori took a drink of water and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "What am I going to do?" "I have a suggestion, but you're not going to like it." "You think I should talk to my father, don't you?" "You're right, I don't want to hear it." "I'm not trying to excuse him, but I'm saying it could be worse. Think about Branson's dad. He was always verbally and emotionally abusive to Bran. And thinking back on it, Bran's pretty sure his dad was the same way to his mother, and that's why she killed herself." Lori's eyes stung. "Stop it! You're going to make me start crying again." She fanned her face to dry the moisture in her eyes before it could spill. "Again?" "I don't know what's wrong with me. These days I cry at the drop of a hat." "Don't cry about Branson and his dad. Bran's come to terms with it. But I thought the comparison might help you put it into perspective." "I'm not saying my father is the worst human being in the world, but he refused to be associated with me or my mother for all those years, and I just accepted his money as a trade-off, like I could be bought. He paid for everything. Housing, food, cars, clothes, tuition. When I finally realized what I'd done, it made me feel cheap." Steph got a motherly look on her face, the one she wore when she was lecturing Ellie about something she'd done wrong. "First of all, you were young when you took his money. You didn't really have any choice until after college. After that, you got through grad school completely on your own, without taking a dime from him. You don't have to prove anything anymore." "I changed my name so no one would ever associate me with him. So he would never find me. What am I supposed to do now? Show up at the wedding and pretend I'm still Lori Shields?" Stephanie shrugged. "I don't know, but I think you should talk to him. Hear what he has to say. You don't have to forgive him or tell him anything about your life or your name or where you live or what you do. You don't even have to agree to be in the wedding. In fact, if the two of you can't find common ground, he won't want you in the wedding. He'll probably talk your mom into asking someone else, maybe your aunt." "I've been angry with him for so long." Lori closed her eyes, wishing she could lie down and sleep for the next 4 months and wake up when everything was over. "It's all I know. It's part of who I am." "That's okay. I like who you are." Stephanie pointed with her chopsticks. "What if I have to forgive him? Then who will I be?" "If you forgive him or don't, nothing will change. You'll still be Lori Fields, the woman who helped me take care of Ellie while we worked our way through grad school together. The woman who would do anything in the world for a friend. The only woman I'd want to be a role model for Ellie." Cold air alerted her to the tears on her cheeks, and she dabbed her napkin under her eyes. "Darn it! 3rd time today!" "Don't worry, it just looks like you've got really thick liner under your eyes." Stephanie grinned. She always seemed to know how to lighten the mood. "On a happy note, I haven't seen anything about the upcoming wedding in the news, so maybe the media really has forgotten your father since he retired." "The sports reporters may not remember my dad, but they're in love with my brother." "Who isn't in love with your brother? He's hot." Stephanie wagged her eyebrows. "But don't tell Branson I said that." "I think Bran's pretty secure." Lori gave her a good eye roll. "But Jerome's on the cover of every magazine right now. There's no way the reporters aren't going to show up in droves at this wedding. That's why I can't be there." "Oh, I totally agree. If you go, it's the end of your incognito existence. That's one of my favorite words, you know. Incognito. I've been waiting for a chance to use it.
Yeah, it's an awesome word, Lori replied.
I've always liked nefarious. I've been thinking about you and Jerome, said Steph as she folded the lids closed on the cardboard containers. If this wedding happens, whether you're in it or not, you're bound to see Jerome eventually. Maybe you should call and talk to him, if you think you can trust him.
That's not a terrible idea, especially since I'm going to be out in LA where he lives.
You should do it.
But I'll be so busy.
She tried to imagine squeezing in a visit with her half-brother in the midst of the fundraiser preparations.
Plus, I don't know if I can handle talking to Jerome about everything that's happened. It's possible he might be furious when he finds out what I did. I wish you could be there to give me some emotional support.
Me too.
Steph reached across the table to touch Lori's hand.
I'd go in a heartbeat if it weren't for the baby.
I know you would, Lori assured her with a forced smile. The last thing she wanted was to make Steph feel guilty. I haven't seen him in 5 years, and to tell you the truth, I really miss him. She stirred her chopsticks through the fried rice in idle fashion. Jerome always made me feel good. I really think he loved me. I mostly tried to pretend that part of my life never existed, but it didn't work. I hope, when I see him again, we can pick up where we left off. Lori looked up as Stephanie's gaze focused on something above her shoulder. Her eyes grew wide, a thumb and forefinger tracking across her lips like a mock zipper. Am I interrupting something important? Finn's voice sounded from the doorway behind her.
How much did he hear?
Yum. Smells like Chinese food.
Finn hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but he couldn't help listening to part of their conversation. He smiled as if he hadn't heard a word, but his mind was racing.
We've got plenty, said Stephanie. Do you want some?
No thanks, I already ate lunch.
Who is this Jerome guy? Could he be the ex-boyfriend? The one she wouldn't admit was abusive?
His gut had been balled up for the past week. Somehow he sensed something bad was going to happen if he didn't do something to protect her. What if she contacted her ex and he was furious as she feared? He ground his teeth together. She made it so difficult for him to protect her. Though it had been easy enough to hire someone to guard her apartment building, keeping his presence a secret had certainly been challenging. It would have been a lot cheaper to move her to a safer apartment than what it cost him to buy out the lease of one of the first-floor residents, closest to the entry. But Lori had her pride. He couldn't complain, since it was one of the traits he admired most. For now, he would keep doing what he was doing. If he couldn't have her, he could at least shield her from harm.
How's Ellie?
He asked Stephanie. She's great, actually. She hasn't been sick in the last 10 months, and she's so good about doing her breathing treatments. She hardly ever complains.
That's awesome. My mum claims she had to catch me and tie me up to do my therapy, but I think she likes to tell a good story.
Do you need something, Mr. Anderson? When Lori spoke, the temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees.
I got the report you sent and wanted to drop by in person to say well done. It looks like you've accounted for every detail. Of course, you get all the credit since I was out for 2 weeks in the middle of everything.
Thank you. Her expression softened. I couldn't have done it without Dara's help. She told me you guys gave her an extra bonus, and I think that's really nice.
Dara's fantastic.
He tried to sound casual as he asked his next question.
Now, when is your flight to LA?
After their little scene at the apartment, she wouldn't even discuss the idea of them flying out together. My train leaves tomorrow.
Your train? You're really traveling by train? That'll take days.
It saves us $200. Her nostrils flared. It's quite comfortable. My seat turns into a bed, and there's a shower and everything.
That can't possibly be safe.
he objected.
There's no door to lock while you're sleeping.
Maybe he could book a bodyguard on the same train.
It's safe. Her jaw clamped shut. Nobody's going to attack me on the train.
You can't know that,
Finn snapped.
It happened to...
He choked back her name, just in time.
It happened to a friend of mine. She thought she was safe, too.
Oh my gosh,
Steph exclaimed, wringing her hands together.
Was she hurt?
A glance showed Laurie standing with her arms crossed in typical obstinate fashion.
She wasn't hurt physically,
he answered with wooden lips.
But if her roommate hadn't come home early, she would have been.
The painful memory played in his mind like a horror movie. He'd been late to pick her up, finalizing all the arrangements for the proposal. When he knocked at her apartment, dressed in a black tuxedo and holding a single red rose, her roommate had cracked the door open with wary eyes.
Jill was attacked, she said. He ran out the back when I got here. She didn't get hurt, but...
Where is she?
He pushed his way inside to find Jill, sitting on the couch with her hair in disarray, her dress ripped at the shoulder. Frightened out of his mind, he rushed to hold her, but she pushed him away with a stiff arm.
Go away, Finn,
she wailed.
You were late, as usual. I opened the door thinking it was you, and this man...
The accusation hung in the air. It was his fault. He'd failed to protect her.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
Her eyes closed and she didn't answer.
We called 911, her roommate said. We're waiting for the police to come.
Finn dropped to his knees and reached for her hand, but she knocked it away.
I'm so sorry I was late, Jill. I was getting ready for tonight.
You're always getting ready!
She lashed out in anger, but he forgave her. She'd been through trauma.
You and those stupid treatments! CF takes up half your life. There's no room for me in it.
I love you,
he said, tasting the salty tears on his face.
I'll do better. I'll get up earlier in the morning so I have more time for you.
It's over!
Though her image wobbled in his watery vision, he could see her eyes were dry, emotionless.
This was my wake-up call. I thought I could do this with you, Finn. I really did. But I realize now I want more than you can give. I want someone who will put me first in their life. But with you, I'll always feel second to cystic fibrosis. After this, I'll never feel safe when I'm alone, so every time you go in the hospital, I'll panic.
She turned her head away.
I'm weak, I guess. But I don't think I can handle being a widow either.
I understand.
He nodded, holding himself together by a thread. Stood and moved to the door, still carrying the rose in his hand.
If you change your mind, I'll be waiting.
I won't change my mind.
As he stumbled down the street, the rose slipped from his fingers, falling to the gutter. From that moment, he knew marriage was not a part of his future.
I'm sorry that happened to your friend.
Laurie's voice jarred him back to the present.
But that has nothing to do with me being safe on the train.
He snatched his cell phone from his pocket.
I'll check with Harvey and see if we can move my flight up to Saturday, like I originally suggested. If we both go on the company plane, that will save the cost of a train ticket.
There's no reason for you to get there a week early.
Laurie was on her feet, gathering the takeout food containers.
I'm not getting on that plane with you, no matter what, so don't bother changing the date. I'm happy with my train ticket.
Don't be so stubborn. It only makes sense for us to ride together. I promise I won't bother you.
Not happening!
Her hands shook as she packed the containers back into the paper sack. She must still be really angry. He'd hoped she was beginning to forgive him, but evidently his almost kiss had ruined any chance of friendship in the future. Only when his phone gave an extended beep Did he notice he was squeezing it with white knuckles?
"Can't we talk about this?"
He tried a gentle tone, hoping to find a way around her fury, but she stomped off into her office, mumbling under her breath. "Finn." He jolted when Steph appeared beside him with a sympathetic expression, her hand resting on his arm. "I'm afraid this is a lost cause. Lori changes her mind about as fast as a glacier moves through the Arctic."
"What can I do?"
he asked Steph, the impression of looming danger weighing him down like a thick, wet blanket.
"I can't explain it, but I really feel like something bad is going to happen on that train."
Stephanie's head inclined like a curious puppy. "Tell me something, Finn. Why do you care so much?" He cleared his throat.
"I'm her boss. She's my responsibility."
"If you say so." She returned to the table to pick up her trash. "Don't you think you might have an overactive imagination? Since you know someone who was attacked, you're probably worried for nothing."
"Or maybe I'm simply aware of the danger,"
he countered. "You might as well take something for your anxiety because nothing's getting her on that plane." Stephanie bit back a laugh. "I guess she might do it if she thought someone else's life depended on it. Otherwise, you're out of luck."
Bingo. "Thank you, Steph. Thank you so much."
He pumped her hand so hard her whole body shook, and ignored her confused expression in his hurry to reach his office. He didn't have much time if this was going to work. "What do you mean I inspired you?" Lori asked, not even bothering to hide the skepticism in her tone. She'd been busy tying up all the final loose ends for the fundraiser when Finn appeared in her doorway. He strolled in and sat down in the chair in front of her desk as if he owned the place. Well, technically, I guess he does own it.
"When I saw how you were willing to sacrifice to save money for the kids, I realized I was being selfish flying on the company plane. We're talking $20,000 each way in fuel costs alone."
Her stomach twisted. "Please tell me you didn't cancel the company jet."
"I did, and it's a good thing. One of our spina bifida patients needs to be transported for hip surgery."
"It's not safe for you to ride on a commercial airline." She gave him her sternest look, one designed to instill terror in the strongest of wills. "I won't allow it."
"Most people don't own a private jet, you know. A ton of people with cystic fibrosis fly commercial every day."
So much for the stern look. She might as well have stuck out her tongue and crossed her eyes. She tried logic. "And some of those people get sick from the germ exposure, and some of them end up in the hospital, which you just left, by the way, and some of them die." His face clouded, but only for an instant. Then his dimples reappeared, mocking her efforts to reason with him.
"My doctor said the same thing when I called, but I told her I'm going anyway. I have to."
"No, you don't. There's no reason to take that kind of risk, especially when you just got out of the hospital. Your resistance is already down."
"I'll probably be fine. Of course, my doc is pretty worried. She gave me some extra steroids and extra oral antibiotics in case I get an infection."
He leaned back, propping his ankle across his knee.
"The good news is I got a flight on Saturday, so I'll have a few days to recover if I catch something on the plane."
No. This isn't happening." Lori opened her water thermos and drank until it was half empty. She slammed it back onto her desk and glared at him. "What do you have to do?" He blinked in confusion.
"What are you asking me?"
"In the airport, on the plane, when you fly commercial, what do you have to do so you won't get sick? Do you have to wipe down the surfaces with a disinfectant?"
"I think that's right, but it's been a while."
He sat forward, his brows knitting.
"For sure I'll wear a mask, but if anyone recognizes me, I always take that off."
"You can't do that. You have to leave it on." Hands on her hips, she frowned at him, but those taunting dimples flashed again.
"You don't understand. Most people don't know anything about CF, so I'm the most public face for it. If I wear a mask, some people are actually afraid of me, afraid of CF, like I might make them sick.
That's ridiculous! Those people are a threat to you, not vice versa.
I know that, and so do you, but not the general public. One of my most important jobs is educating people.
What good is it to educate people if you die in the process?
She meant for her question to sound rhetorical, but it came out with a bit too much force. The dimples winked out of view.
I'll tell you like I've told Branson and Cole and Jarrett. I'm not afraid to die. I've had a good life already. Every day I live now is just gravy. And when I pass, my work will go on, probably even stronger.
Her stomach flipped over about a dozen times.
You know what, Finn? What you just said? You know what I think?
His brows arched together in the middle over his clear blue eyes, reminding her of an innocent little boy saying his prayers at night.
What?
I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
His mouth fell open, but no words came out. She ranted on.
Do you have some kind of death wish?
I never said that,
he sputtered.
No, you just made this big martyr speech about why you're not going to work hard to stay alive.
I've always worked hard to stay alive.
He stood up and leaned forward over her desk, but she didn't back down, meeting his glare with her own.
Then why are you talking like an old man on his deathbed?
If you are representing all those other people out there with cystic fibrosis who are fighting for their lives every day, you'd better start acting like it.
I'm only being realistic.
He jutted out his chin, his arms flailing with emotion.
The average lifespan for a person with CF
has absolutely nothing to do with how long you are going to live.
She stood, her hands clenched.
Have you lived the rest of your life trying to do what the average person does?
He blinked.
Of course not. You set your goals way beyond what anyone could have expected, and then you surpassed them. All 4 of you did that. So why, all of a sudden, when it comes to your lifespan, have you decided you can't surpass the average? Huh? Answer me that.
She raised her voice louder than she should have, and he answered in the same tone.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't want to make promises I can't keep.
His shoulders sagged and his voice dropped.
I don't want to let people down.
Well, right now, that's exactly what you're doing. Letting me down. Going on this stupid suicide plane trip.
She held on to the edge of her desk to steady herself as the room spun.
It's only a little risky.
His dimples flashed again.
I don't really intend to die, you know.
Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, holding her breath in a vain attempt to slow her racing heart. I can't believe I'm doing this. Send me your ticket details so I can get on the same flight. As her rubbery legs gave way, she sank into her chair. Somebody has to take care of you since you're obviously not going to. Chapter 14. Saturday morning arrived, despite Laurie's prayers, dashing her hopes that the world would end so she wouldn't have to get on a plane. Other than the absolute inability to keep anything in her stomach, she was doing better than expected. Luckily, she hadn't even bothered with breakfast, so her rather frequent trips to the airport terminal bathroom resulted only in dry heaves. She wondered whether either of the sedatives she took stayed in her stomach long enough to have an effect. With her pulse racing about 100 miles an hour, her best guess would be no. But watching after Finn was turning out to be a full-time job and a terrific distraction. Though Cole might be the most recognizable face of Phantom Enterprises, Finn was a close second. Each time someone approached to ask for his autograph, he would pull his mask off his face in order to talk. Laurie always intervened, explaining that Finn needed the protection of his mask and a safe distance from any possible germs. But Finn often countermanded her orders,
laughing off her protective measures. This didn't sit well with Laurie. He agreed to wear disposable gloves and allowed her to disinfect all the surfaces he might touch while in the seating area, but he drew the line when she wanted him to use the family bathroom so she could disinfect everything before he went in. Only when he promised to wash his hands for 5 minutes with soap and water and follow up with hand sanitizer did she allow him to go inside the men's room by himself. Fussing over Finn's safety distracted her from the terror lurking in her mind. Perhaps she could convert her strong attraction for him into a more motherly feeling. Fat chance. As long as she fussed and fumed, she kept her fear at bay. But when Finn was finally sitting quietly in his seat, reading a book, with his navy blue Cambridge mask properly protecting his nose and mouth, the reality of her situation folded over her like an avalanche of snow. In a few minutes, they would be asked to board the plane, and she still wasn't certain she could actually do it. With her blood pulsing in her ears, she had no idea what Finn was saying. His brows furrowed deeper, and he finally pulled his mask down to expose his lips.
Are you okay?
Sure, I'm fine. Her voice sounded like she was standing inside a tunnel. I didn't get much sleep last night. Her statement was certainly true. She'd barely slept the last 3 nights since she'd made the airline reservation. Stephanie, true friend that she was, had researched online, exploring every possible method for dealing with aviophobia. Besides the prescription sedative, which was worthless when it didn't remain in one's stomach, they had settled on breathing exercises as being the most effective treatment. However, at the moment, Laurie had forgotten to breathe slowly, and found herself instead panting for air that seemed thinner by the second. Hold your breath, she remembered Stephanie's warning. When you start to panic, hold your breath. She stuck her purse on the floor between her legs, sucked in a huge breath and bent over, pretending to search inside. When she couldn't hold it any longer, she took another breath. Repeating the process, her dizziness finally subsided. When she straightened, she found Finn's piercing blue eyes fixed on her with obvious curiosity.
Did you find what you're looking for?
No. Guess I forgot to pack it.
What did you need? Maybe I have it. A pen? A protein bar?
I was looking for lip balm.
I have some.
His eyes lit up, obviously delighted to be helpful. When she started to object because of contamination, he pushed it into her hand.
You can have this one. I can always get another one later.
Her relief that he bought her story far outweighed her guilt at the lie. She was way too embarrassed about her phobia to ever admit it to Finn. After all, she knew the statistics that verified flying to be the safest means of travel. Yet, data and common sense did nothing to calm the terror building in her head. If she could make it onto the plane, she could sit and quietly breathe into her paper bag. Finn hadn't discovered until check-in that she'd booked herself a seat in the economy section, rather than next to him in first class. Once the curtain was closed, he would never know she was panicking in the rear, as long as she kept it quiet. Meanwhile, she needed to keep her mind occupied. She saw a few people sneaking selfies with Finn in the background, to which she didn't object, since it kept their germy air at a distance. Finn noticed the efforts of one teen boy and pulled his mask down for the photo, giving him a smile and a wave. Ecstatic, the boy was shouting as he ran back to his family. When the pre-boarding was announced, her heart went into overdrive. Her muscles were coiled tight, ready to bolt to safety and let Finn continue on his own. But when he stood and gathered his bags, she remembered she had to carry one of his suitcases. As all of his meds and equipment had to be in carry-on luggage, he had more than he could handle alone. Concentrating on her purpose, she told herself she could always get him settled on board and escape before the plane took off. She was surprised how well the gangplank disguised the plane until she actually reached the doorway. She took a deep breath and stepped through, pretending she was inside a bus, rather than a flying death trap. Heading straight to Finn's seat, she doused it with antiseptic spray. In addition, she wiped down the back of the seat in front of him, the tray table, the window, and the adjacent seat. "Don't touch anything," she ordered as he moved to sit down, his crinkled eyes a testimony to the grin he sported under his mask. She continued, "Keep your face covered. Change your gloves if you touch anything. If someone close to you is sick, ask to move."
"Yes, I know. I'll be fine."
His brows furrowed.
"There was an empty seat beside me. You should have let me upgrade your ticket, and we wouldn't have to worry if someone was sick."
The whole reason we're doing this is to save money for the kids, right? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose?
"It's too late now, but I'd prefer to have you beside me on the way home. I'll pay for it out of my personal funds."
She barely heard him, because the sides of the plane were beginning to narrow. She forgot all about hiding her phobia, her only thought to escape while she could. She started back toward the door, but the flight attendant, a kind-faced woman who looked to be in her 40s, stopped her. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but once you've boarded, you can't get off." I got lost." The woman's face grew dark around the edges, and Laurie grabbed the wall for balance. "Let me see your ticket." She snatched it from Laurie's slack fingers. "Seat 24A. I'll help you find it." Gentle pressure on her shoulders turned her body and moved her down the aisle. Soon she was sitting, though barely aware of her surroundings. "Do you feel okay?" the flight attendant asked. "If you're going to throw up, there's a bag in the seat back in front of you." "My purse," Laurie mumbled. "I have a paper bag." "It's on the floor, right in front of you. Is this your first time to fly?" "First time I remember." Groping until she found the paper bag, Laurie put it over her nose and mouth, collapsing the bag with every gasping breath. "Excuse me a minute," the attendant said. "I'm being called to the front. We're about to start general boarding, but I'll come back to check on you." Laurie nodded, concentrating on breathing into the bag. How long was she supposed to do this? Would she eventually pass out from lack of oxygen? That seemed like the best possible outcome. She kept her eyes squeezed shut, trying to pretend she was in her desk chair at Limitless. But noises and voices intruded, spoiling her illusion. Frozen and helpless, she sat on the edge of sheer panic. At some point, the bag slipped from her fingers, drifting out of her reach. She'd been wise to choose a window seat, since she couldn't possibly have stood up to let someone get past her. Her heart pounded so hard it hurt. Maybe I'm having a heart attack. The flight attendant returned as promised and asked if she needed anything, but Laurie shook her head, unable to respond. Then the plane engine started, and her heart escalated until she could feel the pulse in her throat. Tears squeezed out of her eyes, and she swallowed a sob. A hand reached around her, and she heard her seatbelt click into place.
"You have to wear this."
"Finn! He wasn't supposed to be there. It wasn't safe. She should send him away, back to his disinfected seat." But his warm hand touched hers, and she grabbed on, clinging for dear life. Finn lifted the armrest between them, sliding his arm around her shoulder. She leaned into him as if she were trying to disappear into his side. Why hadn't she told him she had a flying phobia? In retrospect, he could see the signs, and now he understood why she'd insisted on traveling by train. But it hurt to know she hadn't trusted him with the truth. Yet, as terrified as she was, she'd agreed to fly, just to guard him against a possible infection. He ought to feel guilty about her sacrifice, but he still believed it was for the best. He couldn't have kept her safe on that train. Never again would he fail when someone he loved needed his protection. Someone he loved? Had he truly let himself fall in love with this woman, knowing nothing could ever come of it? Her body trembled, and he wrapped both arms around her, squeezing tight until she stopped shaking. He ached to hold her close and keep her safe. He had to admit he'd never felt like this before. With Jill, he was constantly trying to pretend he didn't have cystic fibrosis, or at least trying to hide the reality of it. But Laurie somehow approved of who he was. The real Finn. The man with CF and all that came with it. She hadn't rejected him when she'd seen him at his weakest, or treated him with kid gloves. Yes, he loved her. No doubt about it. Wit and beauty, integrity and compassion. A quick temper, but a soft heart. All wrapped up in a selfless soul with an appreciation for classical music. Who wouldn't love her? He loved her, but she mustn't know. He'd hurt her deeply when he drove her away after their near kiss. But it was for the best. She deserved a better life than he could offer. Right now, though, she was terrified. And he was to blame. So he would hold her for as long as it took to ease the panic. 6 hours straight if he needed to. He tucked her head under his chin, and she nestled against his chest. The stroke of his hand on her arm produced a contented sigh. He moved his mask down so he could bury his nose in her hair, luxuriating in the soft, curly tresses with a fresh citrus scent.
Yes, I'll probably need to hold her the entire 6 hours. Tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Chapter 15. Laurie forced herself to swallow a bite of baked potato. She ought to be famished after a morning without breakfast and a 6-hour flight, during which she slept the majority of the way and only consumed small sips of sparkling water. But her stomach felt like it was still soaring through turbulence-filled air. Hopefully her stomach would be settled by tomorrow morning.
Admit it,
said Finn, as he piled butter and brown sugar on his baked sweet potato.
The flight wasn't that bad, was it?
Can we change the subject, please? That whole experience was humiliating. Especially the part where she woke up from her catatonic state, practically draped all over him. Yet she'd stayed still as a mouse, pretending to be asleep. And for a good 20 minutes, she'd almost forgotten she was hurtling through the air in a tin can at 500 miles an hour, as she enjoyed the warmth of his chest against her face, his fingers tracing random patterns on her arm. That's when the turbulence started. She'd sat bolt upright, one hand gripping her armrest, the other with a death lock on his leg. It was all she could do not to scream out loud.
It's only a little turbulence,
he'd said in a soothing voice, extracting her hand from his leg and offering his hand in exchange.
Just a few bumps in the road. Nothing to worry about.
So she'd squeezed his hand for what seemed like hours while the plane bumped its way over boulders the size of Canada. Yes, every bit of it had been humiliating, including the way her heart had broken. Knowing his attentiveness wasn't a sign of attraction. It was no more than he would have done for any friend. Not taking the change the subject hint, Finn continued to press.
You did fine. Nothing to be ashamed of.
This time she gave him a "do you really expect me to believe that" glare, and got him rolling with laughter.
Okay.
He waved his hands in surrender.
I guess it might have been a little embarrassing, but look at it this way. They're all strangers you'll never see again.
Yes, but they know who you are, and now everyone knows you were on the plane with the freak-out queen.
I don't care. To be honest, it's all free publicity. And funny pictures probably get more traction on social media.
They took pictures of me with you? Suddenly parched, she grabbed her water glass and gulped. Like when we were sitting together on the plane?
Didn't you notice? That's one of the reasons I usually uncover my face for those photo ops.
He flashed his Prince Charming grin.
And I imagine there'll be all kinds of speculation about who you are and whether we're a thing.
They should stay out of your personal life, she said, with growing dread.
Not this generation. Nothing is private. They put every personal moment up on social media. If we want to market to these young people, we have to be open. I'll guarantee, if those pics are circulating already, our stock will shoot up on Monday.
She drained the rest of her water, but her throat still felt dry. Surely her father wouldn't see the pictures. He was too old to be on social media, wasn't he? They couldn't see my face in those pictures, right? Not well enough to identify me or anything?
What? Are you embarrassed to be seen with me? Or embarrassed at your... He chuckled. Let's call it your little episode.
What happened to your promise never to make fun of me for being afraid to fly? She would have joined in the laughter if she hadn't been so anxious about the photos.
Did I say that?
He twisted his mouth to hold back a smirk.
I guess I have less willpower than I thought. You're so fun to tease.
He dove into his lunch, while she fretted about the photos. No matter how she sliced it, after 5 years of anonymity, it seemed she was about to have a not-so-secret identity. Even if her father didn't figure it out from the pictures with Finn, she would have to see him eventually. She couldn't avoid him once her mother married him. It might be better to bite the bullet and give him a call tonight. Her intestines immediately curled into a ball. Or maybe after the fundraiser would be soon enough. Finn spent the first part of the week following Laurie around and watching her work. With Dara on speed dial, Laura effectively acted as her long-distance arms and legs. It worked almost as well as if Dara had been able to stay on for Laurie's training in person. He made a mental note to add another boost to Dara's bonus. He scheduled a few personal meetings and dinners with the biggest donors, always careful to include Laurie. Her guileless manner charmed even the codgiest of men, and she chatted easily with the female socialites. He found it hilarious that these socialites had no idea they were dealing with a woman who'd scraped her way through grad school on loans. Pandering to their egos was part of the job, and she did it so well he wondered if she'd ever done the same to him. He'd insisted she buy new clothes to wear to dinners and for the actual fundraiser event. Though she'd balked at first, as if he'd insulted her by suggesting it, he convinced her she'd need to dress the part when dealing with their wealthy donors throughout the year. An hour into the shopping expedition, she began to complain about wasting time. So the manager agreed to send several dozen complete outfits to the hotel, allowing her to choose what to keep and return at her leisure. As he predicted, the pictures appeared all over social media, and rumors ran rampant about Laurie's role in his life. Completely out of the loop, Jarrett called, more than a little upset.
What are you doing with Laurie? Nothing. We're just friends. Really?
He ladled the word with sarcasm.
Because you were looking mighty cozy on the plane.
Finn bristled at the accusation in his tone.
I had my arm around her because she was nervous about flying. Besides, it's none of your business. It's my business because you've told me 1,000 times you never intend to marry. I don't want you leading her on. I'm not. She knows this relationship will never be more than friendship. I've told her exactly how I feel.
It wasn't quite true. He hadn't told her he loved her, but that secret would go with him to his grave.
Why do I feel you're not telling me everything? Because you're a suspicious worrywart?
Jarrett's heavy sigh echoed in his ear.
Please, don't screw this up. Dara says Laurie's sharp as a tack. I'm hoping we'll be able to keep her for a long time. About that,
Finn decided this was a good time to bring up her salary. He wanted her to be able to afford a safer apartment. After all, the guard he'd hired couldn't be with her when she was walking to and from work.
I think we should consider giving Laurie a raise. A raise? She hasn't even had her 3 months evaluation. Why the rush? Is someone trying to steal her? No, he admitted. But it could happen. The pictures might draw attention from our competitors. Then I suggest you should be such an incredible, respectful boss, she has no desire to leave Limitless for any amount of money. Fine,
Finn spat, considering whether he could personally fund a secret raise without being discovered by any of his partners.
Speaking of those pictures,
Jarrett said,
I think you should schedule a press conference tomorrow. You could offer to clear up questions about your relationship with Lori. Take advantage of the publicity. Since those photos hit the internet, the virtual banquet tickets have been selling like hotcakes. Our internet auction's going to be off the charts. Good idea.
He would stand up in front of a bunch of reporters and tell them there was nothing between him and Lori, that he had no feelings for her beyond that of an employer and friend. It was the very lie he would be repeating for the rest of his life, however long that might be. He might as well get used to it. Lori couldn't put it off any longer. She'd thought she could stay completely in the background, with Finn as the face of Limitless. But there was one catch. No one had told her she would not only be organizing the fundraiser, but also attending it, seated beside Finn at the head table. Though she laughed it off as nothing, her gut was churning like it did when the plane was hitting turbulence. Good thing she was a talented actress. So, when Finn arranged a press conference on Friday, she decided to face the inevitable. "Hi, Mom." "Lori, it's so good to hear your voice. You haven't been returning my calls," she said, heaping on the guilt. "I've been really busy with a work project. I told you I'd call you when it was done." "Is it over? Can we talk about the wedding now?" "Not exactly." She sucked in a lungful of air and released it slowly. "I need to tell you something, and I hope you'll understand." "What?" Her voice was filled with alarm. "Have you quit going to church?" "No, Mom. God and I are still on speaking terms." "Then what is it?" "It's something I did 5 years ago." She let out a gasp. "You have a child? I have a grandchild?" No. Let me finish. I'm trying to tell you I changed my name." "What? You don't use Lori anymore? Do you go by Laura? Or maybe your middle name? I don't care if you do. I think Malin is a beautiful name. Or Laura, though I prefer Lori, of course. Listen! I didn't change my first name. I changed my last name. I'm Lori Fields now." Silence. "Mom?" Her voice was small. "Why would you do that?" "Because I didn't want anything to do with Tyrone Shields. I figured if he didn't want to claim me for 22 years, I didn't want to claim him either. I didn't want his money, and I sure don't want his name." More silence. Then her mother spoke again. "That wasn't him." "What are you talking about?" "It wasn't Tyrone who did that. It was me." "I don't understand." "Your father. He wanted joint custody, but I didn't want to share." She started talking faster. "You were all I had, and I didn't want to split my time with you, but we needed the money, so he agreed to pay child support without any visitation rights." Lori tried to swallow, but her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. Maybe it was wrong of me," she prattled on, "but I couldn't stand the thought of you being with him every other weekend, having his wife as your stepmother. I was afraid she'd be mean to you. I figured their son would always get treated better, so I asked your father to stay out of your life and keep you a secret." "But his wife knew." "Because he refused to lie to her, said he'd hurt her enough already. But he agreed never to tell anyone outside the family that you were his daughter. He didn't want to, but he did it, mostly because his wife liked the idea. And the contract you saw, the one that said we couldn't talk about it, that was my idea. I made him sign one like that." As the truth began to sink in, Lori could barely breathe. Everything she thought about herself was based on a lie. She'd lived her whole life to prove she was worth something, because she thought her father had rejected her. She'd fed and nurtured her anger and used it as motivation. What happened now that she knew the truth? Was she even who she thought she was?
Why didn't you tell me? You let me think he was ashamed of me all this time. How could you do that?
Because I was afraid, she sobbed. I was afraid if I told you the truth, you'd pick him over me.
You lied to me. All this time, you lied. And when I was trying so hard to accomplish things, hoping he would notice and change his mind, you let me believe he didn't want me.
I know it was wrong. But Ty had a wife and a son. I only had you.
I can't talk to you right now.
Laurie's stomach was queasy, and the room was spinning in slow circles.
This is too much. It's too much.
Wait, don't hang up. Now that you know your father didn't really reject you all those years, are you willing to be in the wedding?
Laurie ignored the question.
Tell Tyrone...
She swallowed dry air.
Tell my father I'm on a business trip, but I'll call him next week when I get home.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Her tone picked up, like she'd heard the best news ever.
I'm sorry, Laurie. I never meant to hurt you.
I know. But you did. The moment Laurie opened her door, Finn knew something was wrong. He could read it in the slump of her shoulders, the dullness in her eyes.
Hi.
She stepped back, and he followed her inside the hotel room. She picked up her purse, slinging the strap over her shoulder.
I thought we'd walk downstairs for the news conference.
He tilted his head, trying to catch her gaze.
Unless you're not up to it?
I'm ready.
Her eyes looked through him like he wasn't there.
What's wrong?
Nothing, she said in a dead tone. I guess I'm tired.
You were tired an hour ago when I dropped you off. This is way more than tired.
Her chin lifted, the first sign of a spark since he'd arrived. When did you become an expert on reading women?
Not women, just you. And believe me, I'm no expert. Most of the time you read like a foreign language.
The corner of her mouth twitched. French?
No, I'm pretty good at French. I'd say most of the time you're not even written in the same alphabet. Maybe Cantonese or Russian.
He finally coaxed a smile, but it disappeared so fast he thought he'd imagined it. We should be going, she said, nodding toward the door behind him. The pain was there, under the surface, like a raw wound that had barely crusted over. It burned inside his chest. He stood there, helpless, like he was watching her drown. On impulse, he opened his arms. When she fell against him, the wound ripped open. Her tears drenched his shirt, but he didn't care. He shared her pain without words, willing her to take what she needed from him. He didn't give a thought to the implications, whether she would make the wrong assumptions. Nothing mattered but holding her until he absorbed every ounce of hurt. He tightened the circle of his arms. She had to know she was safe. When her tears began to subside, he pressed his lips to the top of her head, breathing in her essence. Then he kissed her forehead, gentle, tender, as if she were made of glass. Her chin tilted up, and she gazed at him, pupils dilated so wide they disappeared in the pools of dark chocolate. Her heart throbbed against his chest, an echo of his own. Her lips parted, inviting him to taste her. Resisting the pull, he turned his face to kiss along the angle of her jaw. His conscience laughed at him. Did he really believe kissing her face would be less reckless than joining their lips? He'd already passed the line of friendship. He might as well let his lips have their fill. Ignoring the taunt, he avoided the temptation of her mouth, planting small kisses around her ear. Her chin lifted, granting him access to her neck. His lips trailed down.
settling in the soft place where her blood pulsed madly.
This has to stop.
He froze, his forehead against her cheek, his breaths coming in short pants. "Why are you stopping?" she murmured, as her fingers slid through the back of his hair, sending tingles down his spine.
We can't kiss,
he choked, straightening and turning his head away.
We shouldn't.
Her hands crept behind his head and pulled his face down to hers. Like magnets, their mouths sprang together, her lips so soft, yet so responsive. Warmth curled in his gut and spread through every vessel in his body. He claimed her lips, but wanted more. No, he needed more. He couldn't get enough of her. "I love you," she murmured.
She loves me. I've found my soulmate.
But how could that be? Because he was Finn Anderson, the man who was destined to live alone. He wrenched his mouth away, almost crying out at the loss. Her hands remained locked behind his head, her sharp gaze shredding his carefully tended walls. "Tell me you didn't feel that," she said, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth, because I can't take any more lies. No more lies. Not today." Her words tore at him. If lies had hurt this woman he loved, he couldn't add another.
I felt it,
he croaked, a new dampness on his cheeks.
But we can never do it again.
"Why not?" she begged him. "We have something, Finn. Something real, a connection. Do you know how rare that is?"
Yes, I know.
He pulled her against him, his hand pressing her head against his chest.
But I can't let you throw everything away. Not for me.
Chapter 16. Saturday morning dawned with Finn still avoiding her. If I'd known he was going to totally withdraw, I never would have kissed him. Laurie scanned the banquet room, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Girl, you are such a liar. You know you'd do that again in a heartbeat. That kiss was smokin'." She grinned, in spite of herself. "Yep, you're right. But I shouldn't have used the L word. He wasn't ready for it." The afternoon before the big fundraiser, hundreds of people were darting around like bees, moving tables and chairs, decorating, preparing the media. Everyone had a job to do. Where is he? Ever since that fateful kiss the previous day, she'd barely seen him. Now the banquet time was approaching, and she would be forced to sit next to the man at a table full of important donors and pretend everything was fine between them. The problem was everything was not fine. In fact, everything was a mess. Somehow, after sharing the most powerful kiss she'd ever experienced, Finn Anderson had strolled downstairs and casually announced to a room full of reporters that she was simply a rising employee at Limitless, and he was her employer. End of story. No relationship, no feelings. Then he'd given her a perfunctory handshake and sent her on her way, while he remained to field questions about Phantom Enterprises' latest projects and the upcoming Limitless fundraiser. How had it happened? One second their lips were joined in an electrifying kiss. The next he was out the door announcing they were late for the press conference. When he dismissed her from the meeting, she'd hung around in the back, hoping to continue the conversation he'd shut off so suddenly. While she waited, she'd practiced her arguments. Number 1, being with you is not throwing my life away. And number 2, being with you is not throwing my life away. And the same for number 3 and number 4 and number 5. But she never got the chance to say it aloud. He'd slipped away with a group of reporters and returned in the wee hours of the night. She knew it was later than 2 a.m. because that's how long she waited in for him on the hard wooden bench outside the elevator. Saturday morning, he didn't show up for breakfast and sent a text that he had been called away to a lunch meeting. And now it was time for her to get dressed for the evening, and they hadn't had a single moment to talk. Laurie had a lot to say, and it was building by the second. When she saw him, she'd probably explode. She pictured him in his tuxedo, splattered head to toe with bits of green word goo.
"What's so funny?"
asked Francisco, a bright, temporary hire who'd become her right-hand man over the course of the week. She blew a stray piece of hair off her face. "Nothing. I'm just ready to get this over with."
"Not me,"
he said, rubbing his hands together.
"This is the best part. I thrive on it."
"I can tell," she said. "You're a hard worker. I think you'll go a long way."
"Not me. I'm nobody. Just a college dropout. This is about the best I can do."
She put her hands on his shoulders and looked him square in the eye. "You listen to me. There is nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it. Now, I'm going to be back in a year, and I expect to hire you again."
"Sounds good."
He shrugged. "And I expect you to tell me how many college hours you've completed during that year." His eyes got big.
"I can't afford it. I've got a family to feed."
She pulled one of her business cards out of her back pocket. "And I happen to know someone who funds scholarships for people just like you." "Guess it's a good thing I'm going to be talking to Dad again. Hope his scholarship program is still going." He grinned.
"You mean it?"
"Absolutely I do." In his excitement, he threw his arms around her neck.
"Thank you so much. I won't let you down."
In the next breath, he jerked backwards and stumbled against the wall, pinned in place by Finn, who had him by the collar.
"Don't touch her."
"Finn, what are you doing?" She pushed her way between them. "Francisco, go take care of the auction items."
"Yes, ma'am."
She watched as he scurried across the room and out of sight. Then she turned to face Finn, who was already walking away. "Oh, no, you don't." She trotted after him, catching him as he reached the elevator. "Where have you been? We have a lot to talk about."
"I don't have time. I need to do my treatment and get ready for the fundraiser."
He punched the elevator button 5 times in rapid succession. "Then we'll talk on the way upstairs," she said, as the elevator dinged its arrival. The doors opened, and Finn stepped inside with Laurie on his heels. He puffed out a breath like an angry bull and stomped off the elevator before the doors could close. "Where are you going?" Laurie asked, following him down the hallway.
"I'm going up the stairs,"
he announced, throwing open the door and taking the first flight 2 steps at a time. Laurie started after him. "You're walking up 20 flights of stairs," she called, "just to avoid talking to me?"
"No."
His voice echoed from above, along with his rapid footsteps.
"I'm running up 20 flights."
Determined, she trudged upward, but stopped at the top of the 3rd flight, completely winded, his footsteps growing quieter as he gained ground. That's what I get for not working out. "You can't avoid me all night, Finn Anderson," she huffed, bending over to catch her breath. As if he could hear her threat, she ranted on. "Now that I know you're jealous, I'm going to hit you with everything I've got. Do you hear me? That's right. Be afraid. Be very afraid." She reached for the exit door, but stopped with her hand on the handle, listening to the faint footsteps sounding from far above. "And when I'm finished, you're not going to tell me I'm throwing my life away," she called. "You're going to tell me we should never spend another minute apart." With fresh resolve, she pulled out her cell phone and searched through her contact list. Locating the number she sought, she pressed send, crossing her fingers.
"Laurie?"
a male voice answered.
"Is that you?"
By the time Finn reached the top, he was gasping for air and coughing. He fumed that his cardio fitness had regressed so far since his hospitalization. In his room, he started his nightly CF treatment, adjusting his schedule around the banquet. For a moment, he let himself imagine his life if he and Laurie were married. His life if he were a selfish man who cared more for himself than Laurie's happiness. Perhaps she would tell him stories about her day as he went through his monotonous routine. Maybe, with her understanding of CF, she wouldn't be turned off by his deep, hoarse cough. She might even don a skimpy outfit as added incentive for him to finish. Dream on, buddy. Because he loved her, it could never be more than that. Only a dream. He refused to discuss it with her because he knew what she would say. She was a romantic, an idealist. He was a realist. He could be mature and rational about the whole matter. Somewhere out there was another man who could make her happy for the rest of her life. Finn's job was to keep her safe until she found that man. But he had to be disciplined. That kiss, that amazing, incredible kiss that made his brain stop functioning, that kiss could never happen again. Meanwhile, he needed to warn her about men. She was too trusting. That much was obvious. What if Finn hadn't come along in time to save her from that overzealous worker? And hadn't he overheard her talking to Steph about missing her ex-boyfriend? The very one who must have been abusing her in some form or fashion? Freshly showered, he donned his favorite tuxedo. Standing in front of the mirror, his fingers moved automatically, deftly tying the black bow tie in perfect form. Satisfied with his work, he headed downstairs with a generous 45-minute margin before the event. He would likely hang out in the lobby to greet the guests until close to starting time, so that he and Laurie wouldn't accidentally find themselves alone at the head table. He stepped off the elevator and crossed the large lobby, arranged with standing conversation tables, draped with white linen tablecloths. A table near the banquet room was already manned with workers ready to direct guests to their assigned tables. A quick glance at the seating chart revealed only 3 or 4 empty places. Laurie must have worked hard to have commitments for almost every seat, even with last-minute cancellations. First to arrive were the Worthingtons, William and Audrey, who owned this exclusive hotel chain, along with a dozen smaller ones. Audrey was still a beauty at 75, the age she proudly proclaimed, bragging about the fact that she'd never had a bit of work done.
"Audrey, you look lovely tonight,"
said Finn, lifting her fingers to his lips.
"If only you weren't married to this rascal."
She blushed and giggled as Bill proclaimed teasingly,
"Boy, you better keep your hands off my woman. Let's see, your table is... number 7, right up front. Audrey, I hope you'll save me a dance."
"I doubt we'll stay past the auction." She looked genuinely disappointed. Bill's not much for dancing. Next up were the Barnes of Barnes Investments. Then came a steady stream of arrivals that kept him busy greeting people until his cheeks hurt from smiling. He was listening to a tall tale narrated by the real estate mogul Harvey Parsons when Harvey stopped mid-sentence, his eyes bugging out like someone was choking him.
"Who is that?"
he asked under his breath, gaping over Finn's shoulder. Following his gaze, Finn turned toward the majestic open staircase that curved down from the overlook. His breath caught in his throat. Laurie! He couldn't take his eyes off her. With graceful ease, she descended the grand, curved stairway, draped in a sleeveless silver dress that hugged her curves and fell to the ground in iridescent waves. Her mass of long, tight curls was pinned up in an artless manner, with a few curly strands escaping to adorn the gentle slope of her neck. The overhead lights reflected in the sparkle of diamonds that lay on her golden-brown skin. Harvey let out a low whistle.
"Now that's one hot chick. And I'm betting she's single, too."
Finn's right hand curled into a fist, one that was itching to deliver a stiff uppercut to Harvey's chin. But he kept a fake smile plastered on his face.
"She's too young for you, Harvey."
Finn could barely make his lips move to form the words. Harvey threw his head back and laughed.
Son, you know how they say love is blind? Well, let me tell you, money is blinder. I've yet to find a single woman who thinks I'm too old.
With his eyes zeroed in on Laurie, Harvey took a step toward the stairs, and Finn moved to block his path, hoping to avoid a scene. But then Harvey's leering grin faded, and he spat out a curse.
Never mind, she's with someone. She is?
Finn whipped around just as she reached the bottom and threw her arms around a man's neck. Finn's feet were moving before his brain kicked in. By the time Laurie released her hold, Finn was standing at her side, eyeing the stranger who'd won her enthusiastic affection. This was no fuzz-faced young man like the boy Finn had chased away that morning. No, this man had broad shoulders that could only come from lifting heavy weights, and the custom fit of his tuxedo suggested he had money as well. Finn cleared his throat to gain her attention. She jumped when she saw him. "Oh, hi, Finn. This is... She stammered, darting glances at the guy.
I'm Jerome."
He jutted his hand forward, and Finn got his first look at the guy's face.
I know you,
Finn said, shaking his hand with an extra firm grip to prove he wasn't a wimp.
You're Jerome Shields.
He also knew a lot of Jerome's football stats, but it seemed too creepy to mention. He didn't mention he was a fan, especially since his status had just changed to former fan. "Jerome, this is my boss, Finn Anderson," said Laurie.
"Nice to meet you,"
Jerome said, with no apparent recognition. Not surprising. He probably didn't spend a lot of time on the computer. This man was a star quarterback, solid muscle, a perfect physical specimen. The opposite of Finn in every way. Was this what Laurie really wanted? She seemed to have forgotten yesterday's declaration of love. He ought to be glad. So why wasn't he?
How do you know each other?
Finn crossed his arms, attempting to keep his expression neutral. We're, Laurie exchanged an awkward glance with Jerome.
I'm an old friend from college,
he explained, moving over to sling his arm around Laurie's shoulder.
We used to be close, very close. Right, Lorelei?
She giggled. You're the only person who ever got away with calling me that. Could this be the man who'd abused Laurie? Finn tried to gauge the tension between the two, but Laurie seemed relaxed with this behemoth of a man groping her bare shoulder.
I don't remember your name on the guest list,
Finn said.
A late addition? That's right,
Jerome answered quickly.
Laurie called me to fill an empty seat.
And I ordered him to bring his checkbook for the auction, she added, jabbing his ribs with her elbow. Do you have it?
Right here.
He patted the chest of his tux.
What do you want me to buy for you?
I have my heart set on this Bach tour in Germany, Laurie said. Of course, I'll have to take a boat to cross the ocean.
Still don't like flying?
Jerome asked. For some reason, it irritated Finn that Jerome knew this intimate secret about her. It's 10 days all over Germany, said Laurie, and you get to walk in Bach's footsteps. The tour guide is an organist who plays Bach compositions on the organs in each of the churches where Bach composed the pieces.
A Bach tour?
Finn pulled the auction program from his inside coat pocket.
I don't remember that being an auction item.
Page 2, 5th item. See it? You don't know about it because I got the donation all on my own. It includes a 2-day trip to Warsaw at the end for a Chopin tour. She practically danced on her toes. It was the trip of her dreams, and Finn wasn't about to let some other man take her, especially one who might have been abusive.
It's a trip for two. Are you planning to go with her?
Finn gave Jerome a measuring look.
You're a fan of Bach? Sure I am.
Jerome stuck out his jaw.
I love the Moonlight Sonata.
That's Beethoven, Laurie said, with a chuckle, as if the mistake wasn't a travesty.
I helped you learn this for music appreciation class at State, remember? Moonlight has 9 letters, and so does Beethoven.
Bach, Beethoven, same difference. Both start with a B.
Laurie seemed to think Jerome was hilarious. Finn disagreed. When new arrivals forced Finn to resume his duties at the banquet room door, Laurie's wound-up muscles finally relaxed. He'd been a lot more antagonistic than Laurie expected, especially since Jerome hadn't said or done anything remotely romantic.
I guess this job pays pretty well, said Jerome. That ice around your neck must be worth 50 grand.
4 times that, Laurie corrected, holding up a trembling hand. And these earrings are 100 grand, and this ring is about $250,000.
Is that an engagement ring?
No, it's an auction item, and I have to model it. That's why I'm wearing it on my right hand. She checked the necklace clasp, yet again, to be sure it was secure. And I have to wear this set all night. Any other woman would probably love it, but I'm scared to death. I'm supposed to be walking around showing it to all the women, but I'm thinking I should stay here and let them come to me.
We can't stay.
He glanced over his shoulder toward Finn, who appeared to have one eye glued to Laurie while he welcomed another donor to the event.
We need to hide from that boss of yours. I get the distinct feeling he doesn't like me. Does he have something against blacks?
Maybe he hates football players, she teased.
That's worse.
He winked and gave her an affectionate squeeze. It's not because you're black. He likes me just fine.
Yeah, but you look more Hispanic. You've always taken after your mom.
Whatever. He's not prejudiced. He's just... She hesitated to reveal their almost relationship. He tends to be a bit overprotective, and he doesn't know you're my brother.
We probably shouldn't make it public yet.
Jerome frowned, rubbing the neatly trimmed beard that contrasted with his shaved head.
You don't need to work for a jerk like that. You can be my personal assistant. I'll double your salary.
Wow, what would my job be? Trimming your fingernails? She rolled her eyes. No offense, but I didn't get my MBA to be your personal assistant.
You have your MBA now? I'm so proud of you. I'm not really surprised, though. You were always the smart one.
Laurie let his comment slide. They both knew Jerome had graduated magna cum laude with a political science degree and had a guaranteed acceptance in law school when he was ready to retire from football. I like my job, actually.
If you say so. I wouldn't want to work for him.
Be nice, brother. He's a good guy. Phantom Enterprises pumps a lot of money into Limitless, and they help a lot of kids with disabilities.
Phantom Enterprises is behind this? I thought you said it was called Limited.
No, I said Limitless. That's the non-profit arm of Phantom Enterprises. Finn is one of the 4 guys who started the company.
I know Phantom Enterprises. I just got a PE control system for the house.
He frowned, tapping a finger on his chin.
I guess I've probably heard Finn's name before then.
You probably have, unless you have your head in the sand. He's been on a few magazine covers. She gave him a playful poke in the side. Not as many as you, of course.
About that.
Jerome's face went serious.
I've dealt with reporters all my life. The media attention is nothing new for me.
He reached out to squeeze her hand.
But I'm worried you're going to hate it.
Something hurt inside her chest. Me too, she whispered. He glanced around and lowered his voice.
I'm just glad you invited me to come tonight. It's been way too long. I've been thinking about calling you ever since Dad made his announcement, but I wasn't sure how you felt about the marriage.
I don't know how I feel either. She swallowed a hard lump.
Speaking of marriage, I've been meaning to tell you. I'm getting engaged.
To that girl you mentioned a couple of months ago?
6 months ago,
he corrected, beaming from ear to ear.
We don't want to waste any time. Of course, we haven't made it public yet. I want to surprise her with the ring and all. Her name's Charisse,
he said with reverence.
Congratulations! She hugged his neck. Will I be invited to the wedding?
Of course, especially since the whole world is going to know we're related now.
That's one way to put a positive spin on it. She sighed, closing her eyes and wishing she could escape from reality. I've got a lot to tell you.
Well, I'm all ears, but I don't think Finn likes me talking to you. Don't look now, but he's on his way back. And his face is all pinched, like he swallowed something rotten.
A gentle hand touched her back, and she turned to Finn, who wore a concerned expression.
I arranged a place for Jerome at our table.
Thanks for doing that. I forgot he had a table assignment across the room. It was a thoughtful gesture, but she was disappointed. She'd hoped he would be a little jealous. Arranging for them to sit together sure didn't seem like the action of a jealous man.
Also, the Avanzas would like to see you making the rounds in that jewelry. Be sure the cameras get some good shots of the diamonds. Cameras?
Jerome shot Laurie an alarmed look.
Are there reporters here? Absolutely,
Finn said.
We've learned the more cameras there are, the higher the auction prices. We even put the internet bidders up on the screens unless they ask to be anonymous.
Jerome sent Laurie a grimace.
I think it's too soon for us to be together with reporters around.
You're probably right. She gave his arm a parting touch. See ya at dinner. With a worried expression, Finn watched him walk away.
Why avoid media attention?
What could she say without revealing too much? Let's just say there are people who might wonder why we're together. I don't want to start any rumors.
Okay, I won't pry.
Finn offered his elbow, and she accepted, trying not to stumble as she relived the kiss that had fried her entire nervous system. Thanks, she said when she gained control of herself. I didn't really want to walk around alone wearing these diamonds. His eyes went to the necklace on her chest and slid up to her dangling earrings, her skin sizzling where his gaze touched, heat spreading all the way up to her forehead.
You make those diamonds look beautiful.
Huh, don't you mean that the other way around?
No.
He stared straight ahead as he guided her around the border of the room.
I meant it as I said it. The diamonds are lovely. Almost worthy of you.
Yeah, right. She let out a nervous laugh, twisting the ring on her finger, and cleared her throat. Listen, Finn, we need to talk.
I agree.
She almost melted with relief. Great. Should we talk now? Go somewhere alone?
I can say what I need to say while we're walking.
Go ahead, I'm listening, she responded through the side of her mouth, around a fake smile, nodding at Janice McFarland, investment guru of the stars. He spoke without moving his lips, an equally false smile plastered on his face.
It's about Jerome. I don't believe you're thinking clearly.
Why is that? Dropping her facade, she stared daggers at him. Not that it did any good. He refused to meet her eyes. What do you have against Jerome? He smiled and nodded toward a group of older men who, from their unbridled laughter, appeared to be slightly inebriated.
I don't know how to say this without offending you, but it has to be done.
His jaw hardened.
I've been paying close attention to everything you've said in the past month or so, and I think I can deduce a few things. One of them is that your last boyfriend was probably abusive. Perhaps that was only a verbal thing, but it doesn't matter. Abuse is abuse.
And you think that was Jerome?
Do you deny it?
She managed to keep a straight face. Barely. Her last real boyfriend had been in 11th grade. His name was Bernie, and he'd been wearing braces for 5 years. Tall and skinny, he was president of the chess club, and probably only dated her because he liked her laptop. After that, she only had a couple of dates during her 4 years of college, certainly none that would qualify as boyfriends. She hadn't found a guy with enough depth to hold her attention. And for some reason, every guy she met seemed too intimidated to stick around anyway. What if I assured you that Jerome has always treated me with complete respect?
I'd ask, if he's such a great guy, why aren't you together now?
He waved at Candy and Sam Marshall, whom Laurie only recognized from their pictures. And I'd answer that our lives took us different directions. His mouth stretched in a grimace.
In that case, if he's truly good to you and not abusive, you have my blessing.
She stopped in her tracks. I have your blessing? Your blessing? I don't want your blessing. I want... Shh! With panicky eyes, he put his fingers to her lips. Curious gazes burned her skin, and she felt like she was in her recurring nightmare where she went to school in her underwear. How had her plan gone so far off base? He was supposed to be jealous of Jerome, not marrying her off to him. Then a horrifying thought occurred. The only feeling Finn actually admitted to was a connection during that kiss. What if, for him, it was only physical? Maybe the reason he didn't want to talk about it was to avoid hurting her feelings. What if Finn wanted her to be with Jerome because he truly didn't want her for himself? Her eyes stung with threatening tears. How could I be so stupid? She lifted her chin, blinking rapidly. As I was saying, I don't need your blessing or your permission to be with Jerome. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll let the Davenports have a look at this jewelry. Chapter 17. Jerome Shields was a hit at the head table. The wildly popular quarterback kept everyone entertained during dinner, which meant Finn didn't have to be his normal, witty and jovial self. It was a good thing because he couldn't have been witty and jovial if his life had depended on it. Nodding and laughing on cue, he listened to Jerome with one ear, while watching Laurie from the corner of his eye. With dull eyes and an empty smile, she sat on the opposite side of the table from Jerome and Finn, nibbling at her dinner. Finn wasn't sure exactly what he'd done wrong, but he assumed the count was rather high. As dessert was served, Finn took the stage to welcome all the guests and give a verbal thanks to all the donors. Next came a 5-minute film, Jarrett's creative endeavor, highlighting the work of Limitless, particularly with disabled children. By the end, with no dry eyes to be found, the audience was primed and ready to empty their pockets. Finn announced that the silent auction would be closing in 10 minutes, prompting a surge toward the long row of auction items on the side of the room. When he came back, only Jerome remained on his end of the table, relaxing against his chair with his coat hanging on the back, muscles bulging under his white tux shirt. Finn hesitated, knowing he'd be forced to carry on a conversation, but Jerome spoke to him, leaving him no choice.
Great job up there. I'm really glad I came. To be honest, I don't know much about all this stuff, and I had no idea Limitless even existed. Of course, I knew all about PE. Who doesn't know about Phantom Enterprises?
Thanks, Finn replied, slipping his cell phone out, hoping to discourage the chatter. Just because he'd approved of Jerome as a mate for Laurie didn't mean he had to like the guy.
I guess I'm going to have to do this the hard way, Mr. Anderson.
Jerome breathed in, his chest straining against the buttons on his shirt.
Laurie is smart, dedicated, honest, and hardworking. She's obviously poured herself into this project. She deserves a bit of respect, wouldn't you agree?
Finn snapped his head toward Jerome.
I don't like your tone, Mr. Shields. I've done my best to show my appreciation to Laurie for all she's done, but her compensation is a private matter. I just want to know why you feel compelled to fire her.
Jerome slammed his hand on the table. Finn's jaw dropped.
I didn't fire her. Okay, maybe you didn't exactly fire her, but you told her she needs to look for another job.
Jerome's finger wagged in Finn's face.
Whatever you want to call it, I assume this is some sort of retaliation because she invited me to the event without your permission. But she called me at the last minute. My chair would have been empty if I hadn't come. Wait, I can tell you don't like me for some reason, but that shouldn't affect my sister's job. I came prepared to make a substantial donation to your cause, even before I heard about it. So let's be straight up. Is this some kind of racial issue, or do you hate the Bucks?
Finn's ears stopped working in the middle of his speech.
Your sister? You're Laurie's brother?
Jerome squeezed his eyes shut and mumbled a quiet expletive.
That's not public information. Please don't repeat it.
He lowered his voice even further.
We're technically only half-siblings, but she's my sister as far as I'm concerned. But our relationship doesn't matter. My point is she shouldn't be punished for inviting me tonight.
Finn pinched the bridge of his nose.
I didn't ask her to quit, Jerome. And I like you just fine.
He chuckled.
At least I do now.
He chuckled some more, his laughter slowly building until he was out of control and coughing. Jerome was staring with frightened eyes.
Are you okay? You sound terrible. Sorry about that. I'm not a smoker, even though it sounds like it,
Finn said, coughing a bit more.
I promise I didn't ask her to leave Limitless. I wouldn't do that. I like Laurie a lot. She's a great employee. Then why did she tell me she had to find a new job? I don't know.
He shook his head.
It could be because I gave her my blessing for the two of you to date. You thought Laurie and I...
Jerome burst into laughter, slapping his hand on his knee.
You're kidding me. I'll admit, at first, I thought you might have been her abusive ex. What? When did she have an abusive boyfriend?
Jerome's hands balled into fists.
I better not ever find out who it was because I might kill the guy. No woman deserves that kind of treatment, but especially not Laurie. Nobody's treating my sister like that. I chased off most of the guys who tried to date her in college. She didn't mind you doing that?
He smiled on one side.
It's possible she didn't know, but it was for her own protection. Not just any guy is good enough for my Laurie.
Finn saw the perfect opportunity to defend his position with Laurie. Her own brother would explain why Finn and Laurie shouldn't be together.
Just out of curiosity, how would you describe the man who is good enough for her, assuming he even exists?
Finn prepared to memorize the list and quote it back to Laurie. Or maybe he could persuade Jerome to tell her himself. Jerome steepled his fingers together, as if contemplating the meaning of life.
It's pretty simple, really. It doesn't matter if the guy has money. He sure doesn't need to be an athlete. That's almost a strike against him, in my opinion. He just has to love her and treasure her for how special she really is. That's it? Surely you have higher standards than that if you chased all those guys off. Well, the word love means he has to put her first and be willing to die for her. That's all that matters.
Finn's chair suddenly felt hard, and he squirmed to get more comfortable.
But let's say you had something, say untreatable cancer, something that meant you had a high risk of dying young. Wouldn't it be selfish to get married?
Jerome stared right through him.
If you don't have much time on this earth, you shouldn't waste a minute of it.
Then, to Finn's shock, Jerome's eyes filled with tears.
You didn't know, did you? Tell me you didn't know. I can't believe you'd be so cruel if you knew.
Finn rifled through his mind, trying to remember some detail he must have missed.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to know or not know.
Jerome's nostrils flared.
That my girlfriend has leukemia.
His gaze turned to ice, his anger so intense that Finn backed away.
We're getting married as soon as we can, and don't you dare say either one of us is being selfish. Don't you dare!
Finn held up his hands.
I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about you. Good.
He shook his head, mouth clamped shut, like he was holding back his fury.
Because I had to beg her to even date me, and she didn't want to marry me, even though we were in love.
His hand pushed across the top of his shaved head.
She said I should marry someone else. Can you believe that? Like I wouldn't rather have one day with Charisse than 1,000,000 days with someone else.
He punched his finger at Finn's chest.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what it means to really love someone. When you know what they're worth.
Unsure what to say, Finn waited in silence while Jerome pulled himself together. At last, his anger seemed to subside, and he took a long drink of water.
For what it's worth, Finn said, I'm really sorry about Charisse. About the cancer. That's really tough luck.
If there was anything Finn understood, it was bad luck. He was a living example.
No, we're blessed, and we know it. More blessed than you can imagine. She needs a bone marrow donor, and we're going to find one.
Jerome wiped his face with the back of his hands.
But I'm lucky to have her, no matter how long that is. I'm the luckiest man alive, and don't you forget it,
he said fiercely. Finn tried to swallow, but his throat was like hot concrete.
I won't.
Laurie pumped herself up before going back to the table, having hid in the bathroom for the duration of the silent auction. She had to put her emotions aside. Raising money for the kids at Limitless was more important than her feelings for Finn. Before long, she would have to get up on stage and model that jewelry set with a smile on her face. She was going to look so ecstatic that every single woman in that room would be clamoring to have those diamonds around their necks and on their fingers. Fortunately, when she arrived, Finn wasn't at the table. "What happened to my boss?" she asked Jerome.
He said he had to make a phone call.
Jerome picked at his fingernails.
We had an interesting conversation.
About what? He lowered his voice.
I may have accidentally told him we were siblings.
"That's a disaster!" she rasped in a loud whisper. "We can't tell anyone yet. The press will have a field day."
I don't think he'll give it away, but it was a good thing I told him. Get this, he thought we were dating, and that I might be your abusive ex-boyfriend.
Jerome gave a forced laugh.
I set him straight, though. And you won't have to find a new job either. I told him he ought to appreciate you, and he said he does. Who knows, you might even get a raise. So everything will be great now.
He had a smug smile.
You can thank me later.
Laurie's stomach twisted up like a drawer full of old electrical cords. "I can't believe you," she hissed. "You had no business interfering." Finn must think she was the most pathetic person on the planet. How could she even face him?
I was only protecting you.
Jerome pushed out a pouting lip.
You needed someone to stand up for you, and I did it.
She leaned close to his ear, with barely controlled rage, struggling to keep a neutral expression on her face. "Let me tell you something, brother. If you're going to get married, you'd better learn this lesson right now. A woman doesn't want that kind of protection from a man. She wants support. That means you make the decision together. You don't get to do whatever you think is best without asking." As luck would have it, Finn picked that moment to return, forcing Laurie to end the conversation before she'd discovered everything her brother had said. Finn was extremely solicitous, confirming her worst fears. He now viewed her with pity. When she shivered from the cold draft on her bare shoulders, his tux coat came off and slid onto her shoulders. Her blood burned, not from the warmth of the jacket, but from his scent, which clung to it. Then he disappeared and came back with a cup of steaming coffee that she accepted, despite her pride. She wanted to despise him for hurting her. As with her father all those years, it was so much easier to respond to pain with animosity. But his considerate actions, combined with everything she knew about him, made the task impossible. Who said there's a thin line between love and hate? What a stupid idea. I'm ruined forever. As the live auction began, Lori smiled and clapped, watching the limitless coffers fill in dramatic fashion. Hopefully, no one could tell she was dying on the inside. Evidently trying hard to make up for his misstep, Jerome bid enthusiastically on the Bach tour. But Lori didn't return his eager smiles as the price went higher and higher. She'd half hoped Finn might surprise her and bid against Jerome, according to her original defective plan. But he sat quietly with his hands folded in his lap. Smart practice when you don't want a stray movement to be mistaken as a bid. When the price went over $100,000, Jerome shrugged and mouthed, "Sorry," bowing out of the auction. The bids continued to rise between an older gentleman Lori didn't recognize and an anonymous bidder on the internet. At last, the old man surrendered, making the price the highest of the evening at $165,000. The auction continued for the next hour, each item increasing in value. As the time approached for her to model the diamonds, she became increasingly more nervous, pressing her hands together in her lap and turning the ring around her finger until her skin was almost raw. Her head began to swim like it did at the airport, until Finn beckoned her close with a crooked finger and whispered in her ear,
"Have you noticed that bead of sweat on top of Chuck's head?"
"What?" The question caught her off guard.
"Look."
He pointed toward the auctioneer, who was sweating profusely under the bright spotlight. A large drop of sweat was suspended on a wrinkle near the top of his forehead. Unable to tear her eyes away, she watched with morbid fascination as the shiny liquid quivered on the ridge and then began a slow downward trickle. It paused on top of his eyebrow for a moment, then dropped down to his cheek and continued its trek. Finally, it reached his chin and plummeted through the air, landing in a puddle at his feet. An actual puddle! She covered her hand with her mouth to keep a giggle inside, noting a new drop had already formed on his forehead. Finn leaned close to her ear again.
"We hire Chuck for every auction event, and he sweats like this every single time."
Lori knew they had paid to fly him to the fundraiser. "Why?" she whispered back.
"Because he also volunteers at one of our teen camps."
Another drop of sweat splashed to the floor as Finn continued.
"A big heart makes up for a little sweat."
She knew the comment was meant to help with her nerves, and part of her didn't want it to work. But it did. And she loved him for it, even though it hurt. Chuck announced the jewelry set, and she rose to her feet, surprised when Finn stood with her. He lifted the tux coat from her shoulders and slipped it on, before tucking her left hand in his arm. As he walked up the steps with her and across to the center of the stage, he joked about avoiding Chuck's puddle. By the time he left her to stroll across on her own, her knees had stopped shaking.
"Tell us, Lori," Chuck said into the microphone. "How does it feel to wear those Avanza diamonds?"
He approached her where she stood, diamonds sparkling under the hot lights, and pointed the microphone at her mouth. Lori gave him a genuine smile. "I feel like I'm worth $1 million. Chuck's laughter shook another drop of sweat to the stage floor, and he swept his arm toward her in a grand gesture.
"There you have it, gentlemen. Here's your chance to let your lady know what she's worth and change the lives of hundreds, maybe thousands of kids at the same time. Now, what am I bid?"
He started his auctioneer chatter, so fast Lori couldn't understand the words. As the bidding went on, Lori was called down to the floor level so that bidders could inspect the jewelry more closely. The price went sky high, with several internet bidders competing as well. Then the auctioneer announced,
"Going once, going twice. Sold to bidder number 517 for $1,245,000.
Amid the claps and cheers, Lori removed the jewelry and handed it to the assistant, surprised to feel bare without it. She risked a quick glance at Finn, but he was already preparing to make the final acknowledgments to close the event, except for the music and dancing to follow. As he took the stage, achingly handsome in his tuxedo, her heart got stuck in her throat. How could she have even dreamed he would love her the way she loved him? What would a man like Finn Anderson ever see in a woman like her, other than a diligent, passionate employee? Looking back, every word and action, even that fateful kiss he'd resisted with such persistence, had the singular purpose of keeping her at a distance, to protect her. If only he'd had the guts to tell her the brutal truth, she might not have fallen for him so hard, so deep. The next 2 hours, she worked her tail off, discarding her blistering pumps to pad around in bare feet, hiking the hem to avoid stepping on it. She was so busy handling the payments, arranging for delivery of the auction items, and directing the cleanup efforts, she only had time for a hasty goodbye when her brother left. But she kissed his cheek and promised to call, having already forgiven his well-intentioned interference. When she finally dragged herself out, it was well past 1 a.m. On her way to the elevator, she spied Finn at the front desk, bow tie loose, tux coat thrown over his shoulder. She could see his exhaustion in his posture as he propped his weight against the desk. Part of her wanted to march to the front and take over, sending him up to his room to rest. She couldn't help worrying he'd done too much too soon after his hospital stay, putting his health at risk. But she reminded herself it wasn't her job. Finn didn't want her meddling in his private life. Why did it hurt so much to admit it? Raw and drained, she collapsed against the back corner of the elevator, watching the numbers light up. All she could think about was surviving until the next day so she could escape the nightmare. Finn would be flying home via private jet, and she was free to ride back on the train. A cross-country trip, 3 blessed days with no reminder of her pain. Maybe when she returned to New York, she could find a new job. It wasn't quitting. It was a fresh start. She'd learned long ago she couldn't count on anyone but herself. So why was she being forced to face that lesson all over again, with almost every single relationship in her life? Only Stephanie had been a constant, faithful friend. Maybe it was a different lesson she needed to learn, one of forgiveness and letting go of expectations. 3 days alone would give her plenty of time to contemplate. But would it be enough time to get over Finn? Chapter 18. Laurie slipped away from the hotel early the next morning, avoiding any chance encounter with Finn. His first phone call came in shortly after she arrived at Union Station. But she wasn't prepared to talk to him, mentally or emotionally, so she turned off her phone. In her master plan, she would compose a letter that night on the train, apologizing for what she now understood as intrusive actions that had put him in an awkward position. But for now, thinking about Finn tore her stomach up. Desperate to keep her mind occupied until the 6 p.m. departure, she stored her suitcases and signed up for a bike tour of Los Angeles. What she thought would simply be a way to occupy her time turned out to be fun and fascinating, and included restaurant stops with the best tacos she'd ever eaten. The outing was great, except for when she was missing Finn, which was all the time. She kept thinking how much Finn would have loved it, since he liked every kind of outdoor sport and eating. Maybe she would add a postscript to her letter and recommend it for the next time he was in L.A. Back at Union Station, she turned her phone on to read a book when about 50 text messages showed up from Finn. She scanned the last few, which essentially said, "The least you can do is let me know you're alive. Call me." A wave of guilt crashed over her. She should have realized he would worry. He was a caring sort of man. Reasoning that by now he was on the plane bound for New York, she tapped out a message that would be waiting for him when he arrived. "I'm alive and well. Phone was off for a tour. Have a safe flight home. She sat back, prepared to read a book on her phone until the train arrived, but her phone beeped with an incoming message. Finn.
What tour?
Should she ignore it? She wasn't ready for a deep conversation. But what could it hurt to talk about the tour? Lori. Sightseeing and tacos bike tour. It was awesome. A few seconds later, another message came. Finn.
Can't believe you didn't invite me.
She smiled, forgetting for a moment how strained their relationship was. Lori. You snooze, you lose. I left early. Then she realized he should be in the air right now. Lori. You already in NYC? This time there was a long delay before her phone beeped again. Finn.
Problem with the flight schedule. Still in LA. When does your train leave?
That was a dangerous question. She didn't want him coming to Union Station. Lori. Soon. Finn.
We need to talk.
Her heart rate skyrocketed. Talking was exactly what she wanted to avoid. Lori. Not necessary. All good. Finn.
Need to clear some things up. Call me, please.
Thank goodness he wasn't there. Even via text, she could picture his face. Heart-stopping blue eyes imploring, impossible to resist. How could she put him off? By making him laugh. Lori. Watch me running up 20 flights of stairs to avoid talking. We'll email tonight. Finn.
LOL. Can I ask you one question? Hypothetical only?
She almost typed no, but then she reconsidered. She could address his question in the email she planned to write tonight. Lori. One question, but may not answer right away. Finn.
You drive a hard bargain, don't you?
Lori chuckled, quickly responding. Surprising question. Answer is yes. A few seconds later, she got a motion emoticon, shooting himself in the foot. Lori. Ha 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 ha. Finn.
That didn't count. Real question. If you were in love with someone, how would you let them know?
Her throat felt like she'd swallowed a baseball. Why would he even ask that question? Did he want to torture her? Lori. Deep question. Don't know the answer. Ask Branson. Finn.
Already asked him. Want to know his answer?
She could have said no and ended the conversation, but her curiosity got the better of her. Lori. Yes. The next message was delayed several minutes, as if he was making her wait for the answer. Finn.
Bran said he made hot tea for Steph when she was sick. Now he brings her coffee every morning.
Lori. True. Saw him do it. She had always tried not to be jealous of her friend's happiness. Steph certainly deserved it after all she'd been through. But sometimes Lori wished she could have what Steph had. What would it be like to have one person in your life who cared more about you than anyone else? Finn.
Want to know my answer?
She responded with a classic evasion. Lori. Prefer a different subject. The next message came so fast she knew he hadn't waited for her response. Finn.
I would buy a special gift.
She could picture Finn doing just that, though she'd never experienced it herself. He once mentioned that he spent a ridiculous amount on birthday and Christmas presents for his family. The phone beeped again. Finn.
Your turn.
Lori. No thanks. Finn.
Doesn't matter. Already know your answer.
He didn't know her well enough to know her answer to the question, but he sure knew how to irritate her. Lori. No, you don't. Finn.
I do.
Laughing emoticon. Lori. Tell me.
Finn. I will.
Finn.
Eventually.
The man was such a tease. He made her absolutely crazy.
Laurie. Don't you have something else you should be doing?
Finn.
Should be? Maybe. Want to be? No.
Why did he have to say things like that? Things that she could so easily misinterpret. Things that made her hope when she shouldn't. As she feared, talking to Finn, even with text messages, made her want what she couldn't have. Tears sprang to her eyes and she swiped at them, angry that they made texting difficult. Laurie.
Phone dying. Gotta go.
She turned her cell off before he could send a response and slumped in her chair. Her body felt like someone had drained all the blood out of it. So far, she hadn't done too well forgetting about Finn Anderson. Maybe she could try again tomorrow. Once Laurie was in her small compartment on the train, unpacked and organized, her spirits picked up. She had 3 days ahead and a backlog of books downloaded on her phone. She could hide out in her roomette compartment and avoid everyone, only coming out for quick meals in the dining car. From her private window, she could see the beautiful landscapes as the train whizzed across the country. The trip was perfect to recharge the introvert hidden behind her outgoing personality, in addition to helping her concentrate on anything besides Finn. At this point, even worrying about her family seemed preferable. She slipped into the small shower room and cleaned off the day's grime and towel-dried her curls. She pulled on a long shirt and comfy yoga pants, the same clothes she intended to sleep in, and she stepped into the hallway where an attendant offered to make up her bed while she was at dinner. When she reached the dining car, she found an empty table behind a young couple, obviously in love. They sat on the same side of the table, their heads close together, murmuring softly to one another as they ate, occasional laughter ringing out. Laurie sat down with her back to the couple. Who wants to look at that? She ordered her dinner and started reading her book, oblivious to the bustling around her. Until she heard a familiar voice and from the corner of her eye saw a man with blonde hair and a close-cropped beard. Finn! With a gasp, she turned to her left, her hand already pressing against her chest to calm her racing heart. The surprised eyes that met hers were brown, not blue.
Sorry,
the stranger murmured, before turning to the small blonde-haired child standing on the seat next to him.
Grayson, don't make me say it again. Sit down on your bottom.
Feeling like an idiot, she forced her attention back to her sweet romance story. But a few pages in, she realized she was getting depressed. Switching to a mystery suspense novel, she began to read, but struggled to concentrate. Appetite gone, she picked at her dinner, which might have been tasty any other time. She returned to her roomette, where her enticing bed reminded her how little sleep she'd had the night before. No wonder she was so emotional. She grabbed her toiletry bag and padded down to the bathroom to brush her teeth. No sooner had she returned and locked her door for the night when someone knocked.
"Excuse me,"
said a muffled male voice through the door.
"I have an evening snack for you, complimentary."
"No thanks," she replied. "I've already brushed my teeth." She heard murmuring outside. There must be 2 attendants.
"Ma'am, it's chocolate pecan pie. I'll have to throw it away if you don't eat it."
Her mouth watered at the thought, but she really didn't want to have to brush her teeth again. "You can give my piece to someone else, then." More murmuring voices.
"If you don't accept this room service, I could lose my job."
"Oh, for goodness sake! I'll take it, but I don't have change for a tip." The relief was obvious in his tone.
"That's okay. I don't need a tip."
She opened the door, and a 20-ish man with short brown hair handed her a large plate with a silver lid. She thanked him and set the plate on her bed while she relocked the door. Turning to face the plate, she stared at it as if it were the enemy. Maybe this could be the day she turned over a new leaf. If she could resist this piece of chocolate pecan pie, it would show she had willpower. She could change to a healthy diet and exercise every day. And these goals would just be the start. From this day on, I'm a new person. I'll get a new job. I'll start exercising and stick with it. I'll only eat organic food. I'll read a nonfiction book every month. I'll floss my teeth every night. And someday, when I run into Finn Anderson again, he'll wish he hadn't turned me down. Without looking under the lid, she shoved the entire plate on the floor under her bed. Pulling her covers back, she climbed onto the crisp sheets and pulled the blanket up to her neck. A knock sounded on her door. The room service man's voice again. "Ma'am?" Another knock. "Ma'am?" "What do you need now?" she called, refusing to get out of bed. "Have you eaten your pie yet?" "No, I'm saving it for tomorrow," she snapped. "Thank you. Good night." Another set of knocks. "Ma'am, if you wouldn't mind eating it now, I need to take the plate back." Frustrated, Lori threw back the covers and crawled out of bed. She snatched the pie from the floor and stepped over to her tiny trash can. Before she could change her mind, she lifted the silver lid and dumped the pie into the trash. Only it wasn't a piece of pie. It was a pile of diamonds. The plate slipped from her fingers and crashed to the floor. She didn't even realize she was screaming until loud knocking and excited shouts broke through her consciousness. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Knock, 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 knock. Open the door." With trembling fingers, she opened the lock, wondering if she would be accused of stealing the diamonds. Strong arms wrapped around her, stroking her hair. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wanted it to be a fun surprise." Somehow, Finn was there, holding her in his arms. Lori knew she was in a dream, but it was a nice dream, so she didn't want to wake up. She kept her eyes closed and let herself enjoy the sensation. Never mind that it wasn't real. Her dream even smelled like Finn, his heady, intoxicating scent. She burrowed against him, humming in her sleep. "Lori, are you okay?" The arms released her, and hands seemed to cup her face, lifting her chin. Her mind was trying to wake up, but she resisted, squeezing her eyes tighter. "Lori, say something." Warm lips brushed her eyelids. It felt so real, her eyes popped open. "Finn? Is that really you?" His mouth curled into his classic lazy grin. It was Finn, in the flesh. And he was on a train filled with more germs than you can imagine. She pushed away from him. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you wearing a mask?" His grin widened, dimples deepening. The pupils dilated in his crystal blue eyes. "Because if I'm wearing a mask, I can't do this." His hands rose to tangle in her hair. His head dipped toward her, his mouth kissing a lazy trail from the top of her forehead, down the side of her face and under the edge of her jaw, setting off a chain of goosebumps that reached all the way to her toes. Playful lips slid over to tease the corner of her mouth. She held her breath as he edged his way to the center of her lips, brushing lightly over the sensitive skin. Then it was as if he couldn't hold himself back. His lips took possession of her mouth, demanding, claiming her. Eyes closed, she was back in her dream, weightless, floating through the air, with only his arms to keep her bound to the earth. The galaxy flashed inside her eyes, eclipsing all her senses. Nothing existed but Finn and his kiss. When she looked up, she saw love written in his gaze, and it brought tears to the surface. Is it real? Or am I seeing what I want to see? "Please don't cry," he begged, kissing the tears from her eyes, cinching his arms around her like a prison.
I should have told you I loved you, but I was afraid. Tell me I'm not too late. Tell me you still love me. Tell me you still want me.
I tried all day to drive you out of my system. It hurt so bad. She took a shuddery breath. I'm sorry, Finn. I don't think I can handle any more pain. He covered her face with kisses.
Tell me you love me, and I'll promise never to do that again. I'll buy you new diamonds every day so you'll know I love you. You'll never doubt me again.
I don't want diamonds, she whispered, nothing but air in her voice. I never wanted anything from you but you.
You have me,
he said, his eyes shimmering with tears.
I'm yours if you want me. I'm nothing if you don't. Please say you'll marry me. I can't guarantee many years, but I'll give you every last second of my life.
I can't believe this is real. She tasted her tears in the back of her throat. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up and this'll all be a dream.
It is a dream,
he said, dropping to one knee and stretching out his hand, a small black box open on his palm, a gargantuan diamond ring tucked in the velvet folds. Cripes! Is that the one? The Avanza? From last night?
It is.
His smile split his face.
And the others are in the trash, I think.
Her heart wrenched in her chest. But you didn't need to spend that kind of money on me. I don't need that. All I want is you.
I used to think I would never share my life with someone, that it would be negligent for me to marry.
His mouth flattened into a determined line.
Jerome told me, if you love someone, you have to show them what they're worth. This ring is my way of telling you you're the most precious thing on this earth. That I want to be with you, even though I won't have a long life. That it would be irresponsible of me not to marry you.
Jerome told you that? A light wind would have knocked her to the ground.
Never mind Jerome.
Finn took the ring out and tossed the box over his shoulder. Then he lifted her left hand and pressed his lips to the back of it, sliding the ring onto her finger.
This diamond has hundreds of millions of years in it. That's how long it took to form. And that's how our life together will be. We're going to squeeze millions of years into a short time.
As he rose to his feet, she stared at the ring on her finger. Her heart swelled with his love, but she wasn't ready to accept his description of their future together. Holding back a sob, she gripped his arm with both hands. Stop talking like you're going to die in a few years. Some people with CF live to be in their 60s. Some have made it to 70. She stuck out her jaw, swallowing a lump of air. You don't have to promise to live that long, but you have to promise to try. His hand rose to caress her face, his thumb brushing a tear from her cheek.
I'll keep living as long as I can. With every fiber of my being, I'll try.
He kissed her forehead and held her against him, his voice rumbling in her ear.
Until this moment, I've never had a reason to try. But now I have you, my reason to live.
Epilogue. Finn had sweat beading on his forehead, and it wasn't because of the temperature. In fact, the hospital room was cold. But trying to comfort his emotional wife was proving to be the challenge of his life. Nothing's happening the way it was supposed to, she said in a wobbly voice as she shifted in the hospital bed. I ruined your birthday.
You didn't ruin it. You're giving me the best gift ever.
This is your big day, she sniffed. I had this really great speech ready, all about how you turned 38 and officially beat the odds, and how our next 40 years together will be even better than our first 4 have been.
You can give your speech later. I'll still be 38 a month from now, and we'll still be married.
He bobbed his eyebrows up and down to tease her.
At least, I hope so.
Her mouth twitched, like she was holding back a smile. "I'm serious," she said.
Hi, Sirius, I'm Finn.
Laughing, he ducked to avoid the hand that swatted at him. "Don't you ever stop joking around?"
I assume that's a rhetorical question. We've been married for 4.5 years, so I think you know the answer.
Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open. "We have to tell everyone the party's canceled. They're all going to be waiting for us."
It's already done.
Lifting her hand, he pressed a kiss on her fingers.
Branson took care of it hours ago. They're still having the party. They just moved it to the waiting room.
"Everyone's here?"
Everybody. My folks and your folks, Bran and Stephanie, Cole and Jarrett, my sisters, Jerome and Charisse even came with their baby.
"Why didn't you tell me before?"
You were kind of busy having labor pains when they got here.
This was evidently the wrong thing to say. Tears welled in her eyes. 36 weeks? It's too early.
The doc isn't worried at all.
I wanted to do it naturally. I didn't want to have a C-section. I didn't even want to have an epidural.
Yes, but we aren't in control here. God is. You didn't plan to have preeclampsia. You can't help that your blood pressure shot through the roof. But we're blessed with an amazing doctor. She said the scar won't even be that big.
I don't care about the scar, she muttered, her lower lip trembling.
In that case, I'll tell her to cut a great big half circle so your belly will look like a one-eyed smiley face.
Her lips twitched up at the corners.
I did it,
he said, pumping his fist in the air.
I made you smile.
Finn, you're incorrigible.
Why, thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone ever said to me.
Her smile stayed in place, though it was understandably weak. She'd been laboring for 6 hours. Though she'd hoped to have a natural birth, he was secretly relieved when the doctor announced they needed to do a C-section and gave her an epidural. Watching someone he loved in so much pain was the worst experience of his life. At least now her pain was only the emotional kind. That much he could handle. Maybe. But if he'd known how hard this part would be, he never would have agreed to do the in vitro fertilization. Her gasp made him jump.
What's wrong? Are you hurting again?
What about Larkin? She asked in a worried tone, as if he would have forgotten about her. He tried to sound patient.
Marianne's taking care of her. She'll stay the night.
For 2.5 years, Marianne had been a devoted nanny to the daughter they'd adopted at the age of 3 months. Larkin was a bundle of joy who hadn't let blindness stop her from conquering her world on a daily basis. Laurie's hand gripped his wrist. You didn't tell them, did you? He knew what she was asking.
They all begged me to say if it was a boy or a girl, but I didn't budge. I figure if they've waited this long, they can wait a few more minutes.
Finn, she whispered, and he leaned in close to hear. I'm nervous. I've never had surgery. He shrugged.
It could be worse.
How?
Instead of getting cut open, you could be boarding a plane.
A smile fought its way onto her face. I love you, Finn Anderson. You always know what I need to hear.
I love you more, Laurie Anderson. You're beautiful, caring, and smart. You're an amazing mother and wife. And your parole officer says you've almost got that temper problem under control.
She giggled as he bent to kiss her lips. The nurse stuck her head into the room. We're almost ready. Finn fought a sudden urge to grab Laurie and escape the hospital. He pictured himself running, pushing her bed, careening down the hallways, yelling, No one's going to cut my wife open! Though his heart clattered like a machine gun, he kept his exterior calm. She needed him.
I'm so proud of you,
he murmured in her ear while squeezing her hand.
I could never have made it through that pain without drugs. You're amazing.
When she started to protest, he silenced her with another firm kiss.
And I can't wait to raise all our kids and grandkids together.
Tears glistened in her eyes. Her mouth moved, but no words came out. At last she whispered, "Those are the sweetest words you could ever say. I can handle anything as long as you are with me." As Finn stepped into the waiting room, armed with a slew of pictures on his cell phone, his family and friends crowded against him from every angle. His mouth already hurt from smiling so big. "What is it? Is it a boy or a girl? Do you have pictures? How's Laurie?"
"Hang on," he said. "Laurie wants a video so she can see your faces when I tell you. Jarrett, would you record it for me?" "I'm on it."
Jarrett moved beside Finn and aimed his cell phone at the crowd.
"Ready?"
Finn held the phone high and turned it around, revealing the first image.
"It's a boy!"
The room erupted with shouts and clapping. Everyone crowded around to see the photo of Laurie, lying in the recovery room bed with a small bundle in the crook of her arm. The baby's face was barely visible, but the blue cap was obvious.
Finn said, "His name is Henley Joseph Anderson. We named him after you, Dad."
Finn wasn't surprised when his father teared up and gave him a hug.
"I'm honored. Thank you, son."
"Show us more pictures!" Susan demanded, trying to grab his phone.
"Are you still recording?"
Finn asked Jarrett.
"Still rolling,"
Jarrett confirmed.
"Let me show you another shot."
Finn flipped quickly through the pictures until he found the one he wanted. He turned the phone around to face his waiting friends and family. In the short silence that followed, he enjoyed their confused expressions. Then Stephanie shouted, "Twins! They had twins! I knew it! I knew it! I thought she got too big too fast."
"That's Henley on the right," Finn said. "And on the left is Oliver Tyrone Anderson. They're fraternal twins."
So many people spoke at once, he didn't know who said what. That is, until his mother shook her finger in his face. "Finian Lee Anderson, we're not ready for twins. You're going to need 2 of everything. How could you keep this a secret?" Finn felt someone tap his shoulder. As he turned, Tyrone Shields pulled him into a bone-crushing bear hug that rivaled his mother's.
"I can't tell you what this means to me."
Tyrone choked out the words.
"I want to do something for you. Maybe I'll start a college fund for the boys."
Finn shook his head.
"Tyrone, you've done more than enough. Laurie's been telling you that ever since you bought us that Bach tour for a honeymoon trip. Just having you in Laurie's life is all the gift we need."
Finn returned to the recovery room to find Laurie crying.
"What's wrong? Did something happen to the boys?"
"No," she said with a shaky voice. "The nurses are warming them up."
"Then why are you upset?"
Had he been gone too long? Was the anesthetic wearing off? Or maybe he hadn't been affirming enough. "I'm not upset." She gave him a wobbly smile. "I'm crying because I'm happy."
"Thank goodness."
Finn blew out a relieved breath. He'd tried so hard to be supportive the last 9 months, but most days his wife's thoughts and emotions were a complete mystery to him.
"I'm really happy, too. I'm happy you're not in pain. I'm happy our boys are here and healthy. And most of all, I'm glad we didn't have 2 more girls. I think if I had to deal with 4 women, I'd just say, shoot me."
Laurie's laugh was music to his ears. He brushed her hair out of her face, staring into her eyes, so deep and dark he could fall into them. Her sigh was his undoing. He kissed her with all the love in his heart.
"I can't believe how much has changed in 5 years,"
Finn said. "Any regrets?" She tilted her head. Her grin said she wasn't worried about his answer.
"Only one."
Her brows nodded. "What is it?"
"That I can't possibly show you how much I love you."
He pressed his lips to hers, his heart so full it could burst.
"But I'll spend the rest of my life trying."
This concludes The Billionaire's Reckless Marriage by Tamie Dearen, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya. Copyright 2018 by Tamie Dearen. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tamie Dearen and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.